Okay, y'all, I can't tell if anybody's in here yet or not. So if y'all are, I'm just giving this a few minutes to let people come in. Crap. Okay. Hang on, I was trying to get that fixed on live chat too. Okay. So anyways, as people are coming in, I'm just kind of giving it a few minutes, and then we'll get started. The heck? Stupid phone. Okay. I guess that. All right. I'm just gonna find a video or something to start just while we're letting people come in. But the heck? Okay. Now I can't even find the video. Hey Jane, how are you? I'm just giving this a minute. It'll probably take people a few minutes to come in because I kind of did this last minute, so. Okay. Oops. Crap. Well, I can't find the video I was gonna play either. Okay. So we're fixing to get started. I think there's like 5 or 6 people in here, so I'll just get started. Really? Did I close? Oh, no. Oh, yes, I did. That was stupid. Get the dots back up. Interest. Okay. Okay, this is for all of them. Okay. All right. Give me just a second. Let me get this up where it can be seen. Hey, Dagburn. Hey, everybody that's coming in. I'm getting these documents up. And then I'll be ready. fix this so I can make it bigger. All right. Doing that. Let me see if that helped. Okay. I can make it a little bit bigger too. All right. Hopefully y'all can see that. Okay, now y'all give me 1 second. Let me answer my phone. This message. 1 second, y'all. Okay, sorry. All right. Okay, so we're going to go over these documents. These are about, there's a different ones. Some of them I'm not. What is this one? Okay. Okay, this I think is about I'm going to read to see now. All right. That's the girl they're having testify for the forensic stuff. Special Agent Nicholas Ballance. This is where I wanted to start. FBI Special Agent, and this is the judge's orders. FBI Special Agent Nicholas Ballance was primarily involved in the analysis of cell records in the investigation. He is disclosed to testify in the state's case in chief about his analysis of AT&T cell phone records for defendant Madison Mogan and Xana Kernodle, as well as his own test driving measurements to determine the use and general location of their cell phones between June 2022 and November 2022. Accompanying his initial disclosure is his 30-page CAST report, which discusses and maps the data he reviewed and the methodology employed. Initial disclosure, I'm not reading all these exhibits, y'all. That's just the exhibit numbers. His supplemental disclosure goes through each page of the CAST report to discuss its significance. He will also discuss topics pertaining to how cellular technology works, particularly how cell towers operate and how cell phones connect to the towers, how the phone usage data is reflected in call detail records, and how those records provided by AT&T for the target cell phones in this case were used to create cell site maps showing their general location before and after the homicide and their direction of travel. Okay. For example, the disclosure discusses why the team focused on certain areas of the home. Okay, that's about the forensic stuff. Okay, the state submitted 3 disclosures. Okay, the state submitted 3 disclosures for Mr. Ballance. In the initial disclosure, the rebuttal disclosure, and the amended supplemental disclosure. In addition, throughout the case, defense has had and been on notice of Exhibit A to the various search warrant affidavits, which detail much of the opinion and analysis of the CAS team, and thus Ballance, including those related to defendants' locations and outline times before and after the homicides. In challenging Agent Ballance's case-in-chief disclosures, defendant provides the affidavit of his cell phone data expert, Cy Ray. Mr. Ray complains that he is unable to identify Agent Ballance's methodology, which is described in the CAS report. Mr. Ray states that the CAS report omits data and or fails to mention how certain AT&T data was utilized in his analysis, namely handoff data and drive test mapping, and why some data was ignored. He asserts this omitted data and methodology is exculpatory, and without it, he can't fairly analyze Agent Ballance's work. According to the state, it discloses sufficiently identify Agent Ballance's opinions and the facts and data he relied upon, and the defendant's concerns are fodder for cross-examination. In fact, in Agent Ballance's rebuttal disclosure, the state marches through each concern outlined by Mr. Ray, offering additional explanation about what Agent Ballance considered, including the handoff data and why. Defendant, however, asserts the attempted clarification in the rebuttal disclosure is insufficient, arguing there is no disclosure as to why he omitted 95% of the relevant coverage maps for his drive testing. No analysis or mapping of the handoff data and no documentation provided of the CAS report's peer review process. However, the fact remains that the defendant has all the facts and data that Agent Ballance relied upon to form his opinions, which are expressed within his CAS report. Initial disclosure, and it's got all that. Okay. Jesus Lord, how long is that? Okay. While his methodology might not set forth with as much specificity as Mr. Ray would like, Rule 16 does not require that detailed methodology be provided. It requires merely opinions, facts, and data for those opinions and the witness qualifications. To the extent the defendant believes Agent Ballance omitted important data or is relying on insufficient data for his opinions, this is fodder for cross-examination, not exclusion. Moreover, if an opinion is not reasonably set forth within disclosure, it will not be allowed. Okay, Mr. Ray notes that Agent Ballance failed to include analysis of handoff data for defendant's cell phone between the hours of 2:30 and 3 a.m. on November 13, 2022. He did not include the mapping he relied upon to establish defendant was near the crime scene or several occasions before the crime, and he failed to disclose how his drive testing works to a sufficient degree. There is no requirement under Rule 16 ICR for the state to provide peer-reviewed document of an expert's report. Likewise, the rule does not require an expert to identify the data they did not rely upon and why they did not rely upon the data. A draft of the CAS report was disclosed to the defense in early stages of the case. It was subsequently peer-reviewed, and the final CAS report was disclosed in July 2024. Okay. Hang on, I'm fixing to look at chat. I haven't looked at it. Hey, Miss Potts. I was not looking at chat, y'all. Sorry. Miss Potts, I can't wait till she can explain this better. Kiki, somebody. The issue with that is not that they have to, it's not that whatever rule ICR, of course it don't say nothing about no damn peer review, because it's not a law just for the damn cell phone data. The issue is anything exculpatory, by law, they have to give it over. So if they're not giving 95% of the cell phone stuff over and it's exculpatory, then there's a freaking problem. Yes, you can cross-examine the person. That's not the issue. The issue is why the hell I don't know how he's going to explain his stuff. And the thing is, like Cyrus said, that we know he knows how to do the shit because I listened to him testify before Ballance. So I just don't see that man coming. I cannot see him. He might. I don't know that he's going to show up. And I don't know who the hell these two people are right here. And I ain't even fixing to I cannot. I don't, I tried to watch their podcast. I have no fucking idea what they're doing. This is like a damn joke. I don't know what to say to y'all about that. But I cannot. This shit right here, I cannot. I don't know. I'm sorry. Like they just started and the shit I didn't understand a damn thing them two were saying. I have no idea what the fuck they were even talking about. I didn't even know they did anything with cell phone because again, I'm not even reading it because anyway, I'm probably being judgmental about that. I'm just saying though, but yeah. Okay, y'all. And Miss Potts is so much better at going through these documents because she understands them better. Me trying to read them and understand them. This is, and this don't make any sense. Y'all, I'm not reading this whole thing, but they're talking about Brian spent money. Wait a minute. Let me see how they put this. This shit just drives me nuts. I think this is what Steve G was talking about the other night when he was talking about his financial stuff, and it drives me crazy that all this evidence they're supposed to have, and whoever in the fuck has told Steve G this case has got more evidence than any other case, I mean, that's a pitiful ass lie. That is a pitiful ass lie. I just do not. I cannot. Because the thing is, the state's already told them they didn't have no connection. They couldn't even fucking put the car where it, oh my God. This is going to be a disaster, a diabolical fucking disaster. I'm not looking forward to this trial. I'm not looking forward to this mess. I'm not looking forward to Kaylee's mama flipping the fuck out when she realizes they've lied to her. I'm not looking forward to any of this. None of this is fun to me. That's why I don't say anything I do is entertainment. I refuse to say my tarot readings are entertainment. True crime and people that are not alive anymore, especially at 20 and 21, is not entertainment. There's nothing entertaining about it. We laugh about things because we have to, but nothing about them not being here is entertaining. Everything about this shit is disrespectful to them, and it drives me out of my mind. I mean, I want to go in the middle of Idaho and scream to the top of my lungs, are all of y'all fucking stupid? I mean, and then I want to go to our government and be like, is nobody paying attention to anything that's going on with Pee-wee's Playhouse, the fucking furniture talk, anything? Do y'all not see? I mean, I do not understand why somebody's not busted down the courtroom doors and been like, stop, this shit is ridiculous, Looney Tunes, Pee-wee's Playhouse. I would rather the couch talk than the shit that is going on. These documents contradict themselves. The judge is I mean, he's done, I swear to God that he's oh my God. He's going to be the one that makes it where Dylan's testimony is not credible. They can't even use it. Because the 911 call, but like, anyway, I cannot. Because y'all, that 911 call, the way, if she testified like that at the grand jury, then they don't need to play that 911 call at all, because that would be real stupid. Because I'm not saying, and I know, because I had to spend an hour explaining this, I'm not talking shit about Dylan when I'm saying this. I'm saying that there was a lot going on. She might have got it confused about when the 911 call was made, but she's testified to this in the grand jury, is what I'm getting from that document. And if they play the 911 call and all that shit happens not on the phone, like, they can't do that. Because whatever Dylan testified to, she has to stick with. And so that 911 call, all that shit happening with Hunter on the phone, but Dylan says it happened, he come downstairs and then called 911, so he'd already seen Xana and them. And I don't even know which one's right, because I don't know if the 911 call is fucking fake or if... I don't know. And like I said, giving Dylan the benefit of the doubt, this is the benefit of the doubt I'm giving her. I think she was threatened. And in that case, I can't blame her for the act. If she was threatened, then she did what she was probably told to do. But whoever threatened her needs to be in jail. I don't think that she just made all this shit up by herself. I do think that there's people threatening her. Um, I still wish she would have went and checked on Xana. Like, I mean, you don't just, I know people's try to make excuses and make excuses. And if there was a blanket on her, that's even more weird because she's halfway in the hall, halfway in her room. Why would she have a blanket on her? Like, you don't, like, does she usually lay on the floor like that? No. So, I mean, and this is something Dylan has to live with. And even if it was an honest whatever, like, she has to live with this, okay? She's the one that has to live with it. Um, like I said, I cannot buy the fact that, oh, even call 911, nobody would have lived. We don't know that. Maybe they wouldn't have lived all the way, but maybe they could have described who attacked them before they passed. I know that sounds bad, but I'm just saying anything. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know that they wouldn't live. And I hate when people say that because how the fuck do you know? You don't know that. I don't care what the coroner that has no medical experience says. Give a damn what she says. I don't care what a doctor tries to tell me because he does not know. You just don't know. Miracles have happened. I understand what their injuries were. I understand. But if Steve's right, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. If Steve's right and they choked on their own blood like that, it wasn't automatic, okay? And that right there, like, flips me the fuck out thinking about anybody being alive in that house and them going out like that right there is the main thing that, like, keeps me up at night. How long were they alive before they weren't in pain anymore? That, and I think about that in any kind of situation. That's just how I am because that's my worst fear. And that's enough to keep anybody up at night on top of the nightmare anyways, that was like a fucking scary movie in reality that they lived through and then died through. I mean, shit, both. And that's why I get so mad about this case, and it pisses me off when somebody says I don't care. Yes, I care. It's traumatizing. I mean, and it's got to be traumatizing for them. That's their family. I'm not related to them. It traumatizes me. There's stuff wrong with this case, and I mean, I'm no professional by any means. There's something wrong with this case. There's all kind of shit wrong, and I'm getting to where I'm getting so confused that, like, I don't even know if I'm coming or going. Because the other thing I'm thinking, these are legal documents they're putting out. Nobody's reading this shit. They got to have a boss. I don't care if it's a judge. I understand. Usually I tell everybody there's God and our judges, and that's the way it works in the world, okay? But the judges do have a boss. There's somebody, like, look, I understand. Appeal but listen, this is ridiculous now. I don't know if he just don't know what is going on or if, I mean, he can't be doing that on purpose. I mean, shit, I don't know. It's just irritating me because all this is and he spelled Maddie's last name wrong, and it pisses me off because, listen to me, they're not. Look, oh my God, I cannot. It's not, people have a hard time speaking things sometimes, and so I don't say anything because I have a hard time saying Kaylee's last name sometimes, but spell the shit right. Like, when people spell Xana's name with a Z, it makes me want to fucking come unglued. Like, I end up saying something because I'm like, that's not how you spell her name. Like, it just bothers me. I'm like, I shouldn't be like that, but I can't. I'm just like, I can't pronounce some words right, so, but spelling, like, there's too many ways to look it up. Their name should not be been misspelled at all. And that probably wouldn't have flew all over me had it not been a document that I'm reading about some fucking shit that we've been lied to about. And it's not one lie, it's like 10 lies. And now, I mean, none of this shit's making any sense to me. So I get very frustrated because it's disrespectful to the 4 that are gone. Like, it's kind of like, I feel like they would feel like everybody's just laughing about it, like it don't matter. Nobody's really trying to solve it. That it, whatever. We're just going to do it. I cannot. It's driving me crazy. And I guess like the parents can't. I mean, I'm sure that bothers them too, but they're being more mature about it than I am probably, because I mean, it's just at this point, like, it's not fair. Okay, they can't speak for themselves. They can't. I mean, they can. They tell me. I'm saying though, they can't walk in the courtroom and freaking just take up for themselves. Okay, so I just feel like nobody is standing up saying, "Fucking everybody, shut the fuck up a minute." There's 4 kids here that are not here anymore, and what are we doing? I cannot. This is why I can't go in the courtroom, because I will go to jail. I would never make it. I told these people, because if I would, you know what? Grown ass folks in their 50s talking about pro burgers or whatever. What the fuck? No, I'm pro Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. That's what I'm pro. I'm pro want the truth. Because if they're not here and somebody decided to take their life, then whoever did that, how many ever, I don't care, all of them, one of them, whatever it was, which I think it was more than one, all of them, like, again, there's nothing those kids could have done. There's nothing going to come out. Anybody's going to tell me, I say this, and it's a out there example, but I do it for that reason. They could be dressed like clowns, like I said, and be prostituting themselves at the damn stop sign and still did not deserve it. I don't care what they were doing. They could have been selling crack on the street in lollipops for all I give a shit. No, they didn't deserve that. You know what I mean? Like, there's people, and what pisses me off even more is whatever was going on, there was adults that made them think it was okay. I understand that they're grown as in their age. They're not, they were in college still. They trusted people, I truly believe this, that literally they thought they were safe with, that they should have been with, that's my age, that's even 30. Hell, they should have been able to trust, and those grown-ups put them in danger, and it really pisses me off. Because, you know what I mean? Like, and they're not saying nothing. Y'all don't fucking feel bad. Y'all sleep just fine at night. Well, I'm tired of being awake from y'all's soul. They need to feel bad. What the fuck is really going on here? And y'all, in my mind, a 20-year-old that would have done this crime would have lost their mind already, unless they were literally that evil. And even though I cannot stand that's damn, I think, whatever they call him, his name is David, I think, but that one, I don't like neither one of them. That one I cannot stand. But I don't even think he would be able to just still sleep at night. Like, I think they would have went crazy. So I do not think it was just like 2 20-year-olds that went and did this. I do think it was somebody that was older, at least one of them. And I think it's somebody that's done this before or whatever. Because, and as far as Kaylee being, trigger warning y'all, punched in the face, if she was fighting this person, it does not have to be an ex-boyfriend to be passionate. And I've tried to explain this. My ex-brother-in-law, if you messed with his money, you could be a stranger. Especially if he's a man. Mainly if he's a man. If you fucked with his money or you messed him over on his money, and it had to be a good bid, I'm not talking about $100, he was coming to, like, that's just how it was. And you would think that it was a girlfriend or somebody that did it, but people are passionate about what they're passionate about. And some people are passionate about their money. Some people are passionate about being hired to do this kind of thing because they're all in a group. Like, people just think, oh, it has to be somebody that they were close to because this is a personal crime. Y'all, that, look, whoever did this, it didn't bother them. I mean, I'm telling y'all, it did not, I mean, I guess I shouldn't speak for them, but I don't think they lose any sleep over it. Now, my ex-brother-in-law did have he didn't mess with women. He didn't mess with college kids. He wouldn't have even messed with a guy that was like 18 or 20. You know what I mean? Like, He didn't do all that, but that's the difference. And that's what AR was talking about too. There's a difference in the way these people are now and the way they were, like, you know, this has got to do with more stuff than what people think. And I've said it was bigger than people thought it was from the beginning, because, I mean, I don't know how you couldn't tell. As soon as they said it was a targeted attack, I wasn't thinking just some lone serial killer coming to do it. When they said targeted attack, I took it as what I thought targeted attack was. Because when usually they speak of targeted attack, they're speaking of something that has to do with some kind of organization, some kind of DRUGS, some kind of people movement like that. Target is usually what they're talking about, which I don't know how they can tell everybody else they're safe, because how do they know there wasn't another target? How do they know somebody else in another house wasn't another target? So I've never understood that. Loach, whatever. I cannot stand it. Like, I cannot. I shake. I can't even watch video. I don't. I literally can. I don't know him, but I cannot stand him. Oh, I don't know why. I cannot. So yeah. But like, I don't, when they said targeted like that, I mean, how the fuck did they know? Especially with something like they were talking about targeted, and I believe that's what they were talking about. You don't know if some people, everybody's safe or not, because you don't know if they've got other targets they're going after. Like, how the hell do you know? Why would they say that? None of that shit made no sense to me. Listen, from the first press conference, I said something was wrong with fucking Elmer Fudd up there. Damn, whatever his name was. The damn man that retired now. I can't even remember his name. I call him Elmer Fudd because that's what he reminded me of. He looked doofy as shit. I mean, I don't understand how people... The first one, I said, oh, what the fuck is going on? Because he didn't even know what he was supposed to say and what he couldn't say. The damn school president standing there like he's over everybody. No, I was like, is this, what is going on? I cannot. I don't think that man is involved in nothing, because he is too dingy to be involved. He don't know what the fuck is going on around him. I mean, he's just dingy. He just reminds me of Elmer Fudd. I cannot help it. I was just, whatever. I don't know what's going on. We have Steve G talking about it's up to them whether it was a federal case or not, y'all, and I just had to laugh. Since the fuck when is it ever up to citizens if it goes, what the fuck is he talking about? And I'm no disrespect to him. I just need somebody to tell me what he's talking about. If Heather's in here, she's going to start laughing. Because the first thing I called on Heather's thing, I'm finna show y'all her video. That's what we'll do. Because I was like, what? She called something else, and I'm catching him talking about they could have made it federal if they wanted. Who the hell? Who made it federal? You can't just decide it's federal. When the hell did this happen? I'm so confused. See, some of this shit. Y'all. Maybe I'm just a dumbass, okay? Because I guess I don't know nothing, but I didn't know that we. Oh shit! I can't. I don't know. I'm not gonna make it through this trial. I ain't gonna have no computer left. My shoes. I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna take all my shoes out of here, so I don't beat the hell out of my computer and crack the screen again. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Lord have mercy. I'm not gonna make it. I don't know if I can do it. I'm not doing the Karen Reed trial again, because last time I screamed every day. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I just don't know. I forgot. Oh yeah, I'm looking for this video. See, I can't even think about what I'm doing. Just the last hearing did me in. I mean, I cried the whole day, just about beat the hell out of my computer. Like, I think I have too many emotions. It's not fun sometimes, feeling everybody's energy. Oh, sometimes it's not fun, because it's just not fun. Which I could have been picking up on Anne, like, because I didn't know her mom had passed. because as soon as they started showing that courtroom and like the Anne and then Bryce, like I literally started crying for no reason. I didn't know what the hell was wrong with me, but I just felt really sad, and I could have been picking up on that, and I just actually thought about that. Actually, that could have been what I was picking up on because I don't always know what I'm picking up on. I just pick up on emotions. Okay, this is it. I think. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is it. All right, hang on, y'all, because I got to share the screen. Lord have mercy. Hang on. Not that. Wait a minute. I'm opening everything except what I was trying to. All right. 1 second. All right.
And they're like, no, we've sealed, we've looked, we have evidence. This individual will never be free again. 100%, we have the right guy. There's no doubt in our minds. And we can have him at the state level, we can have him at the federal level. So it built my confidence into sticking with the state level and not. It would have been more expensive. It would have been more expensive. It would have been more expensive. And I literally was at the point where I was like, if it means that we don't ever. And I literally was at the point where I was like, if it means that we don't ever, Kaylee doesn't ever go to court for her, thing. Kaylee doesn't ever go to court for her, thing. Kaylee doesn't ever go to court for her, thing. I would have been fine with that, just to have the backup, just to have the know that if something went wrong, but they were like, no need. This is, I've had, individuals that do nothing but capital cases, 100%, that's all they do every single day of their lives, say that this is the strongest case that they've ever worked upon. They've never seen a case with this much evidence.
And Heather likes to do this kind of shit to me too, because then it really fucks with my head. Because there's never been a case with this much evidence.
We've sealed, we've looked, we have evidence. This individual will never be free again. 100%, we have the right guy. There's no doubt in our minds. And we can have him at the state level, we can have him at the federal level. So it built my confidence into sticking with the state level and not. It would have been more expensive, and I literally was at the point where I was like, if it means that we don't ever,
somebody, please,
Kaylee doesn't ever go to court for her, thing. I would have been fine with that, just to have the backup, just to have the know that if something went wrong, but they were like, no need. This is, I've had individuals that do nothing but capital cases, 100%, that's all they do every single day of their lives, say that this is the strongest case that they've ever worked upon. They've never seen a case with this much evidence.
How does he get to choose whether it goes to state or federal level? I need somebody to help. Am I a dumbass? Because I didn't think. Oh Lord. See, this is why I get tongue twisted. Maybe I'm confused. What is he saying right there? Does anybody know? I'm not dogging the parents. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on because I'm confused. Yeah, I think he got tongue twisted, but like, yeah, saying Kaylee was coming to court. But Miss Potts, you don't get to choose whether it goes to. What is he talking about? It would have been more expensive. Like he's paying for. I'm confused, Miss Potts. We don't get to choose. Like, even if it's our kids, we don't choose that, right? Like, you don't get to choose whether it goes to federal or state, right? I'm so confused at where he gets his information from. Y'all, who is telling him this stuff? But it sounds stupid. I'm not trying to be mean. Kane, I'll play the whole interview, but it makes me have issues, but I will. But I didn't know he could choose whether it went to federal. And nobody said that to him. They just let him say this stuff. This is what I'm talking about. Y'all, I literally could deal with the furniture talking. And what evidence is he talking about? Who told him that this case has more evidence? I'm so confused. Did I miss something? Did I bump my head? Am I stupid? Half my brain's missing. I missed something. Somebody tell me something. Because I'm very confused. Oh, at least Kane's saying that too. Okay, because I really thought I was going stupid for real. Hang on, Kane. I'm going to play the whole interview. Like, I sat here the other night trying to go back over stuff, and then they said, yeah, let me play this interview because there's something, and I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Oh, God. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, so. And if Daniel wants to strike me, I don't care. I don't think he will because he didn't strike Lana. And I could just play Lana's, but I'm just going to play his because I don't care, damn it. I don't talk shit about him neither. I don't understand the shit he thinks, but I don't go fucking with him neither, so he ain't got no reason to mess with me. My head hurts. This, it makes my head hurt. I have to type him in because he don't just pop up for me no more because I hit the little buttons and said, don't show me this shit no more. So, because his thumbnails piss me off. Why is there two of these? Oh, we're not listening to his question and answer because I can't do the question and answer thing. I might lose my blood pressure or something. I might have a stroke. So I don't want to be stroking. Hang on a minute. Yeah, I don't think I can handle it. Oh, God. I'm barely going to be able to handle this. All right.
60 and you want to lose weight, you should listen to this. This is how to get in shape fast.
And welcome everybody. Steve Goncalves, father of Kaylee Goncalves. How are you doing, my man? How's it going?
Doing good. It's been a good day. I just got off being on call, so it's nice to get my schedule back. And it's a good day. And it's almost summer here in North Idaho. Weather's looking nice, so it's nice. It's nice, and I've got good news today, so it's a good day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's it sounds good. It's out here in Texas. It's getting warm, and so I can imagine it's I guess a little bit cooler up there up in northern Idaho. You mentioned some good news today. I'm not sure how much you can go into, but more or less, what kind of news would that be?
We got some word that there was some paperwork that came out. I believe there were subpoenas, but don't quote me on that. I don't know exactly what they were, but there's paperwork that came out that asked people to be prepared to go to court. So I take that as a sign that Hitler's tight schedule is something he put together, and it looks like it's gonna happen. I'm kind of reading between the lines a little bit, but I can't say that that's a bad sign. So I'm glad that it's another thing that made this day a pretty good day.
Yes, sir. I've been excited. It's wrong. I've been liking what I've seen out of Judge Hitler. Not to say anything bad against Judge John Judge. It's just there's a different attitude, a different confidence, a different way of controlling the court. Have you noticed a difference? And I know you were a little bit against the move to Ada County. Do you feel the same way now?
Miss Potts, do you think that's true? Like, I'm not saying he's lying. I think that people tell him shit that's lies, and then I think he might get some things confused. But two parallel investigations going on for Brian Koberger, I don't understand why they would be investigating him like that. Like, all of that confuses me. Because if he didn't have any... this whole shit confuses me. I mean, maybe they did because of the crime itself and it being 4 people. But he's acting like the feds. And the thing is, y'all, he says in this interview that he wanted to know, could the feds take it if the state fucked something up? So that's a little peculiar. Do you know they've already fucked something up? Like, it's just weird. Oh, just investigation. Oh, okay. Just parallel investigation just on the whole crime. Okay, I got you. That makes sense. I was so confused. I get frustrated because, like, I don't understand where he gets the shit that he's talking about from. And, like, it's not in documents. And this is what makes people think that this is true or that's true. And none of the shit. And I'm like, oh, my God. It makes my hair fall out. Well, that's why Ann Taylor had to hire the roll-off dude, which is like a military forensic person, to get this shit off the phone from Dylan and her dad's phone, from whatever they erased. So there's something there. Ann Taylor wouldn't have done that. That's what I'm saying. Like, when y'all listen to this interview, if you hadn't heard it, you'll see there's so much shit left out, but there's so much shit that they keep talking about that's not. They're talking about that Garrett guy that fucking don't know nothing, and something about, like, there being a connection, and the state has already told them there is no fucking internet connection. There is no social media connection, period. They've done everything to try to find it. There is not one. So it just drives me nuts that we're still repeating the same shit, and that's what's wrong. It drives me crazy. That's not how you get justice for your kid for anything.
You know, you can have both things, right? You can be disappointed that the community that was hurt the most isn't the one that's able to see the justice. And I don't want to live in a country or a world where only our biggest societies are the ones that are able to orchestrate justice. You know, you don't want to be in a situation where you have to be in a big city for you to be able to have the facilities and the resources to actually have justice. I think that's a bad message, and I'm still against that. But it is what it is. Ottawa County, they didn't have the resources. They couldn't get it done. It was nothing against Hitler. But that courtroom was a fraction of the size of the one we're going to. Mm-hmm. I mean, it didn't even have an elevator. This one has an elevator of at least, I'm going to say, 6 floors. I haven't been on all of them. I typically just go straight to Hitler's, which is on the 5th floor, and I get out there and go straight to his court. So, and the security, all the different things that they have, there's a lot that goes into a case that gets the attention of the nation. So, I was disappointed that we had to move it, but I believed in the leadership of the state of Idaho that they would go out and find somebody who was built for this case, and that's exactly what happened. They went and found somebody who was understood the struggles that we were going through, and we got a leader that could go in there and clarify and understood the law, could figure it out on the fly. And you see that all the time. I mean, even presents.
What kind of fruit should a person eat if they want to burn fat and improve their health?
It doesn't make a difference.
Logical arguments that I've been hoping somebody would, which just speeds the whole process up. Otherwise, you know, you send everyone home, then they build the arguments, and then they come back and they say something that could have been spoken right then and there. So I'm definitely happy with Hitler, and I think he's more than fair. And things are moving. Things are moving. It felt like we went 2 years without anything happening. So I'm glad to be in a situation where this isn't every day of my life. Hopefully we don't go past 3 years, and we get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I agree 100%. One of the things that I've really thought that has made a big difference in this case is the transparency that's also been possessed through this case and now through Judge Hitler. And how do you feel about the transparency, the information that is now going through? I mean, this is a lot of information. We've had 911 calls, we've had text messages, we've had a lot of things that have come out recently that were sealed. As a family member of a victim, how do you see that information coming out, and how does it make you feel?
I'm not a fan of gag orders. When we first got one on us, we did a little research on them. We found out like the origins of them that we found in the United States went back to the 1800s, and they were used to basically silence the legal representation of unions. So when they started hiring lawyers with their fees and started to be able to have a lawyer tell them, hey, these mines that we're going into aren't safe. The whole bird, canary in the gold mine, mm-hmm. that goes back to these guys. They would go down there, and when the bird died, they ran. That was their safety. So they hired lawyers, and then these lawyers started, TV wasn't a thing. They went to the local newspaper and started saying and describing the conditions. And one of the legals of the time said, you need to shut him up. You got to shut those lawyers up. So they made a gag order. So they're not really, I'm not a fan of them. I don't like them at all. I think the truth coming from the court, the facts as they are, you're still going to have jury members that decide what those ultimate facts are, but hiding information in the sake of thinking that you can control the narrative. I don't, maybe when you had 3 news channels back in the day, when I was a kid, you had like ABC, CBS, and NBC, and that was it. But those days are gone. I mean, you got these people that think he's innocent, and you got these people that think he's guilty, and there's every view in between. So you're not going to hear just one narrative. You're not going to hear 3 stations saying that he's guilty. And that was just one reason of a gag order, where they basically said that this individual couldn't get a fair trial. But like I said, the gag order goes back to suppressing a lot of truth. And I don't want to live in a country where we have to hide the truth as we know it, the facts that are found in an investigation. We have somebody who's been in jail for 3.5 years. You should have a lot of evidence, and society should agree that evidence is sound enough that we can keep these people off the streets. Otherwise, you release them on bail, So I think our case, a lot of people try to say he's innocent until proven guilty. That's true. That's true in the most generic way. But we do have a grand jury, and that grand jury did an indictment, and that indictment basically pulled him off the streets. So I remind my children that we don't have like an innocent person in jail that there is no evidence. We actually do have somebody in jail with a bunch of evidence, and if he doesn't have answers for that evidence, I believe the case is over.
Yeah, no, there's actually quite a bit of evidence against him that we know about. I'm sure there's even more we don't. I think a lot of people look at the probable cause affidavit and say, hey, well, this has a lot of the information. And at the time, it probably did, but not so much anymore. I mean, the PCA was developed in probably 9 days from the moment that they, got his name to the moment that they put him in handcuffs. And so a lot more time has gone since then. And, well, let's kind of get back into it. Let's go to the beginning. A lot of people struggle with that night. Why that night? And a lot of folks have struggled with, if this was a guy that was trying to commit the perfect crime, he would have noticed the new vehicle that was Kaylee's. Maybe he didn't know who it was. She had not been there for a while. A lot of people speculate that she'd moved out and there was nothing there anymore. Is that the case? when it comes to what she was still living there or not?
She was spending way more time at our house. So,
if you see this bar on the bottom right here, you can see we're so close to hatching this egg. When we hatch it, there's a
depending on who this person was after, he may have chosen the date because that she was there, because the previous 2 weeks she had been at our home and had been taking care of stuff. People that don't know the area, that community I think gets around 90,000 when it's full in term between WSU and UI, but when they're out, it drops down to like 20,000 people. So what that means is if you're a local and you're one of these kids being a barista or working on tips, the money's gone. It dries up. So they all get out of town once school's out. So, she was up here, hustling, doing, she can go back to her barista job. I know other kids, my son, Jack, they come up here and as long as you don't burn your employer, you give them a call and you can pick up a shift at any drop of a hat. And we don't have the seasonal flows out like they do, so they could come up here and make good money. So I don't think she was there that much. And he had stocked that place out 23 times at least that we know of. We know he'd done more than that. There's some surveillance that shows that some of the days that he was there, he didn't have his phone on. The people got hung up, and even myself, over the stalking. The stalking in Idaho is defined as a certain profile. He was definitely stalking, surveilling, whatever definition you want. That he didn't have reasons to be in that location within 100 yards, and I can guarantee you they've checked his bank records and seen if he was actually shopping like some people are just naive and stupid. They want to be stupid. They want to believe myths and fairy tales and be lied to. I don't have any time for those type of people. So, we nailed down all these type of things. When we talk with the prosecution, we're just like, let's make sure that we've checked bank records. Let's make sure that we can define everything that this individual is doing when he was making these trips. And, when you're talking about 23 trips, can a person make a perfect backstory every single time they're driving out there? Sure, some days you can go to Winco and pick up a 6-pack and some potato chips or milk or whatever. But it takes true discipline to do it every single time. And I know mistakes were made. And people think, he was smart and it doesn't matter. The days of making a perfect crime, they're over. You can't do it. There's just too many sensories. I mean, every camera's a sensor. Every car on the road, every single year we get, there's more and more cars with cameras. You see all these morons that are, keying Teslas. What kind of idiot doesn't realize Teslas have cameras on 24/7? That they don't even need the car to be turned on. Yeah. So when you see stuff like that, that your days of making a crime and not being seen, they're over. And thank God for that, because maybe people can just get over it and treat each other good and stop trying to cut out corners and trying to, it's very rare that you get some individual who thinks he's got visions of grandeur so much that they think that they can decide when people live and die. I mean, that's a psychopath. That's somebody who's, or it's just got a death wish, and he wants to go out and be famous off of what his actions are rather than who he is. So I think you had that place, stacked out, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's seen something that night that made him decide that he had to do it. He had to build up, and I think there was multiple times he went there and he thought it was going to be the night. And he got frustrated because there was a party or there were some people there and he wasn't allowed to do it. So he made a rash decision. He rushed himself and he went and did it. And, like I said, he's not as smart as he thinks he is. None of us are as smart as we think we are. If we think we can get away with it, and a whole community is not going to be able to figure out that we're involved.
Yeah, 100%. You mentioned the 23 times that he was around that place. In the documents, it verifies or clarifies that on these occasions, these 23 times, that he was within 100 meters, and it was between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. Not when majority of your shopping is done and there's not a store within 100 meters of the victim's residence. You also mentioned that maybe perhaps he was out there with his phone off. The documents only bring up to November 17th. I don't know if you know or not, but I think that if Kaylee was maybe perhaps the subject of the target there, maybe there'd be some sort of correspondence there with the times that he was in the area with his phone off, but the nights that he went with his phone off was also the times that Kaylee may have been in town. If those days correspond together, then that might be something that really points in that direction. Back early on, you'd mentioned that injuries didn't match. A lot of people have speculated what you meant by that, including myself. I still don't know the answer. Would you mind explaining what you meant by that?
I'm careful with it because throughout this whole investigation,
Hi, I'm Brett.
And I'm Jonathan.
This is Darla.
And
there was things that we found on our own, and there was things that they shared with us. And that was one of the things that we kind of found out on our own. So I did share a little bit. And usually when I do share things, it's things that I didn't give my word that I wouldn't share it. It's hard to describe. I don't want to go too far down, but like how I said, we talked to Mabbit, and she basically said that they were in the bed together. They had passed away, but she's seen markings and damages, so that made her suspect that that there was more to what had happened to them in that bedroom. So, I mean, I'll say he struck my daughter. I'll give that out. He punched her, and so for all those people who think he's a great guy, now he punched my daughter right in the face. So yeah, he's got some shit coming to him. We're coming for him. That's one thing that was a little bit different. There's more to it, but I'm gonna have to sit down with make sure that I don't say something that is going to play into the case and tie anybody's hands.
Understood. Yeah, we definitely don't want to, I don't mean any disrespect either by the question, and I hope it's not too much. I've never wanted to ask yourself or anybody anything about the injuries or the severity. My thoughts had always been that obviously there would have to be a first person that he'd attack, and we'd probably have more of a surprise, and then a second person that he might have to act a little bit more quickly. But it sounds like it could be even more than that. Which is it's the whole thing is sad, and I apologize, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Of course.
And so, you mentioned that law enforcement, they were open with you in the beginning, and then at a certain point they stopped. Was there ever a time when they may have told you that they believed that the person who committed this crime was outside of her circle, a stranger, so to speak?
Yeah. Very early on, they talked about they being the FBI. So we have an FBI satellite in the location right here in Coeur d'Alene. Mm-hmm. So we went down there, and they laid out a profile for us. Said we wouldn't be surprised if this individual picked this community on purpose, because I guess they knew by the crime scene that this was a planned out event. There wasn't. They would know how something would look like if it's, like a domestic violence type thing. It's going to look different than a crime where somebody sneaks in, gets to the people, kills them, and then gets out and doesn't leave a bunch of evidence, a bunch of blood trails out, and all that type of stuff. So early on, they said that they think that this individual picked this community, they wouldn't be surprised if he was on hugging the border of Washington. He was on the Washington side. There was I think a Lewis and Clark murder case that was 5 victims, and they never figured out who it was. So if this person was studying law, they may have known that this community had already had a serial killer come into their area, and then they got away with it. So that, and if this person wanted to go to a college and go get, education, then, he had 2 colleges to pick from. And he was also going to an area that didn't have a history of always catching their serial killers. So I think they had identified that 100%. And they went down some scenarios of like what this person would probably behave like, what they would do, what their profile was. And the thing is, between the FBI, the state police, and my own investigation and investigator, and just having a presence online with all these kids that could reach out to us and talk to us, we found out a lot of information pretty early on. And I think maybe law enforcement was scared to have somebody who was that in tune with what was going on. We knew about the chief before it ever came forward. We knew about the white car day one. They were like, they're looking for a white car. We didn't come out and tell anyone that because we didn't want people flooding us with fake clues. That was one reason why we never even gave out some of the details on Kaylee, because we'd have people that say, oh, I know who did it, and this is how it went down. So then we'd say, well, what happened to Kaylee? And they could never, obviously they couldn't tell us what those details were. So we were doing the same thing that officers do. You keep some exclusive information back so you can vet people that are trying to, be a snitch or an informant, or, they're trying to leverage like, hey, I'm going to tell you this stuff about what this other guy did so I can get out of jail, or I can, things like that. So we went through some of that. And, but I think when we were accurate and we had that information, there was definitely, I know individuals looked us up and said, how are you guys coming to this info? How are you guys getting this stuff? And, maybe it was just luck. Maybe it was determination. And I feel like there was times I worked on this case 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, we figured some stuff out, and, that can definitely intimidate people, especially for a person who's, I told them right off the beginning, you're not going to gag me. You're not going to silence me. I'm not going to play a part in helping the person who killed my daughter. I'm going to do everything in my path to make sure that I play a role that this guy is killed and held 100% accountable to the fullest extent of the law, directly because he chose my family.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, 100%. As a father myself, and if I was really hope, and I was in your situation, I'd probably be in the same boat, my man. Doing everything I possibly can, having as much attention as I possibly can get before it turns into like some sort of cold case. Because I can fairly positively say that may have been a fear at one point, that they weren't going to catch this guy.
The thing we hear over and over and over again is, why do I need a deodorant for private parts? I can just take a shower. So we put Mando to the test and compared it to a shower alone. This is the...
Yeah. I mean, we all hear about the truck driver or, the rambling guy who just comes through your town. You know how hard it is when somebody who's doesn't have any connections to your community. And this individual didn't have any he didn't have a history. He was just moved out there. Mm-hmm. So those are the hardest cases. I've become very obsessed with working with legislators over this, because I'm like, something long-standing that we can do to help these children, this happened to them, is we can pass some laws that can help, make it harder for somebody to come into our community and do something like this again. And one that's always been in the back of my mind, I've never worked on it, was just registering like truckers. If you're going to be an interstate trucker, you probably should have your fingerprints or something done into a system where, just because there's just so much, it's impossible to ask a local police officer to investigate some guy who comes into your community for a couple hours and you're never going to see him again.
Yeah, 100%. The defense has brought up that they have a full of alternate suspects, and I I know they have some blood on a handrail, and I know they have some other persons that they might look at. Maybe perhaps an incident that may or may not have occurred at Signakai. I don't know if it did or didn't. Have you heard anything about that situation, or is that just all rumor?
It's all rumored BS. I mean, he was with his sister, man. These kids are so good. I mean, he was being his little date for his sister. I mean, wow. I mean, you see so many brothers and sisters fight and they can't stand each other. And these guys were, she was inviting him over for like a dance to be around her brother. So it just goes to show how close these kids were. But yeah, I haven't heard no real, any truth to any of that.
Another person that I think that the defense might look at it is Jack. And a lot of reason might be just because he was with the girls that night at the corner club. He was the person that was getting phone calls. A lot of people still suspect that those phone calls may have been somebody else, without going into any details, because that's their business. But did you hear any voicemails, or was it just text messages? Was there like proof of life at the time when those voicemails or calls were left?
The phone stuff was investigated by Christy and Olivia, so I wasn't around when they actually got into those things. I seen some of the screen captures, but I'm trying to help people understand how we know for a fact that Jack's not involved. There is the whole cast went into that neighborhood, and people are going to understand that cast detail is, though we didn't get some of the timing records, there's still a lot of information there that they did get. And Jack is one of the people where they did get the timing records, which lets you go within feet. Mm-hmm. So they knew when Jack's phone was moving when he was in his bed, sleeping and moving around, whether that was under his pillow or it was on his blankets or whatever, moving around. So they have a absolute certainty where Jack was that night, and there's surveillance that was going on around there that lets them know. I mean, of course, he could sneak up in the attic and go through the crawl space. You could always, you could do these YouTube crazy scenarios where he got out of the house without triggering any of the surveillance that they had. But realistically, they know exactly where he was. Now, is he going to be an alternative suspect? Hopefully they don't put him through that. But if he does, he'll be coming into that courtroom with us right by his side. And he'll probably be staying over at our house at our Airbnb. So,
how's he doing?
Yeah, it's a waste of time, but she can only have certain kinds of suspects. These suspects have to play a part. They have to have some kind of evidence of being in that house. And a house with 6 different girls, there's going to be a lot of suspects. That qualifies a lot of people that could justifiably be in that home. So that's what she's going to do. But I go back to my Idaho community and some of the things that I've already heard grand jury members talk about and hear and speak, whether it was Blum or some of the other people that recorded some of the things. They said, these guys aren't stupid. These women aren't stupid. They know a suspect when they see one. I remember one of the greatest questions that one of them asked was, I think they said they asked the judge to verify if he ever had a fishing or a hunting license since he bought the K-bar, since it was delivered to his house. And he did. But that just goes to show that how intelligent these guys are. They're thinking it through, like, what reason would a guy have if he's not in the military? These guys out here are outdoorsmen. They know why you would have one of those. The K-bar is a military weapon to keep you, to fight other men. Really, that's what it's for. So you could be a moron and use it for filleting fish, but they wanted to rule that out. And maybe you're using it for hunting. You don't really know too much about hunting and the type of knives that most hunters use. But these guys are on top of it. And I think if he thinks he picked the right community, a bunch of dumb hillbillies, he's really in for a rude awakening.
Oh yeah, 100%. How is Jack doing? Is Murphy? Is he with Murphy? Is Murphy with Jack?
Yeah, they go camping. They do a lot of outdoor stuff. From what he said to us, we're hoping to do some fishing trips out here. We go into Montana. There's some lakes out that are pretty remote with some huge big old rainbow trout. So,
Nice.
yeah, we'll plan something. We'll do something with him this summer. And, every year he's out there doing something in the mountains out on these, we call them logging roads. They're just dirt roads that take you out in the middle of nowhere and you can get away from it. I know he's going to be very stressed out. He's a very quiet kid. I mean, if you could look at somebody who would be like,
what does gluten do to the body? Did you know the number of Americans eating gluten-free?
The least temperament to ever pull a crime like this off, it would be Jack. I mean, Jack is, and Kaylee, they've been dating for 8 years, I think. And she said he had never even raised his voice to her. He had never, ever insulted her in any fashion. They'd broken up for a while and she went out with another guy and he was so rude to her. And she was like, basically being around this guy in an hour, he had insulted me more than Jack had in 8 years. Mm-hmm. So she was like, I might not ever find another Jack again. I mean, that was her exact words to her mom. So I have no worries that they'll do that. I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it'll go anywhere.
Yeah, well, let him know that he'll be in my thoughts and prayers as long as with you and your family as well. Now, Brian Cover gets arrested. How did you find out about his arrest? When did you find out about his arrest?
They called Shannon Gray, our lawyer, right away, as soon as before us, and they probably gave him like a rundown of the situation and how much they could say, and some paperwork that came along with it in an email. And so then he called us and he shared with us and said, hey, they've arrested a guy. Here's his name. Here's his background. There's a message that I sent you guys with some PDFs, some, I think it was the affidavit and a couple other little side notes on there. I mean, it might've been some of the stuff from Pennsylvania. I don't remember exactly, but that's how we heard. It went straight to Shannon, then Shannon to us. And then we heard from Karen and, we started kind of just, we were super excited just because the next day we had a celebration of life, and we basically had prayed that this person would be caught and we wouldn't have to go through that celebration of life thinking that this creep would be trying to be there among us and try to blend in and get some kind of satisfaction by watching us all suffering.
Yeah. I didn't know it was that much earlier before the celebration of life. I'm assuming the first thing that you're doing is researching this guy, and there's something called the Andrew Garrett discovery. Are you familiar with it?
I sure am. Yeah.
And it sure does seem like you guys were on the same page as far as the possibility of a social media account potentially belonging to Brian Koberger, following some of the victims and your daughter and Maddie and Xana. Do you still feel that way, that that's the right profile and that there was some sort of following, at least on the internet, of some sort?
Yeah. It was kind of confusing at the very beginning, and I'm sure it was confusing for the investigators, because I went in there one day with my family and we were like, what happened to the LinkedIn? Why were you guys into our account? Why did you remove it? And they looked at us like we were from another planet. Eyes bulge, and we could tell they were being completely honest. They were like, we have no idea what you're talking about. Well, we later on figured out and investigated and found out that it was the FBI. So there was two parallel investigations going on at the same time. So I think, and I've been told that the FBI wanted clear lines. Like, you guys are going to be working on this stream of information. We're going to be working on this stream of information. And Stalking was one of them. When I had those sit down meetings with those FBI agents, they talked about how it was a 20-year term that they could possibly get if, because I was worried that I thought at one particular time, maybe I could have the charges dropped on Kaylee and picked up at the federal level. And then there would be a failsafe in case something happened at the state level, if any mistakes were made, if anything got thrown out. We were just trying to be that careful. And they basically let me know that they had an investigation that they could still pick up. Even if something got messed up, this person was not going to walk free if, you know, somebody came out and, heaven forbid, got caught lying, or the Brady, or whatever the different things that can throw evidence out. There was still another investigation that they felt very confident in. That I remember one of the agents saying, "We're the FBI. Do you think that a mass murderer of 4 would be released on a technicality?" And I was like, "I don't know." You know, and they're like, "No. We've sealed, we've looked, we have evidence. This individual will never be free again. 100%, we have the right guy. There's no doubt in our minds. And we can have him at the state level. We can have him at the federal level."
3 signs your car accident is worth major compensation. If you've been in a car accident recently, there are 3 critical signs that could...
So it built my confidence into sticking with
I'm
the state
confused
level.
again.
It would have been more expensive. And I literally was at the point where I was like, if it means that we don't ever, Kaylee doesn't ever go to court for her, you know, thing, I would have been fine with that, just to have the backup, just to have the know that if something went wrong. But they were like, no need. This is, I've had individuals that do nothing but capital cases, 100%. That's all they do every single day of their lives, say that this is the strongest case that they've ever worked upon. They've never seen a case with this much evidence.
It sure does seem like it. I mean, at this point, it sounds like they have pieced together his entire kill kit. You know, from the mask to the knife to the sheath, the sharpener, the jumpsuit. I wouldn't be surprised if they found Van's shoes somewhere and other types of shoes and booties.
That's 13, right?
Yes, size 13. You know, the judge mentioned something about a gift card as well. I thought that was interesting as far as the purchase goes. To me, if he did use a gift card, that just shows that he was trying to hide the purchase. And not very well, because he still got it delivered to his house by name. When you mentioned the FBI, I thought this case could have easily gone to the FBI, given the fact that a lot of that kill kit was purchased in Pennsylvania. He traveled to Washington. If he was doing some following online, one could perceive that some of that following may have been done in Washington. He crossed state lines to go and park at their residence, and for at least on one night for over an hour, between 10 to 4 a.m. You know, those are all pretty big signs that this could have gone federal. But you know, they went through the state, and from based on what you're telling me, it sounds like they got a strong case against him.
Yeah. One of the reasons that you can make it a federal case is if you conspired. If you're sitting there and you're doing things online, I think I'd have to go back and review the actual provision, but it talks about if you're committing a crime and you're using a computer to do the crime, and that K-bar being ordered there means that he's got premeditation and he started planning it back there and then went and committed it in another state, and then or relocated to another state from the origins of the crime, and then jumped over to Idaho. So I definitely think it could have qualified for a federal case, and I think they would have. I think there was really a close battle, and there was some back and forth on who was going to take this case over, but there was so much evidence that they were like, let's just let them. It is an Idaho thing. Let them have it. And I know one thing that they told me was don't expect the death penalty if it goes federal.
Oh, got you. Yeah, that makes a big difference there.
Yeah, and I 100% wanted the death penalty. So that was one of the biggest reasons why we kept it where it was.
There you go. That makes the biggest difference there for me as well.
I didn't know they had a choice.
Kind of going back to
the feds don't ask you that. What the fuck is he talking about?
Of a vehicle that's traveling around. There's also a video from another place on Linda Lane.
Hang on.
That captures also some traffic.
Somebody tell me, because I don't have a whole lot of true crime experience like this. When the fuck So Steve and them could decide whether it went federal or not? Because that's what he's saying. I'm very confused about this. How the fuck? Can anybody? I don't understand. What the fuck are they talking about? Anybody? Somebody? Shit. I'm fixing to play this. I just had to ask that because I don't understand that.
Traveling around. Early on, there was a lot of speculation. Some people still point at this, that they can hear things throughout earlier portions of the night. I'm not sure if you have or not, but if you heard any of the audio that may be closer to the victims' homes, do you hear any of those such things? Do you think there may be some sort of play with the audio on some of those footages?
I know the backstory of where that Linda Lane came from, and it was a money grab. It was literally, I know the exact person that went and purchased this thing. And so they tried to get me to release it or discuss it or bring it up in one of the interviews that I was doing, and it get me to echo some of the things that were on it. So I had some people look at it themselves, and they were like, it's either been the audio has been manipulated, or it's so poor quality that they didn't have any confidence in it. And some of the things that are the times don't match up to the times that I know my daughter was moving and doing and sending taxes and all these different things. So, and plus we had the 1112, I think that is the other surveillance that basically we could hear a lot clearer during the exact same times. So anyone who thinks that they're breaking a case over these cameras and whatever they're hearing, it's kind of naive. It's naive to think that you heard something and everybody's going to throw this investigation off and not overlook something that you found is so amazing. This true crime stuff is it's an eye opener. It sucks to have your daughter's murder be like some form of somebody's like entertainment, and they like to go out there and stir up their followers and make
Let's put 1 and let's check. 4 minus 3.
narratives that are more like for novels than real life, So it's terrible. And I don't know what I'm going to do if I ever cross one of these people.
Yeah.
I've thought to myself, do I just go to jail? And, do I just,
not worth it.
but it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard,
Yeah.
And that's not most of them. There's only a few that are like that. I mean, most people are trying to be honest and like you are, and you have been, and it does. And I don't even expect you to always be right. We haven't been right every time either. So, I just expect people to be honorable and, don't purposely spin a narrative that in the back of your mind is false, and you just hope that your users never, cross the same information that you found. You go suppress certain things to keep your narrative alive longer. I'm almost positive that there's people doing that, because I've seen other people make comments that said, "Hey, this happened at this time. This doesn't follow your scenario," and then they just strike that, that thing's been deleted, they delete it after a certain amount of time. So it tells me that this person isn't after the truth. They're just after, rallying up their followers.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I've seen that. I've seen that in a few different cases where, in different ones too, where this mob just kind of gets out of control, which is one of the things that I really try to go up against here on this channel, is to put out there what's correct and accurate versus and to combat those that are trying to manipulate what is put out there. There's been literally a situation where there was a scenario with the DNA in this case where they were talking about how it doubled up. And the way it was explained to me was as if you had like an audio where you wanted to play an MP4 and an MP3, you had to change it. And so now you have the MP3 and the MP4, but they're both the same thing. And yet, on these pro burger channels, they just hear that it doubled it, that they hit the pause button. They don't go into the explanation of why it is. and they leave a huge piece of context out. And that's what we tried to add on here, is that context, to make sure that everybody understands exactly what's going on. You brought up something interesting. You brought up the 1112 King Road video. Without going into too many details, because I don't want to violate any gag order, but when you have the opportunity to maybe view it or not, is there a distinct time difference between the DoorDasher? Do you see a DoorDash vehicle? And is that vehicle different than the white vehicle that is suspected to be Brian Coburns?
What I seen, yes, it's a different vehicle. The times line up with what the courts have specified. I often wonder if that vehicle crosses paths with the white Elantra. It looks to line up to where they possibly do, and that'd just make the case even that much stronger. Especially now, I don't the age of that car. I don't know if it would have a camera, and I don't know what. I've never done Uber Eats or any of those type of things, so I don't know what their rules are. If you have to have some way of tracking your vehicle, but yeah, there things. There's certain cameras that are a lot better at detailing what's going on, and they've triangulated all of the cameras together, so they're not relying on just one. And the timing that they do between when it hits one and then goes to another, then they can tell you the speed that it was doing. So that white car was all over that crime scene, and the person had their phone off, which we knew very early on with those FBI saying that we're almost looking more for someone who turned their phone off during these times. That was more of a red flag to them than having a phone on. Now, most of the phones, now, of course, they're going to go through all those people in that area and look for out of area numbers. So if those girls, their numbers weren't as interesting as if somebody that was from, let's say, Montana went through there, that had not shown up ever on all the previous dumps that they weren't just dumping that day. They were putting together all those things. So they were looking for outsiders, and they were also looking for somebody who had turned their phone off. Because what do college students never do? They never turn their phones off.
Right.
They never turn them off. I mean, they put them on a charger next to their bed. Why would your phone go off? And I used to have the exact term on this, but some of the Garretts, some of the people that I've spoken with, Shadow Dragon, there's a hard close. Don't quote me if that's the exact word it is. I'd have to go look at my records, but there's a way that they can identify when a phone's been turned off and how it's been turned off. And they can even tell you if the battery life, what it is. So when this moron turned off his phone, hard turned it off with 90 some plus battery life, and he's sitting in his car driving around, people, you're fools if you think that this is just all coincidence. Here's another coincidence that they're going to be checking on. So how many stargazing apps do you got on that phone? How many you got on there, Bo? Because I don't think you got any. And believe it or not, those are actually pretty popular apps. I was shocked. So the amount of detail that these investigators have done, it's impressive. I mean, these are great, hardworking men. They shouldn't be attacked. They shouldn't be pulled into these conspiracies and all this stuff. I mean, a little bit goes with the job, but this case, I feel like it's taken it to another level. And I just don't think it's fair. I think it's foolish to think that.
I just got my Wild Pastures order in the mail. Let's check out what I got.
We've been loving getting our chicken, beef, and pork from Wild Pastures lately. It's a family-owned meat delivery service with a mission to make pasture-raised meats more affordable. In the past, I used to be super confused by deceiving terms like now.
You got Moscow in on some kind of conspiracy, and then you got Washington State, and then you got Idaho State, and then you got the federal. They're all working together. I mean, at what point is it just get so ridiculous? But maybe this is what Hollywood's done, is just poisoned people's minds to where they every movie you watch has a flip and something happens at the very end, you know, and that's what people are expecting in this case, because it's just so obvious. There's so much evidence pointing to one guy. They think that there has to be this curvature, some, you know, special ending, but this is real life, people, and they got the right person. And there was a time where I was trying to be very open about who it was, but they laid it out in a way that still hasn't came out. There's stuff that is going to literally blow people's mind. Like, this jury is going to be like the first one, you know, an hour and a half, and go get him, indict him. He's done.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, people who think that these guys are going to be like sitting for hours stressing out on what argument Anne had. Anne is so desperate right now. It's a joke. She's so desperate that she's using the work that me and my family put together to get all those clues. We did those interviews so all these people would call, and if you see something, say something, you know, and that led to a massive amount of tips. And now she's going through all those, she's going through all that stuff, trying to find out somebody that can fit the profile of somebody she can say is an alternative suspect. But, you know, thank God Idaho has rules. So, you know, otherwise we'd probably be 4 weeks of her just rambling.
All right. So maybe I'm just a fucking idiot. So, you know, because I am a dumbass. There's other fucking DNA. Can somebody tell me what he's talking about? This is the shit I'm talking about. Y'all, somebody has told this man. Yeah, the FBI did not tell this man this shit. Who the fuck is... I want to know who told him this. Whoever the fuck told this man this shit should be fired. Whoever the fuck told this man there's more evidence. I don't give a fuck what we can see and what we cannot. Ann Taylor would not be doing what she was doing if they had direct fucking evidence, unless they've got it and have not turned it over. And I mean, somehow that wouldn't surprise me. But the other thing is, I would figure that already have turned it over because they would want him to make a plea deal. So that's where I'm at with that. So I don't think they have that. So I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck he's talking about. And then this trial is not going to be fun because they're going to lose their fucking mind waiting on evidence. What the fuck are they going to do when they get to trial and I'll need nothing? Lord God, this is not going to be pretty. Whoever lied to them ought to be ashamed of themselves, and their lawyer is a fucking idiot. I cannot stand Shannon Gray. Like, I don't even know why they're paying that dumbass. He don't do nothing for them. He don't tell them shit. He lets them say shit like this. Who the fuck has told this man this shit? And also, he was talking about the grand jury. How does he know what the grand jury asked? Nobody's supposed to know that. Like, he don't even need to be announcing that shit because that shit is kept private. So, and if he's listening to Bloom, he's the one that called Bloom a fucking liar. But tonight he's talking about listening to Bloom. What do you mean listening to Bloom? You said Bloom was a damn liar. It can't be both. See, these people listen to me. I'm going to quit feeling like I'm going crazy. They can't have every fucking scenario. Just like Dylan cannot be drunk, cannot be asleep, cannot be out of her mind, cannot be scared, sees Ann on the floor, but thinks she's drunk. All that cannot be. It cannot be. It fucking cannot be. I do not know what the fuck they're going to do, but this is the most ridiculous shit I have ever seen in my life. And this is what makes me so ill about it. Idaho should be ill. All these people in Idaho are dumbasses, whether they like true crime or not. This is your tax money. Do you see this shit? I just want to say, again, it's made me pay attention to what the fuck is going on in my state and my county. Because, I mean, this is over $1 million case. And it's like a joke. It's not a joke, but I have never in my life, I may not have went into documents, but I've watched court cases. You know what I mean? Like, I've never in my life seen where fucking legal people are telling a family some bullshit like this. Not like this. Not like this. Like, this man did not make this shit up. Somebody's telling him that, and he trusts these people that are telling him that, y'all. That's what I'm trying to get everybody to understand. The people that are telling him this are probably who he's saying. People that have got all this experience, and so he thinks, wouldn't you? You would probably think, why the fuck would you not? So, this is not going to be pretty. This is not going to be pretty. I'm just telling y'all, this is not going to be pretty. Either one of them or both of them are going to lose their mind before the end of this trial. Because when they realize they've been lied to, not only that, humiliated, because all of us that's been trying to tell him, it's like, and that don't even matter. It's about his kid. Fuck whether he shouldn't be humiliated, because I'm not going to ever make fun of him for it, because the people that told him this shit should go to jail. The state should go to fucking jail for lying to parent. Like, that's sick. That's fucking sick. It's disgusting. Kaylee's mama is really upset. Like, the woman literally, wholeheartedly, I don't know about Steve, but that woman wholeheartedly hangs on every word they're telling her. They should be a fucking ashamed of themselves. That is fucking sick. I'm telling y'all, I can never be on a jury. I will never, ever serve on a jury unless I know background information, because I'm not going in there for these motherfuckers to be able to. The first time I say is, what the fuck did y'all keep out of court? What did y'all decide? What evidence did y'all decide that wasn't coming through? What like, literally, that's what I would stand up and say. And I tell them, look, I don't watch this shit too much. Y'all ain't fucking with me. I'm not finna send nobody to jail for whatever, like they did Richard Allen, and then come and find out all this other bullshit. I can't sleep at night. All these other motherfuckers might be able to. Trisha can't. So I just can't even serve on a jury, because I ain't gonna lie to them. You best believe I'm looking into it before I bring my ass up here, because y'all can't tell the damn truth, and y'all want to be taking shit out that don't, and I'm not gonna be responsible for putting somebody in jail. I'm not. I cannot. Not when I can't trust the justice. Like, what? I don't know if I'm making the right decision or not, because I don't know what we're getting told and what we're not. And I would have never known this if I had not watched this case, y'all. Because the O.J. Simpson, I was in like 7th grade. I didn't understand everything, and I sure shit didn't watch it. Watching Richard Allen, Karen Reed, this shit here, like, there's no way I would serve on a jury without doing background information. Not one that was serious. If it was some rinky-dink shit, okay, whatever. But some serious charges because Alabama has a death penalty. I won't serve on a death penalty case, because I don't trust. There's no way. The only way I would do it is if I knew that there wouldn't be no sense in going to trial. The dumbass should just plea out, because if there was recorded evidence of somebody doing something, to a kid, whatever, then I would do it. But you're not going to be on a jury like that, because those type people are going to plea out because they know they're guilty. This shit's wild to me. Because the reason I'm not blaming them for believing something dumb is because what they've been through is traumatic. And all they've got is what the state, why would the state ever lie? We can see it from the outside. They're in it. So, you know what I mean? If it was my kid, I would be thinking the state's not going to just, like, why would they? It's hard, because this is hard it's almost unbelievable for me when I'm watching the shit, y'all. Because, the shit cannot be real. That's why I keep telling myself it is. So I can understand. I'm not mad at them for believing. I'm mad at the people that are lying to them is what I'm mad at. Because somebody's lying to them. And somebody he trusts is lying to him. And they ought to be ashamed of themselves. I'm sorry. That's just sick. Daniel knows better, though. He was a cop. Like, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. The thing that, and listen, I don't talk about Daniel. He does not come over here and fuck with me. If I go over to his, I don't say anything in his chat because it's not right for me to go on his turf and talk shit to him. He don't do it to me. The only thing I don't understand is Daniel's not fucking stupid, so he's getting paid to say this dumb shit because he's not that stupid, y'all. He is not that stupid. But there's no way you could pay me to fucking say no stupid shit like that. I don't care. I live in a trailer, for God's sake. I will be poor the rest. I'm not. $1 million I cannot. There's no way. I cannot. I'm not going to be controlled. I'm not going to do any of that. Literally, I'm doing healing classes, and I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't watch The Reckoning Codes, Humans for Humanity, y'all should. When you learn that you're the ones that allow people, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. You are not what happens to you. This is what I was trying to explain to Meanie the other day. The trauma that you go through and stuff, you don't have to be that person. You don't have to carry a burden. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that. And as humans, we always blame like our family, whatever else, but you don't have to do that. You can put it down at any time. And once you realize that you are the one that controls the way people treat you or how you let them treat you, what you carry, what you don't carry, and you unprogram yourself from this MK Ultra world that we are programmed into, and you are who you want to be instead of who you think you're supposed to be for everybody else, you live a whole different life and you see things a whole lot different. And we can't help like the trauma we've been through or whatever. I've made excuses for my family, and most of them are dead even, but like for the life of me, until the past 10 years, I literally tried to make people love me, make my sister love me, make my brother-in-law love me. You know what I mean? Like I could never be good enough. And what was wrong with me? Just everything. And you know what? At some point, I don't care. You can't get inside and hurt me because I've dealt with all my demons. I've dealt with all my pain head on. And nobody's going to blackmail me with my past because I'll tell anybody what I've done. I don't give a shit. There is... Like I said, I wish Christy would go, and I'm not going to get in touch with her because I don't bother the parents, and they probably don't. If they've ever listened to me, they probably don't care for me because I don't agree with everything they do. I do love their daughter. I do care whether she gets justice. That's why I say what I say, but I understand. But like Kaylee is in her mama's face yelling. If she would just get somewhere quiet where she could hear her daughter, she could hear her daughter. And I think that would help her a whole lot. You don't get over death. Anybody that tells you that, I don't think that's true. I don't think you ever get over it. You just have to learn that these people are not gone. That's why I get mad. It pisses me off for somebody to say, well, they're not here. They can't say nothing. No, they say a lot. You just can't fucking hear them because you're not trying to. Or maybe you don't believe, whatever the hell it is. And I don't judge people for what they believe. Like, I've done went down that route myself, like, all of that. So, yeah. I don't do anything that's organized control, period. Anything that smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, it is one. So I've always been the emotional person, the healing person, the help everybody else person, because I didn't want to, I've been done like this, and so I wanted to fix this person because I know how they felt. And all I was doing was keeping a mask over who I was, because that's what we do. We wear a mask because that's what we think we're supposed to do. We go to college to do something that our parents want us to do, or do this or do that. None of that makes anybody happy. You literally have to learn that. I know, and I'm just going to say this and be done with it. Churches and everything else tell you you're not supposed to love yourself. That's fucking stupid, okay? You cannot love anybody else unless you love yourself. You're not supposed to love yourself so much that you're like acting like fucking Kim Kardashian. You're supposed to love yourself enough to respect yourself, because if you don't, then nobody else is. And the energy you put out is what you're going to get back. I just went through a fucking long distance relationship where my dumb ass literally was head over heels like I'm 16 or something, like a dumbass, and just had to deal with feeling like I was 16 again. I'm not doing it no more. I will never do it again. I ain't finna do it. Never again. Never again. But I kept on saying, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Fuck that. No. I changed my whole self to make this person happy, and it's fuck. Do you see what happened? Because it still didn't. It's still stupid as shit. Anyway, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna speak my mind. I do respect these parents. I would never disrespect Steve. I would never tell him he shouldn't feel any type of way. He can feel whatever way he wants to. He can say what he wants to, but I'm just saying, I wish somebody, his lawyer or somebody, would be like, hey, something's not right. Like, I don't understand why nobody's not saying, this is the shit I don't understand. What is the point? And this is what I want to say to Drunk Turkey or any of them. What the fuck is the point? It's fine to respect him. I understand you feel bad for him, and I understand sitting there listening to him talk. You know, even Drunk Turkey is stuttering because he don't know what to say, because I know he feels bad. You know what I mean? His kid got murdered. But let me lie to your face, Steve, because that's going to get your daughter justice. What the fuck? I'm not doing that. Not because I don't give a shit about your daughter, because I do. I'm not saying I'm right. I could be all fucking wrong. Maybe Brian Koberger did this. I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. I have no idea. But I don't understand why you don't have more questions. Okay, I understand publicly why he would say, leave Dylan and Bethany alone, whatever. Like, I get that. But deep down, like, why the fuck? Xana's parents have got to be fucking devastated. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why there is no more question. If you think Brian's guilty, I don't give a shit. But why don't you have more questions for the state? Why don't you have more questions for what's wrong with this? And why in the fuck can nobody see what, how do these people not see nothing's wrong with this? There's no way. This is what I get so irritated with Jeff and everybody else about. How the fuck are you telling me you see nothing wrong with this? I do not understand. And like I said, I am a dumbass sometimes, but nobody has been able to explain to me why they cannot. It has nothing to do with whether you think Brian's guilty or not, whether I get mad. That's not what I get mad about. What I get mad about is you're just acting like the whole thing just makes perfect sense. Listen here. My head is spinning. That last document with the knife and Hunter J and the fucking, he gonna come downstairs after seeing Xana, and then they call 911, or that's what Dylan said to the grand jury, but they're gonna play the 911 call, which contradicts that. My head's fucking spinning. What the fuck is going on here? I don't even know what Hippler's order was on that, because I didn't get to the order, because fuck what he ordered. It's the shit that was said in the damn document. I was like, wait, what is going on here? And I'm not saying nothing about Dylan, because somebody jumped me. Look, she might have been nervous testifying in the grand jury. That's fine. But what people need to understand is whatever the fuck she said at that grand jury, it sticks. If she says something else, they will throw her ass off the stand, not use her and everything. They will impeach her. That's the word. You can't go to the grand jury and testify something and then change it. You can't do it. And I don't understand the point in just getting anybody. What the fuck is that doing? Like, that doesn't... I mean, I do understand they're being lied to. Clearly, they're being lied to. I mean, you can hear they're being lied to. Who the fuck has told him they have more evidence in this case? Who has told that man that? And why are they telling him that? And they need their ass whooped for telling him that, for real. Like, they need to be, I mean, these people sleep at night. That's what kills me. These motherfuckers tell a family this shit and then go to bed just fine at night. They live their life just fine. I mean, if I think I've fucking done something wrong to somebody, I don't sleep. It pisses me off. God. And I'm tired of being awake because of all the sick shit that these people do. And that's all I want is the truth. Like, oh my God, Kane. Text me in a little bit and let me know how she is. She's going to have somebody stay with her, Kane. She's falling too much now. That's not good. Be careful. I mean, it just frustrates me because I don't know. It's disrespectful. Like, just the shit to me is disrespectful to these kids. I don't. And just because we're investigating something like that Kaylee did or any of them did, you have to go through all the dark. Ain't nobody gonna come in my chat. Somebody called Kaylee a hoe, and I literally blocked them from my channel. Because if you come in here and call any of those kids any kind of name, I do not give a shit if you have video of her fucking 10 guys. You don't come, do not do it. And I literally didn't even say nothing. I just blocked them. Because when you come in here and say, well, they're a hoe, that's why that happened to them. That I can't respond to that. You don't want me to respond to that. And I'm just going to have to block one of my mods is going to have to, because I'm going to lose my shit on you. Because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. They were fucking in college. They're going to do shit. They're not supposed to have the knowledge that a 40-year-old has because they're not that age. They should be being directed a little bit. You know what I mean? And they were being directed, but not by people that had the good intentions for them. I do not think these kids were on the street selling crack. You know what I mean? Like, I do not think that's what was going on. Tara, hang on. I think I missed your... Ask me your question again, Tara, because I think I missed the other part while I'm sitting here ranting. So ask me the first question you asked me again. Sorry. But I do rant because people like, and nobody really... I like the community that I have pretty much. I've had one or two people come in here and say something about me not caring about the 4, and then they get an hour-long lecture about how I'm not sitting here just making shit up. You know what I mean? Even though I do tarot readings, there's still some things that I might get, I don't even say anything about, because some things I'm like, okay, I don't think that's exactly whatever. I'm not trying to start conspiracy theories or trying to take nobody down the wrong investigation. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, because Kaylee and them are screaming in my ear, something ain't right. Well, Tara, I mean, that's... Okay. I can't tell you whether you should break up with him. I mean, long-distance relationships will work. You just have to have communication. That was the only thing. Look, my life, you don't want to compare your shit to my shit, because listen to me. Um, I ain't never had no normal damn relationship. And honestly, yeah, I don't think Brian is guilty. I mean, I don't, but I can't guarantee that. Like, I can't swear. I wasn't there. I mean, is there a way he could have done this? Yeah, there's a way. I can't just say there's absolutely no way he could have done it. That would be stupid too. It's about, if he did it, they're not, I mean, what the fuck are we still sitting here for? Because they should have the proof. I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is ridiculous. If he did it and they had all this proof they said, we wouldn't be sitting here. Well, that's going to be something that you have to, I mean, try to talk to him about and then sit with it. You know what I mean? It's going to be whatever you are willing to tolerate. I mean, look, it was the best relationship I'd ever been in. When he communicated fine, but the fuck, every 3 months he had some kind of, I don't fucking know what happened, but it just, anyway, I can't do no emotional roller coaster. And I have to understand what the hell's going on. Anyway, I don't have no issue with him, except he acts weird as fuck on YouTube and shit now. It's weird, but pretty much he just stays away. So, and I felt bad about that, but I don't, because you know what? That's his dumbass problem. He's the one who wants to act weird, so be fucking weird. That's what I feel about it. I mean, you know, that is what it is. I ain't got time for it. Ow. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be something that you have to decide. But I would try to talk to him first, you know. I just don't think it's in the cards for me to have a relationship. Period. Because I just cannot. I don't think I can put energy into it. I just can't. I tried it. I don't know what the hell happened either, because I did not want to be with nobody. It was supposed to be a joke for real. That didn't turn out to be a joke. Anyway, that's another story in itself. But yeah, the defense would have to know about it. We may not. It could be under gag order, but if they had evidence like that the defense knew about, Anne wouldn't be she wouldn't go to trial. If they had evidence proving that Brian Koberger did this, she would have already had him take a plea deal. Or offered one or something, or Brian would have just went ahead and we wouldn't be doing this. I mean, we may not know about it. And that's what they keep on saying, like Daniel and all them. Oh, well, we wouldn't know about it. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about us knowing about it. Anne would know about it. And why would she be doing this stupid? Why she wouldn't be doing all this? That would be a waste of fucking time and stupid. I mean, it just would be. You're not gonna go doing all this stuff if that's what I'm saying. The shit that don't make sense just don't make sense. All this evidence that Steve's ever said they've never had. I'm not trying to be mean. But I still think that they're telling him they have it. They just haven't told us under gag or something. Like, I really believe that's what they're telling him. Even though they have come out and told him there wasn't a connection here, wasn't a connection there, I still think they're feeding him full of something. And, you know. Well, I hope she didn't break anything, but she's been falling a lot. So, Twiz, I'm mad at you. Did you hear? You didn't see Twiz last night in the chat, did you, Kane? Because he kept on asking me something about a gym. He's telling me I'm fat. I'm tired of him telling me I'm fat. You don't have no reason to be mad at me. I didn't call you fat. Well, what do you go to the gym for, Twiz? Lord have mercy. Don't be using my damn words against me, Twiz. He said he was mad at me, but he don't have no reason to be mad at me. Well, I don't guess I do as long as you wouldn't call me fat. James, that's the last thing on my mind ever. What do you mean you guess, Kane? You don't know what she's got? And Twiz, how you gonna tell me just to get over it? I'm over it. Okay, we can finish watching this interview now.
Off just nonsense and just trying to overwhelm the jury with just waste time. And I still suspect that, but we won't be playing a part of that. And, we're a different kind of family, she can say something in court and then I'll get out of that courtroom and I'll rebut it. Mm-hmm. So I'm not here to help her have an easier case. Once that jury's secured in that room, there's nothing I can say on the camera that could ever reach to them. At that point, I'm letting it all out. Everything's coming out, and it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting because there's no holds bars at that point. We can once that jury's been selected, picked, and put into
Listen, if y'all are still making coffee the old way, that's fine with me. But let me tell you what I'm not going to do.
A chamber where they're not going to be watching the media, then they're so concerned. They're just making up stories like we wore. I never wore anything. None of the G's ever wore any of that. That's why we went back and said, go find it, find some proof. And of course they backed off of that because they went and checked the cameras. There was no.
Yeah.
But when I leave that courtroom, I'll put on anything I want, and my family will put on anything they want, and they're not going to control that. So, like I said, we're going to be a family that makes this individual look back and think, if there was one big mistake I made was going after a G, because those guys didn't stop. They just kept coming. They kept coming. And how much easier would have my life been if I didn't have to turn on the TV and always see that guy, pointing out what I did.
100%. 100%. As an IT guy, apparently he puts his phone in a VPN when he turns it on at 4:48. Mm-hmm. What does that tell you? What is a VPN for those that don't know, and what is somebody trying to accomplish with that?
VPN protects some of your identifiers. And normally on a PC, it's just mainly your IP. They're not nearly what people think they are. So what you could do is, so you're really tough. It's really hard to do this with a cell phone, because a cell phone, here's the problem with the cell phone is the towers won't communicate with you until you prove that you have a contract to use their services. So what that means is when your phone comes up, goes through a boot order, and it goes out and says, hey, this is my unique identifiers. I'm this person. I'm on AT&T. I'm on Sprint, whatever it is. I got a vial contract, and this it's a certificate on that device says I want to use your tower, and it works. And then you put on a VPN, but that's already told the tower that you're there. Whereas a computer, you can have a VPN start before your internet starts. And then you can go out your internet and totally remain hidden. And so you look like you look like your ISP's number at that point. And you don't look like the house address. You're being able to hide your house address and look like the internet provider's address. But you can't do that on a cell phone. So this guy wasn't that smart. I mean, especially when it comes to IT. If he thought he could come out here and teach us, which we're all like ex-Californians, and people worked at like San Francisco and San Diego. I work with some brilliant individuals, MIT, all over. He was a moron. What he could have did, which we were trying to rule out, is if he had another phone and he tethered this one. So if he would have shared his Wi-Fi here and put VPN on there and then took this phone and then tethered it to that phone, he would have made it very, very difficult for them to track down. And then on this phone that doesn't have a cellular provider, doesn't have any contracts, took pictures, did all this stuff on that, we had to rule that out.
Yeah,
and that was a scary moment to think that we could have had somebody that was truly a cloud forensic
expert,
smart individual. This guy was just a stupid kid that thought he could have his moment out here with what I think you were talking about, like these rural police officers.
Rural, yeah,
yeah, like these guys don't know what's coming. I'm this new East Coast kid that understands all this stuff, and I'm gonna show them how to use all this stuff. Yeah. The computer stuff is gonna do him in just as much as that DNA is.
Yeah, I agree. Early on, you had mentioned once that his phone may have touched the Wi-Fi. Is that accurate, or was that something that maybe? What did you mean by that? Because I haven't seen that in any document, and I'm curious about that.
Well, I was reading a certain document where it was talking about, I believe it was IEME ID, and those are associated with MAC tables. And I do know some stuff that's not public, and they were trying to get a hold of some of the records on the router. I may have just misread what I said, because it would have came out by now. The same people who make these lies up, and I'm like, well, where's your warrants? If some other person's involved, where are these warrants at? There's some guy out there that they hear on that Linda Lane. Probably shouldn't say his name just because he's probably sitting in jail wondering why people are even talking about him. I think Farley or some shit. Yeah. So that guy, come on, give me a break, guys. Give me a break.
Yeah.
It doesn't match up. It's a waste of time.
It sure is. It sure is. You know, overall, I think I strongly suspect they got the right guy. I mean, at this point, their only argument is that the DNA is or the sheath was planted. I don't even think they're arguing the DNA isn't his. You know, in this one of these recent documents, they reference how much DNA was found, and when I Google searched it, it's a large amount of DNA that was found on that knife on the knife sheet.
Want to try Ozempic?
So this is tirzepatide, and it is the #1 weight loss medication available.
I think it's going to do him in. I don't think he has very many arguments left. You know, I know right now he's throwing out autism and a bunch of other things. Some folks are thinking maybe he's trying to come up with something to push a plea deal. Have you heard of any type of plea deal? And do you think they would ask you first if they were going to go down that road?
By law, they have to. Idaho law, not federal law. You know, we're building. Old Thompson, he was like a Santa Claus. I think Thompson's skin's gotten tougher, and I think he's gotten a little bit more fighter spirit. And I think seeing us battle with the, you know, going through all the things that we've gone out with, there's stuff that people don't know. People like vandalizing, people showing up at our house, people posting pictures of our address, all this stuff. And I think he thought, you know, if they're going to go through this, then I'm gonna do the will of the victims. And but I don't know if his heart was always in it, you know, 100%. It's hard. Nobody really wants to murder, you know, and go through a murder case and have to.
I'm sorry. I cannot. Okay, I'm done. I can't. There's not that much left of it anyway, y'all. I cannot. Like, I can't. Thompson looks like a, never mind. See, I'm not going to say nothing. Yep. Trisha's not disrespecting these people. That's Kaylee's dad. So yep, I'm done with that. Cannot. Sorry, y'all. Cannot. I don't know what the fuck kind of balls he thinks Bill Thompson's got. He fucking was stuttering over shit in court. He couldn't even. Lord have mercy. Oh my God, my head. Oh, this is going to be bad. This is going to be very ugly. This is going to be very bad. It's going to get ugly quick. It's going to get ugly quick. I don't know what the fuck Daniel's talking about. Like, they don't have any fight left. They don't have any fucking evidence. Oh my God, my head. The DNA is going to do something in, all right. It's going to do the jury in whenever they hear about all this other DNA that was not fucking tested. Because in their juror rules, it says if you can't make up your mind, basically you have to go with not guilty, okay? So tell me who can make up their mind when there's 4 or 5 other different DNA. I just don't understand, because the jurors' instructions are very, very, like, it tells them if you basically can't make up your mind, you have to go with the ladder of not guilty. I don't understand what's going to happen when they get in court and none of this shit that Steve G thinks is coming out is coming out. Because the only way that he could be right is if the prosecution is sitting on this evidence and not turning it over to Ann. and they're supposed to be gave all their evidence now. So they they shouldn't be just sitting on nothing. And I don't think they would be, because why would they do that? If they had him dead to right, and these people keep on talking about plea deal, Brian Kohberger is not taking a fucking plea deal. The only other thing he said on this thing, because it was by the end, is something about his sister. Steve G says he's got one sister he's trying to say is going to testify against him, which we already know that's a lie, because Massoff stood up in court and said his sisters and his mom and dad have no use in testifying for the prosecution. So that lets me know that the state is going to be one of his sisters they're calling, that they're going to try to get to whatever, bash him. And I don't think they're going to like the results. And I knew it was going to be his sister, because it's always been one of his sisters for whatever reason they have in their head. Some fuck shit. And I don't think it's going to work the way they want it to. I think they're thinking because she got fired from her job. Oh, Kane. Hang on a second. I'll share this again. I'm going to have to not listen to it because I was getting irritated. Bad. Okay. I can only handle so much of it. Hang on. Here, Kane, only for you. I swear. I'm going to have to walk out here or something. I can't. It's going to make me mad. All right. Hang on.
In somebody else's life. None of us wanted to do this. And we were forced to do this. We were forced into this behavior. We didn't want nothing to do with this loser. I mean, this guy was literally 27 years old, living with his parents. He's a complete loser. It's absolutely frustrating that my daughter got murdered by a complete loser. She's graduating a year early on the dean's list. Nobody else was graduating a year early in that around her. She was a rock star, and this loser ends up sneaking in and killing her. So the least he can do is pay the ultimate price. And I think I've said this before in the past. Maybe the reason we have these school shooters and maybe we have these mass killings is because we never force people, especially youth, that see somebody like Brian and there's all these fan clubs and stuff, and think, well, I'm that loser too. And the idea of me being on TV and the world talking about me, and I'm getting these suits and I'm getting vegan meals and I'm up on there and girls are sending me letters and people are putting money on my books. All of a sudden I'm somebody. And there's these confused kids that think being a killer somebody's better than being a nobody that I am doing nothing. And that's sad and that's terrible. And they need more parent, interactions and fathers. And I would ask them to go, join sports or find a family, and if a family can be a football team, a baseball team, a basketball team, it could be a church, it could be a lot of other things, but don't think that it's all, girls and all that stuff. As a matter of fact, one of the laws we're working on is once this individual has been charged, you put money on his books and we'll be taking that money. It won't be going home. Yeah, it will be going to pay for his prosecution and to help victims and mothers and people with counseling and other things. So go ahead and send money now, but once he's convicted, he'll never see a dollar again.
Yeah, I don't. That's the way it should be. He obviously he's not convicted yet, but once he is convicted of this crime, there's a saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. And
that shit will never happen. You can't fucking do that. That's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah. Another thing about the death row is what people don't, maybe they do know. I never knew. It's 23-1. So you're locked down 23 hours and you get 1 hour out. So you can't go and enroll in colleges. You can't pursue higher education. You can't go and have dreams of, motivating other people to do what you did.
I hope he does know. If Brian Kohberger gets convicted of the death penalty, it will go straight to appeals court and it's going to get overturned, period. his whole case will probably be overturned because of the type of DNA they have on him. However, the first thing that will happen is they will remove that death penalty. You do not get to fucking make up your mind. What about your brother, Steve G? What the fuck? So if you give him money, everybody's gonna take that too? What the fuck are you talking about? He don't have to appeal. If Brian Koberger gets charged with this, it does the automatic appeal. But the death penalty will come off. That's the first thing that'll happen. And then I think his shit will get overturned anyway. But this is what pisses me off. If you do that to one prisoner, you have to do it to them all. And you don't do that. You can't fucking determine who puts money on somebody's books. That's a fucking stupid law that will never be passed. That is the fucking stupid. See, this is when I get ill. Sorry, Kaylee. Hang on, y'all. Kaylee, because I do feel bad, and I don't care if people think I'm stupid. I know she can hear. I'm not trying to disrespect her daddy. I know she knows that. She can see the bigger picture, but I still do this if I say something like this. Kaylee, I'm sorry. It's not personal. You get it. Okay. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. What if his son decides to go commit fucking murder or gets charged with it, for God's sakes, and don't do it? What the fuck if your son gets arrested because his touch DNA is on something somewhere? Like, people need to fucking think before they say something. For real. Because even if Brian Koberger was guilty as shit, you still can't do that about his money or the money he gets. And even if he was guilty as shit, like, you still need to be careful what you say because you have a son and you just don't know. But, you know, this kind of stuff aggravates the shit out of me. I understand him feeling that way. Look, I don't think he just shouldn't voice this out loud. And that was really stupid of him to say, because you can't do it to one person and not do it to the other prisoners. Like, you can't do that. And in fact, the jail would never allow that because they want you to pay for shit like that. I mean, it's just like the shit he says sometimes. This kind of stuff drives me nuts. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, and I understand that he's upset, and he can say that he, you know, and I got news for him. Brian Koberger don't like all them girls because he has autism. He does not like all those letters he gets. He don't even write nobody back. He don't write Miss Annie back. He does not. He's gonna run from that shit. See, that's what gets on my nerves with people. You think Brian Koberger wants all kind of people around him? No, he's autistic. He's gonna fucking run from everybody. He wants everybody to leave him the fuck alone. This is the last thing he wanted. I guarantee it. And this is exactly why, like, him calling him a psychopath, the way he looks and everything. This is fucking why the jury needs to be told that he has autism, because he's not fucking weird. I mean, maybe he is. Hell, I'm weird. But he has autism. Okay? He doesn't react because he has fucking autism. It pisses me off. If he did the crime, just because he has autism don't mean that if he did this, he shouldn't go to jail. That's not what I'm saying. And Ann's not even fighting the autism thing, trying to keep him from... See, Steve knows that they're talking about the fucking death penalty. He's not there. Oh my God, I cannot. They shouldn't be talking about the fucking death penalty right now. This is where it gets confusing. Ann Taylor is not fucking using that as Brian's defense. She's saying he didn't do it at all. So his defense is not that he has autism, so he can't be charged with it. No. Her defense for him is he didn't do it at all. So that's not his defense. People, see, this is what the fuck pisses me off. This shit, because this is important for people to understand that that's not what is going on. Yes, but Twiz, people don't understand that they're not, his fucking defense is not he has autism. His defense is he went nowhere near that fucking house. Oh my God, I cannot. See, this is, look, I know less. Oh, they're doing this on purpose. They're not that stupid. Hang on, and I'll finish playing this. I cannot deal with people with no common sense, and they do have common sense. I cannot.
You know, this individual's sick. You know, he studied crime. He studied the BTK killer. His professor was literally orchestrated a private session with him where she got private interviews so she could make a book, an exclusive book, and then she split the profits with him. So then he could use that money to flex in prison and buy cigarettes and buy power and buy influence in there. And we're not going to let that happen. That ain't going to happen in Idaho, and that's not going to happen to him. But that means we got to work with legislators, and we got to find like-minded people that truly care about their community and put out the message that, you know, this person picked the wrong state to do this in. And we've done everything to make sure that we don't attract this type of behavior ever again.
Yes, sir. Well, if you need any help from me putting out any word or petitions or any of those type of things, you got it.
I like your shirt. Your shirt's right on the same page, you know.
Yeah.
Firing Squad. You see that Firing Squad? We'll probably have a shirt for that, you know, on these press days that we're in court when we get out of the courtroom. But yeah, that chair they put you in, shit gets real when you get in that chair, I'm sure. When they strap you into that bad boy.
Have you heard about the new eggshell recipe for dogs? I see so many pet owners doing this, and I honestly wish I'd heard about it sooner. Since adding it to my dog's routine,
I was typing this, but I can't type because I'm so pissed off. Well, I'm fucking making a shirt with Ashley Jennings' face on it and Bill Thompson's face on it and them other two idiots' faces on it. And it is going to say conspiracy to commit murder and have the fucking firing squad on it. How will they like that? And I'm going to take a picture of the bitch, and I swear to God, I'm emailing it to fucking Idaho. And I don't give a fuck. And I am. And watch. I'm this, oh my, see this shit right here. I hope they get mad. Please sue me. I hope the fuck. I want them to say one thing. One fucking thing to me. Because they are conspiring to commit fucking murder. And nothing's going to change my mind on that. And I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm sending it to them. I can't say what I want to her because I'll go to jail. So I'm sending them a picture with their fucking faces on it. They think firing squad's so fucking funny. Well, conspiracy in Alabama is like a fucking 15 to 20 year sentence. I don't know what it is, conspiracy to commit murder, but what else do you call what they're doing? There ain't nothing else you can call it. That's what it is.
100%. And yeah, I think, I don't think it's going to be that long of a trial. I know that they're anticipating, I think they said 3 months, but at the end of it, I know there's a lot of evidence. I don't think the defense is going to have much to fight back, to be honest with you. I mean, at this point, their biggest argument is a partial alibi over an hour before the murders happened. And in an area where it's not exculpatory for him to continue to just turn down that road that heads to Sunshine. And it gets him right there in front of Floyd's Canada shop before 302 again. You know, that's what they're working with. And if that's what they have, it shouldn't be very long.
Oh, the statistics of this case are just incredible. So people who say that this is just circumstantial evidence, they're not talking to professionals, because I'm talking to professionals, and they say that there's direct evidence all over this case. This case is, like I said, this individual does nothing but.
You're talking to a bunch of professional fucking crooks that are lying to you. I'm sorry. I can't. I cannot. Jesus, Lord have mercy. You're talking to a bunch of fucking liars. And I'm sorry that you're talking to liars, but they're fucking liars. And they should be in jail. Again, oh my God, I'm not going to make it. There's not even that much circumstantial evidence. Gave y'all examples of these exhibits and everything. They can't even fucking get to a point to be able to emotionally get the jury to emotionally connect anything, because before they can get to a fucking point, the fucking circumstantial evidence they're trying to fucking present is fucked up somewhere. So, they can't. Oh my God, my head. I'm not gonna be able to do this. There's no way I could not go in that court. There's no fucking way. There is no way. I can't even go to Idaho. There's nope. Jesus, Lord have mercy. There's no way. I don't even think they ever built no fucking tree. I don't think there's a tree. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's none of that. Oh, yeah, I am yelling. Sorry, y'all, if I'm busting your eardrums. It just pisses, I lose my mind. This is why I cannot watch Drunk Turkey. I cannot, he is not that stupid. I'm not even going to give him that. He's not that stupid. He's not that stupid at all. He is not that stupid at all, period. He's not. I would rather him be that stupid than get paid to say something that stupid. You know what I mean? I cannot. Okay, we can finish watching this. I'm trying not to get so mad and have to stop it, but I can't help it. I start typing and I can't even type, so I have to stop it because I can't hold it. I'm going to bust. I need to just talk to myself and let y'all watch it, but I don't think, no, he's not that stupid. He knows what the fuck he's saying is not right. Twiz, no, he ain't. Damn it, now, motherfucking shit. No, he ain't. Because he wasn't saying that stupid shit to begin with. He knows he ain't. He knows he's full of fucking. He's an idiot for being paid to say something that stupid. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Now let me put this back on.
Capital cases, and this is the most that he's ever seen. And, I live by that. We will show that. So DM, that's direct evidence. DM's testimony. And people think, oh, well, whoopie-doo-dah. They're bushy eyebrows and it's a white guy who's skinny. Well, do you realize, people, that they've run the stats on this? A guy at that age, the category, I think they went to 30 to, I think 19 or 18, and said, what percentage is male? And so you remove, and in college town, there's more girls going to college than there is males. So then that dropped it in let's say 46. And then they said, okay, white. And then that dropped it lower. And then they said lean. That was the one that got my attention. 70% of people in that age category are overweight. Mm-hmm. So now you got an individual who, as eyewitnesses there, that literally 2 out of 10 meet that qualification, a white guy that's lean. Yeah. And he has a white car and he's out there. And for some reason, he doesn't have an alibi. That's the part that gets me, is these pro burgers that are just brain dead. He doesn't have an alibi. You know how many times Ann has begged him to give her an alibi? He won't give it because he doesn't have one. And he's never going to have one. The dude did it. It's that simple. And
oh
thank
my God,
we have a law.
I cannot. What the fuck? Do you think Ann Taylor's told him? How the fuck does he? I can't. Oh God. See, I'm gonna be done disrespecting Kaylee and everything. Okay, I gotta shit in hell now. How the fuck would he know that? Because Ann Taylor, I cannot. I didn't hear. I don't remember. I missed. There's a good thing that I missed some of this. What the fuck is he talking about? I'm finna lose my mind, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna lose it.
Basically makes somebody come out and say, hey, if you plan on
if you see this bar on the bottom right here, you can see we're so close.
Saying you were somewhere else, then you need to give the defense a chance to verify that. Because what if you say you're with XYZ person? Well, they need to go interview that person and verify it. Yeah. Thompson brought it up multiple times. You can't hide your your evidence and then drop it the very last minute and then say, haha, you didn't get to go find out that this isn't true. This person doesn't live in the state.
Listen to me. And don't have to beg him for his alibi because goddamn it, Ray. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't. I'm not going to make it. All I know is Ray, when this shit's over with, we better be able to find Ray because I want to know every fucking thing that he thought, everything. I want to know. I will hunt his ass down. He is going to, when this shit's over with and he can talk, I want to know it all. I think we deserve it. My blood pressures went up enough. I cannot. My toes are curling. Oh my God. See, I don't like getting like this because then I feel bad because it's Kaylee's dad and I care about her and I don't like to feel like this. Oh, okay. Hang on. God, I'm not going to make it through this fucking interview, much less a trial.
Anymore. They're over in another country. You can't just drop this. So, he doesn't have an alibi, people. I mean, what? Come on. Who's out at 2:50ish, turns their phone off, looking around on stars when it was foggy and it was icy and it starts to snow? Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, and yeah, they know exactly all about that park. We've talked to the person that worked at that park. Yeah, there's cameras at that park. We'll see. And like I said, ain't got no freaking star apps that like you can point your camera up there and record them and it'll tell you exactly, identify those stars. This guy's done, man. He's done. He's completely done in so many ways that it's just frustrating that there's even channels that can play these people. But I noticed they're getting less and less. Hitler has cleared things up, and that's just by exposing the truth. But there's more, and it's going to get. But I thought when these Proberg delusional self-identifying, that's what it really gets down to me is I think some people identify as a Proberger. They identify as somebody who does a little blow and hangs out and is a little misfit and nobody likes them. And there's all these really popular people out there, and they have it coming to them, man, because they never really understood how.
Okay. All right. Okay. Dear Kaylee, I love you, but I cannot. Who the fuck is he talking about? See, this right here. I am so fucking tired of this shit. No, Steve G. No, you stupid freak. I am pro Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan and the fucking truth. And pro justice. I cannot do this. I'm going to end up emailing this man. And I don't even talk to these people. And I try not to because I don't want to. But I'm telling you what, I cannot. Oh. Well, and even if I fucking what's that got to do with the price of rice in fucking China? Because it ain't his fucking business because he ain't paying my motherfucking bills. Just like I don't say nothing about him getting money because everybody has the right to do what they fucking want to do. So, just because I don't agree with them does not mean I don't see, oh Lord Jesus Christ. This man can never come to me because I don't know what I would do. I don't want to have to cuss nobody out, but see, he's got life fucked up. I don't strike me, girl. Please, this shit does not mean that. I mean, it means that much because I'm trying to find truth for his kid. But girl, I ain't scared of nobody like that. It's shit me. Come on with it. I don't care about that. I'm sorry. He shouldn't be sitting there. I understand there are people that take it too far. There are people that fucking talk shit about all that shit. I don't do all that. I do take offense when he's talking like that because he means anybody that disagrees with his narrative. I'm sorry. I don't agree with your narrative because I don't think these kids stood in line to die. Okay? I just don't think they did. So none of them ran. Like, that's the stupidest shit. I've been like this. It's not. I didn't know who the fuck Brian Koberger was. I wouldn't believe that shit from the beginning. When they arrested the motherfucker, said what he did, and then said he had his car and his phone, I said, well, they fucked up, because that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. I mean, it just, oh my God. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. God, see, I don't like listening to Steve G because I don't like feeling bad. And now I'm going to apologize to Kaylee a million times because I done got this mad, and that's her daddy, and I don't like doing that.
How special they were. And I think it's more of a reflection of them than it is the case, because the case is so strong that I thought when that Amazon order went to his door and he's deleting his history and his own family is like, what the heck is going on with our brother? Our brother's like losing his mind. That they would jump ship, and some did, but there's still people who just can overlook, no alibi, the murder weapon's in his house, in his possession. He doesn't have it anymore. He doesn't have any of the items associated. Yeah, and this Dickies outfit, people, they've gone to the actual stores and looked up the inventory, exactly what is in those things. And there's only a certain amount. For those who don't know, Pullman and Moscow are very, very small towns. So your Dickies selection is like this big.
The thing we hear over and over and over again is, why do I need a deodorant for private parts? I can just take a shower. So we put Mando.
You know, it's that.
See, this is where I'm getting mad. Where's this shit coming out about his sisters? Because they just testified that his sister, who's telling Steve this shit about his sisters? Listen to me. I'm fine with Steve G thinking BK's guilty. You know what I mean? Like, he has that right. What I'm not okay with is we're sitting here saying his sisters, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Who the fuck said that? His sisters ain't said shit. Like, I understand somebody's telling him this shit, but he's talking about he's got professionals telling him stuff. Well, baby, your daughter's telling me shit, so who you want me to believe? Your professionals or your kid? So, and I'm not the only one she's telling shit to. So what is he going to tell me? That he don't think his daughter's spirit is somewhere? I mean, that would be stupid, wouldn't it? I don't know what they believe, but I wish the fuck they'd sit down somewhere in her room, get quiet, and let her come to them. Because she's screaming as loud as she can, and nobody hears her. Okay? Like, literally. And I wish, like, fuck, I would give anything for these two to sit down and... I don't know. I just hope there's a way Kaylee can do something to trigger to whatever. How do they think the truth is getting out? Because these 4 kids are helping do that because they said they were going to. What judge writes a fucking document the way it was written? You don't think that the 4 had something to do with that shit? Like, there's no way. This shit don't just happen like this. There's a reason this shit's happening. And I mean, I know maybe people think I'm crazy. Listen. It's all good. I might think I'm crazy too, except some of the shit that I've said has been the exact shit that's happened. And then I'm like, well, I wish that it's not like I want it to. I'd rather be wrong. But then I start getting nervous. So, and I can tell when I'm not always right, but when I know that I'm right about something, like I know in my reading because I start the way I get. Just like the other day when Kaylee, I was getting hot and sick and I just knew. And there's things where I'm like, nope, I don't want to know. So, you know. But I just wish that fuck the professional, fuck all that. How about you sit down? Oh, God. And I mean, I think maybe they may be Christian or something. Maybe they don't believe in tarot readers or whatever. And I'm not saying just to go to anybody. They need to go to somebody that can make them know that or feel like they're connected to Kate. Not me. I don't want them to come to me. I haven't been doing this long enough. They need to go to somebody like Ash, somebody, but anybody, but whoever, I want them to hear their kid because their kid is screaming to the top of her lungs. And I just wish, it makes me ill. I just wish I want them to be able to hear her.
That big, maybe a little bit bigger than that, but not much. It's not like a Dickies that you see in the city where there's all these things. There's Dickie boots and all. There's very slim things that this individual could have bought. And it's like a monkey suit, like a suit you put on where you're changing oil and the oil could literally pour off of you.
Right.
So, yeah, that's why they're not fighting the fingernails and all that stuff. And it was one of the reasons why we were a little frustrated early on, like where we were like, why don't we say, if you see somebody with a scratch on their face and, you see something, like say something. We got all this media. We could do it. And, those are the type, that's probably part of the reason why they, share certain things with us is they're like, this guy, we don't want him to go on there and say something like that because it's not relevant because this person literally had a Dickies outfit on, was covered head to toe, had a mask with his eyes. You couldn't even scratch the guy. You couldn't even scratch him. It's like a paper he wrote. It's like the guy wrote about his own crime. I mean, these people, it just blows my mind. He writes about his own crime. He interviews individuals and investigates them to figure out how he can incorporate that into his crime. We had people write us letters that were like, I was one of the people that was interviewed, and he was obsessed with how I was picking my victims. He was picking victims. This guy said, I told him I picked my victims after they called 911 or their neighbors called 911 on them for a noise complaint.
He needs to tread lightly right there because what he's saying now is they're going to have to, Ann needs to know this because whoever the fuck, quote unquote, wrote him, got in touch with him about responding to that shit, they going to have to know because they're using that in this fucking crime. So guess what? That has got to be reported. I don't know who the fuck. I'm not finna email Ann Taylor. One of y'all can. But that literally, because they're using that, and I don't know if Steve G's telling the truth or not, but if him saying that people contacted him that talked to BK, yeah, that has to be you. I'm sure Ann Taylor's got people watching these YouTube things. I guarantee you. They all do. But that right there is that stupid. Drunk turkey worried about what he needed to cut out. He probably needed to cut that out because that right there just opened up a whole nother can of worms because now, it doesn't matter. The thing is though, Elle, is that he's saying that. So now they need to go to Steve and say, well, who contacted you? We need the information of who contacted you because they're using this in that crime. They're using that fucking thing he did on Reddit. So if they're using that and people's contacted Steve G because they've talked to Brian Koberger about this shit, which was a school fucking thing. They're fixing to say he was graduated. It was for his PhD. But the thing is, though, it doesn't matter if he's lying. He should still be questioned about it. Because if they're using that, then yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's saying stuff that is anyway.
And the husband or the boyfriend was hauled off to jail. Then he would go and he goes, there are certain neighborhoods where they had money. Then I would go in there because I knew the mail wasn't there. And he said, and Brian called him back repeatedly, and he said, I got a sense that he was really enjoying my stories and how I was telling passed out women, butt naked. And he went into those and was just like, he really liked my story. He liked that. And then I started wondering, well, who was calling 911 on these kids? Especially in the daytime, in the middle of the day. They're next to a stadium, a football stadium. How do you get a noise complaint in a college town in the daytime? So
Sure.
maybe you're trying to figure out how long it takes them to show up. I don't know.
Every time I wear this, people look at me and go, "Did you get filler?" That's how good it works.
Okay, you guys, it's time. I'm going to answer one of.
So what kind of response happens afterwards? Like if who leaves, who stays, do they come back? If you were to call 911 while there's a party, does everybody not come back? Is that what you need to do?
And if you get a warning that if we come back here, we're going to find you, somebody's going to jail.
Yeah.
Might be a time where you want to sneak in or do a little surveillance around that house, because that might be the time where you want to go in there, because the last thing they want to do is pick up and call 911.
It was awfully quiet that night, and I think that a lot of that had to do with, one, there was other parties in other places in town, but two, there was also I guess, minors in possession of alcohol and deterrent going on. There was the stop there by the Banfield by undercover officers in the area trying to stop underage drinking and loud noises. I often wondered if Koberger was aware of that going on that night, and if maybe that's why that led to one of the reasons why, because he knew that there would be some sort of enforcement out that night that would prevent loud parties or a party in that neighborhood.
Yeah. We have somebody who was working in a department that was in charge of all those programs.
Interesting.
So, yeah. So, I think where your mind's going is a logical conclusion of what the behavior footprint of this person's done. And believe me, they've analyzed this footprint. I mean, somebody who goes through the exercise of doing a survey in Reddit, and if you go look at the times, the guy had already graduated.
Yeah.
And it wasn't used in his graduation, his whatever, his final.
Thesis.
Yeah, his thesis, his final. So, I'd be shocked if this individual didn't know a lot of what was going on from the police standpoint on both sides of that state, Washington and Idaho. And I think that scared some of the local police departments, and I mean, you read one of them and where they're like, thank God, we didn't hire this guy. It would have been that much uglier if that email that came out saying that he tried to apply for that job when he first came up, but he eventually would have got part of that program. I've been told that that program is a requirement for graduation for the PhD. So, he was in tune with what those guys were doing.
Yes, but I mean, it sounded like he applied in the spring because of that email that came out. Maybe it was just a reference to what was coming out, but the document, the PCA, references a essay that he wrote in the fall when he applied. And so I thought that if he was applying again in the fall, that meant that he didn't get the job in the spring, given his background being a former person who was addicted to heroin and perhaps some of the things that may have happened to him at other schools, or even his job as a security officer may have prevented him from passing a background check. I was concerned that he may never became not concerned. I was glad that he probably wasn't ever going to be a police officer, but that's interesting.
I think he had visions of himself being that, whether they would have.
So let me tell you how I know that's bullshit. If he couldn't pass a background check, his ass wouldn't have been in that program. I went to school for healthcare shit. If I would have got in trouble for drugs or anything, they would have kicked me out of college. Okay. So Daniel's an idiot no, I'm not going to say he's an idiot. Let me change that. The things he says is idiotic. I want to say that he's not an idiot. The things he says is idiotic because why the fuck would they let you in a program where you have to be able to pass a background check and not do a background check first? Because that's fucking stupid. Ugh. Common sense, just a little bit.
Maybe he doesn't slip through the cracks. I understood that he slipped through some cracks already because of COVID.
Yeah.
Some of the background checks were not done because of the COVID stuff going on. I have no proof that that's true or not. It's just insiders that told me what was going on during that time. Certain labs were closed because of COVID. Campuses were not all open. I know that for a fact. So, I would like to think that they would have caught him.
Yeah, I think the professor that recommended him to the PhD program said that he had actually never met, or she'd never met Brian Koberger in person. Everything was online.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the person.
I did my whole fucking degree online. They still do a background check. They don't matter about COVID. The police department is still open. You can still get good God, I cannot. You can get a fucking background check. You don't have to go anywhere. I went to school during COVID. My whole stuff was online, and I wasn't even in criminal justice. I literally did a healthcare thing, but I still could not go to school if I had any drug charges or any felony charges that were violent. So Steve G, whoever told you that, is a fucking idiot, because that makes absolutely no sense. Jesus Christ.
That actually recommended him.
Is that Ramsey?
No, it was a different Bulger. I think it was her last name.
I don't know anything about that individual. That's interesting.
Yeah, she's the one who recommended him to the PhD program. She said that he was one of two. He was one of two students to recommend that she's ever recommended, and that he was very bright and brilliant, etc. But that she never met him in person. That it was during online courses due to COVID and everything else that was going on during that time.
Well, that makes a lot more sense, because he creeped out every girl that actually got around him. I just got a call yesterday from a girl that I was asking permission to use her name to investigate one of the reports that she put in after this all went down. She says she hadn't heard much afterwards. So yeah, there's a lot of women that's why they're like trying to make this whole ASD. I heard that came from his mama, who went and dug through his old records.
Is this a fucking joke? So now he's just going to have autism because his mama went and dug through his fucking records? I fucking am fixing to lose my mind, okay? I'm fixing to lose my mind. I really am. No, it didn't fucking come through his mama, because it doesn't matter what his mama had. They had to have fucking... Listen to me. God, Kaylee, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm saying it. I'm sorry. If it makes people mad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He knows they had doctors come in and fuck. I cannot. You know what? The girls flipped the fucking Brian Koberger out, you dumb fuck. Oh my God, I cannot. I can't. I'm not going to make it.
Because these medical records aren't, back in the 90s and the early 2000s, they weren't, there was no EMS. Electronic medical record system back then that is still actively. Now you got cancer or something like that, your records are probably going to still be out there. But if...
What the fuck? What did this? Hell no. Kane, I can't do this. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to have a computer. I'm fixing to like tear out it. What the fuck did he just say? I work in healthcare. What the fuck did he just say? You think you can't? Wait a minute. Hang on. I got to get, my words ain't coming out. Your goddamn records don't go. I just said GD. I can't. I mean, is he on drugs? What the fuck is he taking? Fuck what he's worried about, what everybody else is taking. What the fuck is he taking? Kaylee, I'm so sorry. God, I'm sorry. What the fuck is he taking? Kaylee, I'm sorry. I can't. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. What do you mean you can't get his record? God, I cannot do this. I'm not going to make it. I'm not. Okay. Oh, shit.
You got a broken finger or something in 2001. don't be surprised if you go to a doctor visit and they can't pull that record up. But I understood that somebody went and found some of his old records and tried to convince the defense that they could use those to make an excuse for his odd behavior, because there's going to be.
This is the aircraft carrier shelter you seized, previously owned by a small faction of about
student after student after.
This is discrimination. This is like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? He has autism. What the fuck? I'm offended now because Steven's little nephew has autism. He has that Asperger's stuff and acts just like Brian Koberger. So now my ass is offended. Now I'm offended. I don't know. I can't do this. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. Him having autism does not mean he can't commit a crime. I'm not mad. What I'm mad about is Steve G is acting like they're just making it up. They had to go find his record because it just goes away. Oh hell no. See, now you're going down one of them roads that's real bumpy there, because there are too many family people that's got people that has that kind of thing. Don't be fucking calling folks weird and shit and every fucking thing else. And don't be worried about the girls he creeped out, because he was more creeped out at them than they could have ever been fucking at him. I hate to tell you this. So now what? Now what the fuck? Because folks like Brian Koberger don't like a bunch of people around him. Period. Now, and folks like Brian Koberger don't talk about nobody's fucking birthing hips neither, because he would never fucking say that. And he don't even, oh my God, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. Hitler needs to be showed this. This is why the jury needs to fucking know that Brian Koberger has autism, and that it's not because his mama made up. What the fuck? I cannot do this. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. I cannot. I can't. Oh shit.
Student that are going to just talk about how they had a running tally on this guy of all the weirdness that he was doing and the inappropriate behavior that this guy had. I mean, he had barely been there and he was getting kicked out in a university where that is super rare, guys. You don't just go into universities and see people getting fired. It's almost unheard of. So, yeah, this guy was setting off, alarms all over the place. And yeah, this individual said that she made a police report and she wanted me to find out if they had found anything out on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more police reports or more reports, as you mentioned, against him and about his behavior. I did hear about the Brian tally and his behaviors, and I know that there was I think a document recently on the defensive side that stated that he was cleared. And one of the things that I walked it through with my audience is saying that, well, if he was cleared, that means there's an investigation. And if there's an investigation, that means there's an accusation. Now, what we do know is that these young ladies started to document things. So what probably happened was they reported some of this behavior and it was investigated, and it was he said, she said type of stuff. And they were probably told to start to document things, which is why they had this tally going on in efforts to, because of how disturbing these behaviors were, so that they could have some sort of proof. Because if it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. And I think that's a pretty clear path that we're seeing of escalation as well, as far as what's leading up to eventually would be that would happen on November 13th. Going back to Brian Koberger's 2020 writings that we spoke about just a few minutes ago, one of the things that really stood out to me was when he was referencing, well, there's two things. He was referencing that there might be something that could throw off investigators that was left by the killer. And another thing is to check the doors for DNA as, the person was leaving. Maybe perhaps they may have left DNA behind on the door. And we find out that the back sliding glass door was left open the entire time. Now, I strongly suspect that being the case because, well, If he's opening the door, he's touching it once. If he's closing it again, then he's touching it twice, and then opening it to get out. That's at least 3 different times that he's touching it. One time after he's already exerted himself, which would probably mean that he's sweating and things of that nature. That would be a high possibility for him to leave DNA behind. Well, he points that out in his 2020 writing. Sliding glass door is open. I see a huge connection there. Are you connecting the same dots as I am?
Yeah, very much so. And I know that there's some people looking at this exact same angle. So much so to, like, I've heard a scenario where Xana goes in. Let's say she goes in, she gets her meal prepared. She the DoorDash meal, goes to the bathroom, goes to her room, something, goes back into the kitchen and says, "Oh, there's somebody here." How does she know that? Because that slider's been left wide open, and there's a kill kit, something there, some kind of package, some kind of thing that raises a flag that somebody just came into my house. And maybe you're hearing noises upstairs. And yeah, so I've seen a couple different scenarios that have been discussed. I don't have anything concrete. I can't go there, but I think that
well, the dog barking at the exact same time that you can hear whimpering and a thud says that the glass door had to have been open. It sounds like when Dylan woke up and she heard who she thought was Kaylee, probably because of the dog going up at the same time.
Hey, Daniel, you know them fucking documents you're talking about nobody reads? Apparently your dumb fuck ass don't read them because Dylan was never asleep, you dumb motherfucker.
Time, is actually Xana coming downstairs. Well, Murphy would have been running with her, and it sounds like she went to Ethan and Murphy went outside. And I think when she hears somebody say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," is that confrontation in the hallway between maybe Xana turns around to see what's going on, and there he is. And
I just got my Wild Pastures order in the mail. Let's check out what I got.
We've been loving getting our chicken, beef, and pork from Wild Pastures lately. It's a family-owned meat delivery service.
yeah, he says that in order to surprise her, I guess.
Yeah, one of the death penalty qualifiers is that actually I'm here to help you when that individual could have just left. They didn't have to kill him. So, so people who talk all this madness about DM, she's been huge to the case, actually massive to the case, and you're going to find out that the late 911 call is actually going to be probably the final call, the final nail in his coffin. So there's even benefits to even the most tragic parts. I mean, the late call, if it leads to different evidence, then it's a good thing. And I say that knowing that my daughter wasn't going to survive what she was stabbed so many different times. So, and I can clarify a little bit of that too. Are
you referring to him going back out there? Like had she called 911 early, then he wouldn't have gone back at 9 o'clock, right?
I'm referring to a couple different things, but the coroner made it clear that at least 2 of the victims, it's hard for me to talk about, but they basically drowned it on their stab wounds. So the blood wasn't like all over the place, or it would explain why the blood was contained.
That's a lie. You want to know why? Because if their lungs got punctured, then yes, they drowned it. You know what I mean? Oh, trigger warning, y'all. But her legs being stabbed, all the other parts of her body would bleed out. They didn't all bleed internally. So, I mean, I cannot. I see this is, I've not, and also, you're not God. You don't fucking know if she could have lived. I don't give a fuck what a fucking non-medical, I don't care if a doctor told you that. He's not got, like, you do not fucking know. I wish people would quit saying that. How the fuck do you know? And how long did they choke on their fucking blood? Man, fuck that shit. Ugh.
So if you have a blanket over you and you're doing a lot of internal bleeding, your body will hold a portion of that. So, like I said, everything that these people are trying to spin into some crazy conspiracy actually has a scientific background of why it is the way it is. And it's not Hollywood. It's not officers or a vacuum cleaner that went in there and vacuumed up stuff or whatever these crazy people want to say. That I think the vacuum cleaner is just the K-bar with one of the shirts that he grabbed and wrapped it around it. So you have a K-bar in your hand and you wrap a shirt around it. What does it do? It goes big and then goes down.
Yeah.
And I think he just seen the amount of blood. He wasn't sure if it was his. Yeah, he's bled everywhere, so he just wrapped it up and built it out of the house with trying to mitigate the trail as much as he possibly could, because he was going to that door where he had the rest of his kit.
Do you think that we're going to find out in this trial what the prosecution believes he did with that knife?
I know some of the background of where they looked and what they were trying to find, and honestly, I think I just go to the simplest. Why has he got a shovel in the back of his car?
Sure.
And it's not these idiots, because there's a Cobra girl out there right now thinking to themselves that they're smart. No, you're stupid. You're an idiot. It was a mini one. It wasn't very big. You don't use it for snow. So anybody who thinks he was using that for snow, you're just a moron. You don't live out here. Nobody uses a shovel like that. You use a shovel like that for dirt, and it has a super tip. So driving around with a shovel tells me that he probably had something to do with that, because then that gives him the ability to go back and get it.
Mm-hmm.
And he showed all these. This was a fantasy for him. He had planned it for a long time. And so that was going to be, the FBI were the ones that told they would be surprised about the kill kit. So it wasn't like I came up with that and I had some insight about this true crime stuff. I didn't know. They told me they wouldn't be surprised if he surveilled the house multiple times. They wouldn't be surprised if he snuck into the house. Now, whether he did or not, I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I don't know that. But I don't know that the profile that they built of this individual said that this person was going to surveil the house and be comfortable with it. Because, it's a knife. When you use a knife, it shows.
All right, that just answered half my questions. So people's not just been telling him this. What happened was the FBI probably did talk to him and tell him what type of person they would think would usually commit a crime like this. And what they did was literally describe to him a serial killer like fucking B2K or like fucking the other dudes that they've been talking about. And that is exactly where he's getting all this shit from. The kill kit and everything else. He don't know if he had that. He don't know anything. They literally, that's the FBI, but probably because he was asking information and they just gave him a profile of what, you know what I mean? The normal would be. This crime was not normal though. You know what I mean? Like the normal. But I think either the FBI or somebody or his private investigator or somebody gave him that kind of scenario. Girl, at the beginning of this episode, he was talking about how it was basically up to him whether they went federal with this case or not. I was like, since fucking when do we pick whether the case is fucking federal or not? Like, the shit he says is wild. Absolutely fucking wild. And people don't say nothing. They just let him say. I'm like, you don't fucking tell the feds whether you don't pay them to fuck. I guess you can pay him, but he's talking about it being more expensive. You're not paying it. What the fuck are you talking about? They're not asking you, do you want this case to go federal? You can't just call up the feds and say, hey, I want this to be federal. It doesn't fucking work that way. Like, what the fuck is really going on here? And that's what I get mad about, because why is people letting him say, like, why has nobody not said nothing? Daniel didn't say nothing. If I was in an interview, I'd be like, hang on a minute. What do you mean you and federal? Because we don't get that choice. Like, that's so stupid. Nobody says anything about that shit, but then they want to call everybody else stupid. Y'all just let the motherfucker tell y'all that he had a choice whether the case went federal or not. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? What are y'all smoking? What the fuck are y'all taking? Because that's not the way the world works. I just can't. Like, I mean, look, I cannot. This is too much.
A certain level of planning and a comfort level that you're going to go in there. And these houses, people might not know this either, that these floor plans after COVID, they all went online. They put floor plans so you didn't have to ask to go see these houses. You could go online, most of these rental places, and see the whole floor plan, including this one, because it was
like that.
This is called the Queens on the Kings Road. This is where the Queens were, because it was on Kings Road, and it was the house that for multiple generations where every kid wanted to be because of the location. Put you, as soon as you got off the campus from the football game, you're right there, so you could
please go to
drink
Canes.
and not
Don't
be
come
harassed,
here. No offense, sorry, Katie. I can't.
If you wonder why 911 wasn't called, use your brain, guys. I mean, maybe you didn't go to college. You don't need to go to college to understand that. You want to get off campus and you want to have a beer with your friends. And if you got somebody who's 21 and somebody who's not 21, you better talk to the person who's 21 before you call 911.
Yeah.
Or that's standard protocol, right? That's standard protocol. Because if that six-pack in the fridge has got 2 beers and those 2 beers are in somebody's room that they should be in.
It's a minerals and metals test, and it's simply a hair sample where you take a couple snips from the back of your head, and it will tell you some insane information. And I know this because I've done it myself.
Now graduation, your finals are over. You're sitting in you're getting a citation or who knows what goes with that. So people can read between the lines and understand what was probably going on.
Yeah, no, for sure. The back door, and you mentioned that maybe he'd been there before. I think everybody's seen this image where they use these stools to secure the back sliding glass door after the fact. Was it broken? Was there something wrong with it?
I've been told that all those doors do not work correctly. When I say all, that there's a lot of construction that was done around the exact same time. So maybe that was just a certain area that hadn't been developed, and then it got developed. So then those sliders are very common. So you can push the slider towards the lock and hit it, and it will pop it up. So that was well known that those sliders weren't very secure at locking. So I don't have any idea that's what this person did. But
Steve.
I was told that even if you lock that slider, that would be a place where you would want to, or you're a person who's going to sneak into somebody else's home, a burglar, that would be an ideal door to try to test.
Yeah. There was a time not too long ago where Ann Taylor was talking in one of her hearings, and they were mentioning that there wasn't any DNA of the victims inside of his vehicle, but they mentioned something about being sprayed all over the place. Now, I don't know if that's something that maybe CSI guys did to try to find something, or is there maybe, are you aware if they found anything in the car that could lead to it?
I'm glad you bring this up, because nobody talks about this part. So don't believe me. Go do your own search. Go research. Go to a paid version of AI.
Y'all listen to this.
There's some
shit.
AIs that have legal descriptions and libraries. Go look it up. 6 weeks in a car, that DNA is gone. Even if you leave it there, it's going to be contaminated. It's going to degrade. So they were like, don't be surprised if we don't find anything in there, because it's sitting in outdoor weather where it's going below freezing to up to 70 degrees. They literally looked at all the temperatures every single day that vehicle was outside. It wasn't garaged. So it's sitting in the baking sun, then going as cold as it possibly did. I think the coldest was something like 20-some degrees, and then the hottest it got was like 60-some degrees. But inside a car, you amplify that right on up. So yeah, this individual cleaned. They sprayed with something. But even if they left something there, six weeks inside of a car, it wasn't going to come back. It wasn't. At least that's how it was described to me. This stuff's not going to come back. Or don't be surprised. They would have been very surprised if they found something that was usable. They were saying, no, it could be under a carpet seal or something to protect it. It would have needed something to protect it, because if it was in direct sunlight, like literally in 24 hours, DNA can start becoming corrupt in sunlight, especially sunlight inside of a car. So, this stuff will probably be brought up in the trial, but I never hear anyone ever talk about, hey, this car literally drove from Washington all the way to Pennsylvania. That's a lot of exposure. I wonder if this person just cleaned it up, or if they found something, it just didn't come back as anything that was viable because it was 100% contaminated.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're hinting at. There was some contamination. I do know that the FBI went through that car piece by piece. And unlike some of these people, I think they do a very good job. And I think they're very skilled at what they do. And if they didn't find anything, then there wasn't much to be found. But again, there's definitely going to be a sense of some corruption. And they did find, like you said, there were some cleaning supplies that I hope that they can actually be traced back to a certain lab, because not everything is purchasable over the counter. There's certain things that you have to have a license to purchase.
Yeah, exactly. There's another case that had occurred. I want to say the last name was Porco or something like that, or Porco. A guy out of Rochester, New York, drove 3 hours, and he took the life of his mother or his father, and he hit his mom with an axe to the head, to both of them. And he drove 3 hours back, and when they searched his Jeep, no blood. He stood over him when he did it. Now, the reason that they believe that he was able to accomplish this, because there was no cleanup, no sign of a shower or anything like that, was because he was a veterinarian tech, and at his place of business, they had materials that would protect veterinarian techs during surgeries, and that's what he had worn. And he was able to drive 3 hours back without getting any DNA. The only DNA, I think the DNA that they actually got him that ended up convicting him was he went through a toll booth, and he got the DNA off of the sticker, the receipt that he got from there. And so that's what ended up doing him in. But, I think that there's the possibility, especially when you see that 2020 May letter, final that you wrote about how, what to wear so that way you don't contaminate a scene. I think we're going to see a bunch of that in his purchases, and I think that's going to be something else that does him in.
Yeah, it's just another record that they were able to pull off where, he talks about the right outfit that you would want to commit this crime in, and then they have him purchasing. Maybe it's not exactly the same, but we all know what a Dickies outfit, one of the thing, it's basically what Michael Myers wore.
Yeah.
So, it's, I guess some people like to be lied to. They like to be manipulated and strung around. It's a bizarre thing for me, as a father. I never want that for my kids. I want my kids to think on their own and not be naive and get led astray. But maybe some people that's just not for them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there are some folks, it doesn't matter. I had one guy literally tell me that, because I guess there was a vehicle in Eugene, Oregon. I don't know if you remember that one that was crashed on the side of the road. Mm-hmm. Apparently that belongs to somebody at one point lived in Colorado, and the 1122 residents at one point, one of the investors had a property somewhere else in Colorado. That's too much of a coincidence. That's too much. Don't worry about what BK is doing. That's all coincidence. But that car being from Colorado and somebody being from over there from Colorado, different parts, different people, everything else, it's wild, the conspiracies that they believe in. Well, Steve, I don't want to take too much more of your time. Is there anything else that you want to maybe get out, tell the world about anything?
I don't know if I've heard anyone repeat the because I want to bring a little bit of clarity, because people don't realize that, like, the interviews that I do on on some of the TV channels. They're pretty much live, and even if they're not live, they're not scripted in any shape or form. So we can't go into details like this. So I want to take advantage of that Brian Talley. His little thumbs up asshole pic.
Yeah.
I think I figured it out. I think it's like 14 hours later, he's calling in sick for work. Yeah. And that's the only day he ever called. Mm-hmm. So he's obsessed with the crime that he did. And
Hi, I'm Brett.
And I'm Jonathan.
This is Darla.
And this is Buddy.
We're the founders of the Farmer's Dog.
We've made an entirely new way to feed your dog.
It all started with my first dog, Jada. I got Jada in my early 20s. It was just love at first sight. She was the most adorable, smart dog, but her stomach was just constantly a problem. Nothing seemed to help her until a vet recommended that I started home cooking for her.
All of her issues went away. Her life changed. So Brett started going down this journey of looking into what is dog food? How is it made?
Kibble can be made with ingredients that would be illegal to sell to a human for consumption.
Going through the media, this is all going to be part of a search history. You guys are all going to see it. And, there's a thing, there's exclusive knowledge. If you know about a certain part of a crime before it's made general public, or maybe before it even happens, it's pretty damning. To me, there's nothing more damage. But I also thought people would change their tune when the Amazon order puts the murder weapon in his house, and his own family's like wondering what the heck's going on. And when I say family, I believe it's just one sister that was really, really helpful, where the other people weren't so much helpful.
Well, I mean, they're pretty specific on the March 20th to March 30th time frame for that knife purchase. Yeah, 100%.
Somebody was able to tell them exactly when that happened, even though the history had been deleted. Mm-hmm. Why do you delete this? I mean, why would you delete that? If you're this outdoor hunter, CSI, because I hear all these people, oh, he's a CIS grad. He's going to have all this weird stuff. You're not going to have knowledge of a crime, bro. You're not going to have knowledge of the crime. That is not public knowledge. You're not going to have it. I don't care. And it doesn't explain doing surveys and doing all these weird things and creeping every girl out. And the list of the red flags is what really frustrates me, because this guy had been harassing girls all the way back to high school. We've talked to people all the way to high school. Like the girl that was literally like, he's obsessed with me. And it was like extremely embarrassing. I'd walk into the classroom and everyone was like, is he going to be that awkward weirdo that stares at you all day long? And so this goes all the way back to school, and they've interviewed and talked to all these different people. So it frustrates me that you can harass people at school, and because of the way the system is, you kind of go unnoticed. You kind of are able to pull it off because nobody wants to drag those try to help another family from having to go through a BK type, because unfortunately this is probably going to lead. I mean, that Georgia kid was a fan of his. Mm-hmm. The Georgia school shooter. I don't know his name. Gray.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, that's a lie. And that other crime he was talking about that guy that went and killed his dad and did whatever to his mom, Daniels said something idiotic again, because that boy did take a shower. That he took a fucking shower. I've watched about that crime. He took a shower. His brother even confirmed he took a fucking shower. He even said he took a shower. And I want to know how Steve G knows that he called out of work, because the university did not release anything to anybody because there was nothing to release. So I want to know how he knows he called out of work and all that. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, and Kane, that was basically it. He just goes on, we don't have to sit through I can't handle it. I literally cannot handle it. That's just like him getting fired. He did not get fired until after he got arrested. Because you want to know why? Because if he was having things go on, it's because of his autism. It's because he did not have an emotional connection with the students or whatever. And that's why we listened to a student say that there wasn't nothing wrong with him. You know what I mean? Like, he was just quiet. So I don't know who all these people are that Steve's talking about, but I don't believe these girls, some of these girls that's come out. And if there were police reports, Ann Taylor would have them, and so would the prosecution. The prosecution would damn sure have them. So, yeah. But he has had autism since he was younger. So Steve sounded stupid because Massoff literally testified to when he first started school and stuff and everything else. So if people were that scared of somebody that had autism and did him like that, then they deserve what the fuck ever happened to them because they were being bullies. Because he didn't go fucking with nobody. Because people with autism don't do that. He don't like being around people. He didn't go to be around people. So I don't think he was following girls around doing none of that shit. I don't think he did all that. And honestly, I'm not being mean. The one thing Steve should not say anything about is his autism or him being weird or anything else. Because that's going to offend a whole lot of people. And it offends me because I have family members that are autistic. His mama didn't just go dig up papers to fucking show. His autistic report didn't just go the fuck away, like, because of electronic filing. What the fuck does he know about electronic filing? Let me tell his ass something. I have a fucking master's degree. Don't fuck with me. Where's my motherfucking degree? I have a healthcare management degree and a fucking healthcare administration degree. Don't fuck with this one. Don't tell me nothing about HIPAA. Don't try to tell me nothing about no goddamn fucking electronic records, motherfuckers. Don't fucking tell me shit. So he needs to, he want to talk about that, he can come to me. I have a fucking I have a fucking healthcare administration degree, that's an associate's degree, and I have a master's degree in motherfucking healthcare administration. So, what the fuck was that about records? And it don't work different in Alabama than it does in motherfucking Idaho, because I've had to pull up Idaho records before. Oh my God, I cannot. Oh, Heather, you done missed me pitching all kind of fits because I missed half of this interview before and Kane made me sit here and listen to it. And I'm telling you that I have about threw the computer out the door, like ripped. I'm not going to be able to, I don't know what, I can't watch this trial. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not going to have a computer left. I was born in 83. Yeah, I cannot. I cannot do this. I cannot. But, and Daniel just said something so ignorant about that fucking crime, and I was gonna say something about that the other day when I heard him say that, saying that that guy didn't take a shower or nothing. He drove a Jeep, and yes, he did take a fucking shower. And I don't even know if, I can't remember exactly how they called him. Daniel might be right about his DNA on that when he went through the toll, but the crime he's talking about, that guy sure enough fucking did take a shower. Because he wanted to be gone from his school longer than it took to just go to his parents' house and come back. He wanted to make it look like it was longer. Oh my God, I'm going to find that fucking shit in just a minute. because he's stupid as fuck. Oh, he didn't take a shower or nothing. Now you know you would the goddamn lie, because yes the fuck he did. It was his parents' house. Why wouldn't? Oh my God. Let me find that. What the fuck was? I can't even think of the name of that fucking thing Daniel's talking about now. Hang on a second, y'all, and I'll find. Oh my God. I'm so irritated. Oh yeah, Heather, you know what it is. Where's that at, Heather? Yeah. See? Heather knows. Yeah, that's it. The Traveler. Yeah, that. What's the damn thing name? I can't think. I'm fucking. I'm gonna have to apologize to Kaylee for 2 hours. This is why I don't watch Drunk Turkey, and I try not to watch Steve G, because I cannot. I cannot. I held it as long as I could, and then that's it. I flipped the fuck out. What'd you find the other day? Heather, where was that crime at? I can't remember the name or the damn. Oh God. Heather, do you know they have so much evidence that they done told Steve G that they ain't never had a case with this much? I can't. See, I can't even repeat that shit. And I ain't even getting back, and I still can't repeat it. It won't come out my mouth. I was finna start stuttering because I can't even get the shit to come out of my mouth. I mean, I just can't. I cannot say nothing that's stupid. I'm sorry. I cannot do it. I'm sorry. If I'm wrong, I'll get on here and publicly say I was an idiot and there was all that Steve said there was, but I cannot. It won't come out of my mouth. Oh, okay. I got you, Heather. Sorry. I'll remember in a minute. I just couldn't because I was so mad. I'm telling you. I shouldn't let these people make me this mad, but literally he's calling Brian weird and every fucking thing else. Man, he's got autism, and I take offense to that because I know people with autism, and Brian's running from them motherfuckers more than them fucking girls are running from him. He's running from them, I promise you. Shit. Oh my God, I can't. And then Steve G said something about Brian's mama. Oh God dang. Oh shit. Hellfire. Then went. Yeah, that's bad enough too. But then his mama done went and dug up his papers because they don't have it in the electronic system. Man, Heather, now, like I just said, I have a associate's degree and a master's degree in healthcare management, and healthcare administration. And my degrees are recent. Okay. Then he said that Brian went to school online so they couldn't do the background checks right. That's a motherfucking lie. I went to school during COVID and online. Everything I did was online. I never once walked in a classroom. I did 3.5 years online. Okay. So they did a background check on me, and I'm in healthcare. I can't just laugh at him because I can't. It's not fun. This is somebody's lie. It's not funny. I can't find the fun. It's not, because what if they shoot him and that? I cannot. I can't. I cannot. I mean, that's just I would be just as mad if somebody come in here talking about one of the 4 victims. Like I said, that one person come in here one time calling Kaylee a hoe, and I literally banned them for the rest of ever because you're not going to do that shit. Somebody, it was her fault. That's how you say that shit, and I'm not even talking to you. You finna get banned because I don't know the fuck you're not. Now we just don't do that. I mean, I wouldn't even let nobody come in here and say that about Dylan, and I don't. I mean, I think Dylan was threatened, so I try to have whatever, but I'm saying though, I wouldn't even let anybody come in here and say that about her, that she deserves to die, because nobody deserves. You're not God. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck is anybody to be taking somebody out unless they're threatening your life, and then shoot them in the kneecap or something. I mean, but just is stupid. But I just want people to know how ridiculous they sound when they talk about, oh, they ran from Brian. No, motherfucker, Brian Koberger ran from you, because what he has, he does not like people and being around them. God forbid. And I sure as fuck, he ain't never gonna be around nobody now. You think he wants to be around people now? The fuck. This makes it worse. He already don't write people back. And Steve G's going to have it fixed to where nobody, oh, God dang, Heather. He's going through the legislation, and we can send Brian Koberger money now. But if we do it later, it's not going to go to him. It's going to go to what? Who the fuck does he? Who the actual fuck? I cannot do this. I don't want to be around people now either. I damn sure don't want to now. You see what the fuck is out there? I can't do this shit. This is a death penalty state. My DNA could be anywhere and everywhere. And I can't be with a bunch of women. I fuck this shit. No, ma'am. I don't go nowhere. This is my YouTube. I know that, Heather. I cannot, y'all, I cannot watch stuff like this because, see, I start having feelings that I don't want to have. Be thinking shit I don't like to think. I'm sitting over here yelling. I'm not gonna make it through this trial, Heather. I don't know what I'm gonna do because I'm not gonna have a computer left, nothing. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I cannot. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. And then Steve talking about if he gets convicted. I had to pause it. Look, I told Kane, I said, this is your fault, Kane. Because he wanted me to watch it so Twiz could watch it. Girl, and I couldn't hold my mouth, so I kept on having to pause it because he'd say something. And I tried to just talk to myself about it, but it didn't work. So I was like, oh, God. Because then it'd say something more stupid, and it pissed me off. So it just took us, I don't know how long to watch that. I cannot. Yeah, I only hang out with I only have certain girlfriends like Heather and Elle. They're not normal females. My female friends are not normal females. So all y'all in here, Meg, Heather, Elle, y'all are not normal, just so y'all know that. I don't hang out with dramatic, fucking, pass out, need attention girls. I can't do all that shit. I cannot hang out with somebody that's got to hang all over all the guys and be kissing all over and have all the attention. I can't do all that shit. I Trisha can't do it. I cannot. I can't do it. Mm-mm. What the fuck did you just say, Heather? No, fuck you. I'm not parlaying that again. I'm not having a heart attack today. Mm-mm. Even listening to it again, I feel irate. I mean, I feel my blood pressure going up thinking about it. Look, okay, see that right there, what you just said, the word you just said, the name you said, that's the type I cannot do. I cannot do females like that. I cannot do that. Oh, somebody's bullying me. This, that, girl, oh, shit and fuck. I can't do it. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Listen to me. All these girls that needed these guys' attention in school, walking up, just touching their ass and stuff. I got in trouble because I punched a guy. A guy wanted to go on a date with me, and he was fine as hell. Like, he was like one of the cutest guys in school. Okay. I told the motherfucker he wasn't cute because he thought he was cute. And then I told him we could go to dinner. All he wanted to do was get my pants. So I gave him my phone number and told him to call me whenever he ate dinner, and we would have a dinner date right on the phone because I wasn't playing no shit. All them girls want attention like that. You think they in love with you or something because they can put a paper bag over your head, girl. That don't matter. Don't be thinking that makes you pretty. Don't be thinking none of that shit. I cannot. All these girls out there about to pass it, like trying to get guys attention. I cannot do that. I cannot hang out with females like that. That's why I'm very, very funny. And I'm a very good judge of character about the females that I talk to now. Like, me and Heather's talked on the phone and everything before, but like, I could already tell her personality. Yeah, she has guy friends, but she's not a whore. There's a difference in a whore. And I mean, you can do what you want to with your coochie. I'm just saying. But not in front of me doing all that kind of shit because I can't handle all that shit. I think that's ridiculous. And I feel bad for girls because they got a problem and that's what makes them feel pretty. They don't give a shit what you look like. They don't care. That don't matter to them. That is not love. It is not. So, anyway. I had all guy friends. But you know, like now, Kane and Twiz. Them girls that Twiz be making fall in love with him or what the fuck ever's going on. They're like, they say some smart shit, and I'm like, listen to me. Me and Twiz have never talked about having sex. That's like having sex with my brother. Who the fuck wants to do that? No. Yeah, I said Twiz was hot. Okay, I thought my brother was cute too. That don't mean anything. What the fuck is wrong with people? I could go spend a night with Twiz and Kane, and I ain't worried about them hitting on me or me having to do anything with them because it ain't like that. So that's the difference. Anyway. I am shut up, Heather. Oh God, you know what I mean. I'm just saying, like, I don't care. It's not like I wouldn't be a girl's friend. I just don't want to see it all, and I don't care to hear it. I don't like, but I'm saying I just have a specific type of girl that I hang out with, and that's that. That's y'all know how y'all are, so Like Heather, like you were messing with me about what you call it the other day. If you would have been a normal girl, I'd have done cussed your ass out. But you're not a normal. Because a normal girl like does that to make themselves feel better because they want attention. That's not why you were doing that. That's why I told you no, I wasn't mad at you. I was laughing at you because I just think you are just goofy. Anyways, I don't think you would do something like that and try to hurt my feelings anyways. I knew that you were playing. But what I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying. Oh my God. Yeah, but what I'm saying with Kane and Twiz, though, is like, they're not it's not, you have certain guys you can hang out with and certain ones you just can't. And that they different too. You just know. Like I told Shaggy, he's telling my homeboy, I said, you can never be my homeboy. Once you think about doing something with somebody, like, you can't be my homeboy. That's not the way that works. I don't have sex with my homeboys. I don't think about that neither. And we done been in a relationship. You can never be my homeboy. I think that's why he just didn't want to talk to me no more. You can never be my homeboy. Twiz is my homeboy. You can't be my homeboy. Sorry. The fuck. I don't know what the fuck he can be except weird right now. But anyway, that's beside the point. Oops. Oh, fucking weirdos. I swear to God. And then I swear to God, the other night, Kiki on her motherfucking live, what does she say? Y'all haunt me with fucking Utah, especially Kane's fucking chat, because every fucking time I go to Kane's chat, everybody wants to talk about Utah. I'm like, God damn, are y'all serious right now? I already get fucking letters from Ogden, Utah 2 times a fucking week at least. I'm already haunted with it. Come off of it now. I'll be damned if Kiki didn't say, instead of saying Idaho, she's talking about some Utah. I said, God damn. I said, they didn't go to no Utah. Oh, she was laughing. She's like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I was like, Jesus. I swear to God, man. I'm like, what the fuck is really going on with this? Shit. You don't talk about Utah. Somebody in your chat always does. I swear to God. And then you had another motherfucker from Ogden, Utah. And I swore I said God, he done made another fucking name, hadn't he? I don't think it was him. I think it's hilarious, though. I'm a magician. I can make that motherfucker shut up. And the stupid thing is, he comes in there talking right after I say something. All I got to do is say something. That motherfucker just goes away. I'm like, okay, well, that works. Well, no, I can't block nobody. I'm a fucking mod, and so is he. But I don't care about blocking him. I just wish he'd quit being so fucking weird. Just quit acting weird, motherfucker. Quit. It's so weird. He freaks me out now. I'm like, what the fuck? I cannot stand that. Like, why are you acting different? I don't think it's me that needs to get over you. Clearly, motherfucker, you done deleted all your social media and everything. Apparently, it's you. Fuck. Come on now. Oh, it's so weird. I'm not going out of my way to fucking leave a chat or whatever because he still acts fucking weird. So I just say something so he don't say nothing else. Or I direct something at him and then he just goes away. He's just in the background. You're almost 50 years old, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? I cannot. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God, I cannot. Fuck it, I can't. Oh shit, I cannot. Sit there in your sister's basement, play a fucking game, eat fucking nerds. I don't give a fuck, but quit being fucking weird. That's what you can do. Please. Shit. And I ain't saying I'm perfect. I'm just saying that it ain't my fault that these motherfuckers, I don't know. I didn't even do nothing to them from be acting all like that. So, whatever. Who did you block? An actress lady. I know. I like her. Your doggy? What's wrong with the doggy? L. If you said it earlier, I don't know. Oh, I have Viviana blocked, or for fuck's sake, Viviana, because I cannot. She irritates me with what she says, and I can't not say nothing to her, so I blocked her so I don't have to see her. And I don't have to see her. The only time I see her is if she's in chat and somebody puts whatever the fuck she says up on screen. Otherwise, I don't see her, thank God. And I have that one of the people that Heather was mentioning earlier blocked too. They can still come in your thing, I think, L, but they have to search for you or whatever. I don't think they can chat or I don't know. Hey, P Fox. Jenny who? I got you. Praying. Who the fuck is George? Who? I'm so confused by who we're talking about. Oh, that's the girl with Donnie Wahlberg, isn't it? That's the lady. I like her too. Oh God. Well, yeah, I don't know if I like Melissa McCartney or not. I like her unless she's doing bad stuff to kids. That's why I don't watch TV anymore. Oh God. Well, you know what I mean. Ew, don't be jealous of Kevin Hart. He has an island too. And do y'all know that that lady that told on Jeffrey Epstein died? She took herself out. It was sad. I posted it in Discord. It's really sad. She really like, she was born the same year I was. She's not even. She wasn't even 42 yet. She wouldn't be 42 till August. So that's really sad. I can't remember her name now, but she moved to Australia. But when she was a teenager, like, yeah. No, I think she did. I mean, her family even said she did. Like, I mean, I don't know. I know that she had a lot of mental stuff, like, and they said she had kidney failure. Her brother did, but she may not have. I don't know. The prince said the fucking prince, the fucking UK, them evil people over there, the royals that are really evil. That dude said that it didn't surprise him, so that kind of made me suspicious that it didn't surprise him. He's a nasty as fuck too, because he's a liar and anyway. But I watched her interview. It's not that I done told Twiz, it's not even that BK, it's not that he's an important person. That's not what it is. It's if it will keep from exposing people they don't want exposed, and Ann's going to do that, then yes, they will take him out. It doesn't have to do with whether he's important. He ain't never been important to them. I mean, and whoever they found like that wasn't going to be important to them. It's just what they needed at a time. The information they want to keep from everybody knowing is important to them. Yeah, that's her name. I posted it in Discord this morning. Oh God, Kiki sent me a message, and I sure as hell ain't looked at my phone. Let me see what she told me to do. I think she was shit. Hang on, y'all. Oh God, she knows. Oh, let me play this about Dr. Ramsland. Because I knew Kiki had the interview to help clear her name, because Kiki gets mad when folks start talking about her. She must have been listening to my thing about when Steve G said something about Ramsland, because he was saying something. If Ramsland wouldn't have wrote those books about serial killers, we wouldn't know anything about them. Like, that's the research she does. He acts like she's bad too. But Kiki really wants me to play this thing. Let me tell her I will. Hey, I'm still live. I just got your message. I'm fixing to play this now. Yes, that was me talking to my phone, y'all, because I'm lazy and I didn't want to text. All right. Hang on. Oh, shit. What am I doing? Let me go to my Discord right here. What a dumbass I am. God. I might have to quit doing these lives, y'all. My blood pressure's all the way. Oh, I'm still so irritated. I hate when people say stupid things. And it pisses me off when they say shit that they know is... Oh, my God. Why? Why? Okay, let me... The hell? Oh, hang on. Lord have mercy. In a minute, I'll learn how to fucking work my Discord. All right, 1 second. I'm on to share this. Hang on. I don't remember the timestamp I'm supposed to go to. Wait a minute. Hang on, y'all. Oh my God, what is this? Okay. All right. Probably. That probably is why I need to go to the gym. You're right, Kane. Kiki, you're welcome. I'm sorry. Girl, you have to get on here. And if you did, I missed it because I was ranting and raving. I thought about playing your thing with her on it because the stuff they were saying, like, it's very important that she does the work she's done. He acts like she's like best friends or buddy with him. Anyway, let me see what timestamp you said to go to, Kiki. I've been pitching a fit. You already know I've been over here screaming. 54. But I knew, and I was going to message you and ask you too, Kiki, if I could play this and ask you where it was. I'm glad you said this anyway.
You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's so great.
All right. 54. All right, let me mute this so it's not echoing. Hang on.
Like, I spent 5 years working on Dennis Rader's book, but I don't get that caught up. I now have been talking to him for 14 years. I'm not that engaged with him, but the work was important. So I think because it's clinical, it helps to keep it balanced. It doesn't haunt me. It doesn't keep me awake. I don't have nightmares.
Sounds like you're very balanced doing that, because not the average person can do it. So
well, the writing helps too. I mean, you're always and you guys are writers, so you're always expressing yourself. It's a way to make sense of what this is all about.
It's very true. Just when you're talking about Dennis Rader, I don't think we touched base on this, but I just wanted to mention, I was reading about the process that you went through to actually visit him in prison, and you went through all these lengths of things, and I don't want to try to remember all of them, but I know there was like an approval through the family, and they were getting him to sign things saying he would profit from it. Could you speak on that just for a moment, the loops that you went through to just be able to start this?
Yeah, I mean, there had been a woman who befriended him when he was first arrested in 2005, and she wanted to write this book, and it didn't come out. So I saw her on Facebook 5 years later in 2010 and asked her what happened, and she knew who I was, asked me if I would take it over because she didn't want to do it. But that was the easy part. then I had to tell the families what I wanted to do. And I did not want to write a book where a serial killer was just going to blah, blah, blah. I wanted to write a book where whatever he had to say was going to benefit psychology, criminology, and law enforcement. We need him to pay attention to the stuff we need to know that will help us in other ways. And so he was on board for that. But the victims' families were also involved. They had a sort of a consortium, and he had signed his life rights over to them. So I had to agree that they would get the majority of the proceeds, which was fine with me, because for me, the reward was really in doing the work. And so they do get a financial benefit from this. But it took a while. It took several years before we got all the legalities and whatnot into place.
And I just have one more question in the chat, and then I think, I won't take any more of your time tonight, Dr. Ramsland. This one came through from Texas Ranger. Has Dr. Ramsland had a chance to interview Joseph D'Angelo?
No, he doesn't talk to anybody. He doesn't talk to. And I think, he didn't even really go through a proceeding, because he just said, whatever you think I've done, I plead. So there was no courtroom thing. I mean, there was a hearing where they did a sentencing for him, but we really never got a chance to process that case in terms of the Visalia ransacker, the rapist, the murderer, all the different areas that he allegedly was in. He basically just said, I plead guilty to, blanket everything. So he hasn't, to my knowledge, he has not talked to anybody. And the kind of book that I write is with people who do want to talk. I'm not in there to try to extract things from unwilling participants. I want to talk to people who are, in fact, interested in processing this through psychological channels. And so my work is pretty specialized. If he doesn't want to talk, I'm not going to necessarily get him to do that.
Well, you've been so gracious to take some questions from the live chat. Thank you so much for it.
You're welcome.
Tonight. And thank you for being here. I hope you come back again. And other than that,
Okay, y'all, give me a second. I was thinking about playing this the other day too when we were talking about Kathleen Ramsland, because there is a part in here she's not talking about. In my opinion, she is insinuating. She may not be, but she's not just talking about Brian Kohberger, and she does not mention his name. But what she's telling people is to let the court stuff play out, and don't just think somebody's guilty just because you think their profile is a certain way. I do not think she thinks Brian Kohberger did this. And after this interview is why I think what I think. And I'm not sure exactly what timestamp it's at. Kiki, I don't know if you remember. But if not, I mean, it's fine because I'll find it. But I wanted to play this the other day. It's funny because I was going to ask you and then I forgot about it, because I thought it was important that somebody like her is saying, and she has interviewed not just B2K, like other ones, like she's wrote books. This has been her whole life's work. So she is telling people to be very careful about judging people. And I think it's because she knew he had autism too before then, but like for them, drunk turkey and them to sit there and talk shit about this woman, like that is disgusting. Because if it wasn't for people like her, we wouldn't know that man's story, like what he was thinking. And it is important for people to be able to get that so that they can study. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean you assume everybody's like that, but I'm saying though, there is reasons for her to go in and do this. She didn't just go do it to make money. And that's what pissed me off, because that's what they're talking about. Like, she gave him all this money. She did probably because it's his book. It's about him. So that's just a fair way to do it. Like, these people get on my nerves. But it's not like she agrees with what he did. Like they're trying to act like they were insinuating like she agrees with what he did and she's just all into the shit. That no, we have to have people like this. She's braver than I am. Just I cannot. Yeah, I done pitched a fit Meg. Like I literally like lost my shit a million times. We finally got through it because I was trying not to pause it, but every time it would be say something stupid, I'd get mad, and then my head would almost blow off. So I would have to fucking stop it, because it wouldn't just be something stupid. It would be something stupider said, or some kind of lie that I just couldn't sit here and I'm like, fuck this, I can't do it. So I'd have to stop it. But anyways, let me find this part. Hang on, y'all.
To make the case you're trying to make. There's a cognitive error, which has a terrible name, Wizziati, but it's what you see is all there is. In other words, you may have a collection of facts, like the Garber case that I just talked over and over again in some of these cases, because everybody wants to jump in. He's the guy. He's the best. Is the Gems, Missouri in 1990. It was a young. People have lost. Needed. We always wanted to ground it in documents, in facts. It's very research.
Will link all of it.
He mostly interviewed the families of the victims and the cops, because I can show you word for word what came out of the police reports.
Yeah. Well, it's really interesting, and if anyone hearing this is interested in this case, please, my mods will link all of Dr. Ramsland's books on Amazon so that you can go check this out for yourself. And she also has a blog on Psychology Today, which was wonderful, and I really found informative.
Thank you.
I wanted to go. We have a little bit of time. I just wanted to. It was a very emotional read for me, and I came up with 2 questions after I read that.
He was, in fact, a rapist and a killer.
Was interesting, although
to protect yourself and Dean Coral during the early 90s, like acting, and he's right. That's what it's exactly like. It's like acting.
This whole interview is good. We're finna just watch it.
He was a serial killer in Wichita,
Y'all,
Kansas
have I
between
been sitting here with this damn thing
1974 and
muted? Oh my
1991.
God, hang
He
on. What
killed
the
10
fuck?
people. His first was a family of 4, and thereafter he killed single women. The Green River Killer was.
We're going to link both her blog in Psychology Today and her Substack below if you want to read more of Dr. Ramsland's writings and articles. So for my next question to you,
I'm sorry, y'all.
I've read in some instances that law enforcement has turned to serial killers for help investigating unsolved murder cases. Based on your research, should law enforcement use serial killers' unique insights to evaluate crime scenes or files?
Yeah, the idea that a serial killer has unique insight in a way that helps investigations is more of a fiction than reality. We have certainly had some cases. The most famous is Ted Bundy contacting the Seattle task force on the Green River Killer in the 1980s. Bundy at this point was in prison. He had already been convicted. He had death sentences, probably bored, looking for things to do. And he offered his help. And so they thought, well, it'd be worth going to talk with him at the very least to get, and this is before he had made any confessions. So they thought it would be worth talking to him because he'd probably reveal a lot of things about his own MO, which is exactly what happened. It did not help them figure out who the Green River Killer was. Another one was in California. They were trying to use a serial killer who was part of a team, the Bittaker and Norris team. They're trying to use insights from Norris to catch a guy named Bill Bonin. And all the things he had to say were things that he did. It really wasn't about Bonin. It didn't help to catch Bonin. We really don't have an example of a serial killer having such special insight that they're the only ones that could have helped solve these cases and caught these killers. We don't have any real world examples of that, but we have them in fiction, like Hannibal Lecter. So it is a fictional concept, and it's kind of a romantic concept, but in fact, they don't help that much.
That one thing really blew my mind when I was reading that particular article is that there's never a documented instance where they've actually helped solve a crime. So,
no.
Thank you for that answer. When I reviewed your work on serial killer Dennis Rader, something that stuck out to me was his description of his mental coping mechanisms. So he spoke about using a cubing system for his emotions rather than compartmentalizing his experiences and feelings. So could you please explain to me and my audience how Rader's cubing system helped him change personas?
Okay, well, we should probably give some context for Rader. He was a serial killer in Wichita, Kansas between 1974 and 1991. He killed 10 people. His first was a family of 4, and thereafter he killed single women and an attempted murder on the brother of one of those women. So he also was a family man, president of his church council, held down a full-time job, good neighbor, good father, etc. So he had this obvious dark side that nobody who knew him saw. And when I got the opportunity to work with him for 5 years on his autobiography, he wanted to write about becoming a serial killer. And he kept talking about something he called cooping, C-O-U-P-I-N-G, cooping. And I finally figured out that he meant cubing. And so I was able to see what he was talking about. He presented this as a variety of life frames that he could move in and out of as a situation demanded. So if you think of a cube with multiple sides to it, and each of those sides represents one of his life frames or his space or his facade or persona. And you think about when he's home, he can be the husband and father.
All right, now I'm getting confused. Twiz, what am I supposed to wait on? I'm confused. Kiki, you want me to go to timestamp 2:30? Is that what you're saying? So 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Is that what you're saying?
Though they may consult. There are also ideas that psychologists participate in interrogations. Again, they may consult if they're trained to do so. There are misconceptions that psychologists can always spot a liar, that they have a particular talent for seeing when people are being deceptive. And that isn't necessarily true. There are psychologists who are researchers on deception who know a lot more about it than most people, but the idea that in general, a psychologist has any special ability to spot a lie is erroneous. So there's quite a few misconceptions, but you see these things popping up in TV shows and novels from time to time in movies.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for clearing that up. You also write a blog for Psychology Today, and I was reading one of your blogs and it was titled, Why It's So Hard to Predict a Psychopath. And I found this article fascinating and very educational. So you wrote about some cultural misconceptions that psychopaths have a specific traits or habits. And then the article goes on to read, modern culture is full of supposed research findings about psychopaths, claiming that such things as their preference for black coffee, dark chocolate, cryptocurrency, and business majors. Do any of the generalizations that I just mentioned help predict a psychopath?
They really don't. I have found that most of the studies that they claim these ideas are based on are flawed. They're not representative. Often the sample size is too small or it's skewed. For example, there was a recent one. You can tell a female psychopath because she doesn't move her head when you're in conversation. And that was based on, I think, a sample size of 218 people who were incarcerated. So that's not representative. You can't generalize to a large population from something as small as that, and especially if it's not a random sample. So many of these studies are flawed, but they get headlines. And that's the thing. If you say, oh, if you drink black coffee or like dark chocolate, you're more likely to be a psychopath, it grabs people's attention. It makes them think they have a sense of what a psychopath is, and it's just false. But it's a way that media oversimplifies the concept. Psychopathy is actually a very complex condition, and it has factors and facets and dimensions and has a long history of evolving in many different ways. So the idea that because somebody owns cryptocurrency, they're more likely to be a psychopath, or because they're business majors, or, these are all absurd notions to anyone who's a professional, but it gets media attention.
Yeah, and it's got so much media attention that it really grabbed my attention because I have read those things before, and it was such a fascinating read, and I highly recommend it for anyone that's listening. And my mods are going to link both her blog in Psychology Today and her Substack below if you want to read more of Dr. Ramsland's writings and articles. So for my next question to you, I've read in some instances that law enforcement has turned to serial killers for help investigating unsolved murder cases. Based on your research, should law enforcement use serial killers' unique insights to evaluate crime scenes or files?
Yeah, the idea that a serial killer has unique insight in a way that helps investigations is more of a fiction than reality. We have certainly had some cases. The most famous is Ted Bundy contacting the Seattle task force on the Green River killer in the 1980s. Bundy at this point was in prison. He had already been convicted. He had death sentences, probably bored, looking for things to do. and he offered his help. And so they thought, well, it'd be worth going to talk with him at the very least to get, and this is before he had made any confessions. So they thought it would be worth talking to him because he'd probably reveal a lot of things about his own MO, which is exactly what happened. It did not help them figure out who the Green River Killer was. Another one was in California. They were trying to use a serial killer who was part of a team, the Bittaker and Norris team. They're trying to use insights from Norris to catch a guy named Bill Bonin. And all the things he had to say were things that he did. It really wasn't about Bonin. It didn't help to catch Bonin. We really don't have an example of a serial killer having such special insight that they're the only ones that could have helped solve these cases and caught these killers. We don't have any real world examples of that, but we have them in fiction, like Hannibal Lecter. So it is a fictional concept, and it's kind of a romantic concept, but in fact, they don't help that much.
That one thing really blew my mind when I was reading that particular article is that there's never a documented instance where they've actually helped solve a crime.
No.
So thank you for that answer. When I reviewed your work on serial killer Dennis Rader, something that stuck out to me was his description of his mental coping mechanisms. So he spoke about using a cubing system for his emotions rather than compartmentalizing his experiences and feelings. So could you please explain to me and my audience how Rader's cubing system helped him change personas?
Okay, well, we should probably give some context for Rader. He was a serial killer in Wichita, Kansas between 1974 and 1991. He killed 10 people. His first was a family of 4, and thereafter he killed single women and an attempted murder on the brother of one of those women. So he also was a family man, president of his church council, held down a full-time job, good neighbor, good father, etc. So he had this obvious dark side that nobody who knew him saw. And when I got the opportunity to work with him for 5 years on his autobiography, he wanted to write about becoming a serial killer. And he kept talking about something he called cooping, C-O-U-P-I-N-G, cooping. And I finally figured out that he meant cubing. And so I was able to see what he was talking about. He presented this as a variety of life frames that he could move in and out of as a situation demanded. So if you think of a cube with multiple sides to it, and each of those sides represents one of his life frames or his space or his facade or persona. And you think about when he's home, he can be the husband and father. That's one side, but if he's out trolling around, stalking someone, suddenly the cube turns and he shows a different face. He's a thief. He breaks into houses. He's a burglar. So that's on another side of the cube. And if you think about this, each of those life frames is all integrated into the same person, but because he's not really invested in integrity or truth or any sense of consistency in his sense of self, he can switch and pivot very quickly from one frame to another as needed. And so no remorse comes with that. It's just simply whatever is useful to me to get what I need is essentially how he approached life. And the reason I think this is a better concept than compartmentalizing, which is the typical psychologist's explanation for this, is the compartments suggest distinct compartments, that they're sort of walled off from one another, and that people are living in this compartment and in this compartment. I thought cubing was better because it was multiple sides of the same person where he could pivot so quickly into one or another face. And so I wrote about cubing and I think it really works for him, and it works for a lot of other serial killers as well.
Was that just a metaphor that he used, or did he actually visualize a cube in his head moving? Like, was it a visualization he had in his head, or was it just an analogy?
I think it was a visualization, but probably not as developed as I ended up making it in the book, because the more we discussed it, the more it became clear to him. So he would say to you, if you asked him, he would say, "I coined it." He coined it. He just misspelled it. But I probably gave it more life in terms of articulating how it worked for him. I think he could see it, moving around in his head. And he talked about doing this since he was a child for various things, not for murder, but if he wanted to present a face in a certain situation, he could make these switches. And he talked about it being like acting. And he's right. That's what it's exactly like. It's like acting.
And it also kind of sounds like he can change it more on a split second in the way that he's explaining it, than having to push down feelings in a compartmental nature. But that's just my observation.
He did change in that fast. I saw it when I was at the prison the first time. He didn't know I was actually going to be there. And when they come to tell him he's got a visitor, they often don't tell him who it is. So they were bringing him in, and it was a maximum security prison. The way they used to have it is no longer this way, but it used to be he would go into a room that had a monitor, and I would go into a room with a monitor, and that's how you communicated. So you're not in the same room. It's not like a glass divider, how you see in movies and stuff. So he's being brought into the room. He's in shackles, and kind of, really almost overkill. So he starts talking to the guards in this really gruff, what do you think, I'm Hannibal Lecter? And then he sees in the monitor that I'm there. And boy, right that fast. How was your trip? How nice that you could get here. Completely different face, different sense of presenting himself that fast. And his daughter said that to me when she had visited him. She said, I saw exactly what you're talking about, that it can go that fast because they're not rooted emotionally in a sense of self the way most of us are. They can pick up and be something else if they need to be.
That's just chilling to know, but yeah. It's amazing that somebody's gone in and done this work and taught us about these things. And I really just want to say we honor what you've done. It makes a difference.
Thank you. I mean, I used to, when I teach my course on serial killers, I would always talk about Bundy. And I said my favorite word for him is chameleonic, because he could switch around like that. And I think that is exactly what cubing is. It's this take on whatever is the circumstance, you can quickly adapt and show that face. And that is chilling because that's quite a talent.
So when we're talking about serial killers, and I'm hoping maybe just like you did for Dennis Rader, maybe you could put this one into context a little bit as well. But Wayne Henley was another extreme offender that you have studied and interviewed. Now, he participated in serial killings with his teenage and adult accomplice. So one of his victims was able to get through to him, so to speak, during a violent assault. She spoke 2 sentences to him that would appear they grounded him back into reality. He went on in that moment to save the 2 teenagers and kill the mastermind behind the crimes. So my next question is, in your opinion, what is it about that moment that got through to Wayne Henley?
Okay, that's complex. I want to first give context for Wayne Henley and what that was all about and how do I know him. The Dean Corll, during the early 1970s in Houston, Texas, was looking for teenage boys that he could torture, assault, rape, murder, and get rid of. He started doing this on his own, but then decided to use two teenage boys, David Brooks and Wayne Henley, to round up the kids, bring them over to his place for parties, and then he could pick and choose what he wanted without himself being seen out there on the street luring boys to him. So this was his MO. He was an adult predator. He was 30 years old. When he first met David Brooks, David was around 12. When he met Henley, he was 14, and he was meant to actually be a victim. Brooks brought him to Coral to be one of these boys, to be tortured and murdered. But instead, Coral saw in him a way into these neighborhoods in Houston. And so he leveraged him into it. And so Henley then, for the next year and a half, participated in murder, but not because he wanted to. He would be what I call a compliant accomplice. This is a guy who wanted to be a minister when he grew up, not a serial killer. He's not like Rader, who really did want to be a serial killer. He's brought in, he's in it, doesn't know how to get out of it. He's just a teenager. And so finally, on the night that he brought two kids with him to party at Coral's house, Rhonda was one of them. Girls had been brought there before, but this was a special circumstance, and Coral got mad. And so when they partied and passed out, Coral bound all three of them. And when they woke up, he said he was going to kill them. He was going to have his fun and then kill them all. Wayne managed to talk his way out of, having Coral helping him with the other two. And so Coral unbound him and happened to put his gun down on the table. And Wayne was supposed to, there were two. There was a guy, Tim, that Coral was going to rape and kill. And there was Rhonda, a girl who was a friend of Henley's. She wasn't, I wouldn't call her a victim of his. She was a friend of his that he was helping because she was trying to run away. But his task was to rape her and kill her. She said to him, you're not going to do this. This can't be real. And what I think kicked in for him was the fact that he had been raised by his mother and grandmother, primarily. His father was an abusive alcoholic who had abandoned the family. His mother and grandmother primarily raised him to take care of women. And I think when Rhonda said that to him, there was a sense of duty to her, that he had to do something. And he was high, he was wiped out, but he picked up the gun and he told Coral, back off. You're not going to keep killing my friends. And I think he expected Coral to just sort of, okay, and then let them go. But instead, Coral said, go ahead, Wayne, kill me, and rushed him. So he shot him and shot him multiple times until he fell, because that's what Coral had trained him to do. If you start shooting, you don't stop until that person's down. So Coral kind of set up his own execution. And that was the end of that. Wayne is the only accomplice of a serial killer who killed the adult predator to end it. And then they called police, turned themselves in, and right away he said there are bodies in his boat shed. Had he said nothing at all, they would have never found the bodies, because they were buried in a boat shed, on a beach, and out on a lake property. They would have known nothing, and he would have been a hero. He saved these two kids and saved himself and killed this predator. But instead, he wanted the police to know that there were bodies, and there were 28 bodies that he had, and some of which he had helped to kill and bury, some of which David Brooks had helped to kill and bury, but some of them had been Coral alone. So it's an interesting and complex case But with Henley, and he talked with me for over a year, we wrote The Serial Killer's Apprentice, because he's been in prison 50 years. Because with Coral dead, somebody had to pay for this. And so he was prosecuted and he got 6 life sentences. He's in Texas. So he wanted to have a book about what happened to him as a cautionary tale for kids today, because adult predators are out there, not just prey, not just kids they want to assault. They are looking for partners, and kids are vulnerable. And so a lot of the book is about what can you do to protect yourself, and it's for teachers, parents, counselors to help kids be wise and to help parents be wise, because one of the things an adult predator does is groom the community to think he's a great guy. And everybody thought that about Dean Coral. While he's picking off all these boys in these neighborhoods, they all thought he was a big brother type, a wonderful guy. And to their great surprise, he was, in fact, a rapist and a killer.
Well, it's interesting. Although when I prepare for this question, I didn't realize that he was the only documented person to ever turn on his, I guess, mastermind is the right word.
Well, others have turned on them. He's the only one that killed his murder mentor.
The case was it was a very emotional read for me, and I came up with 2 questions after I read that, just to follow up on Wayne Henley, if you could. So in the case of 17-year-old Wayne Henley, I believe he was 17 when he was arrested, he had deep remorse for his crimes. And I hadn't read that before, just on a side note. So I have 2 questions for you about that. I'll ask you both of them at the same time. Can you please explain the power of coercion on a minor when they're threatened and isolated? And 2, in your experience, how frequently do extreme offenders feel remorse for their crimes?
Okay, so let me back up a little bit. One of the reasons you have not heard that from Wayne Henley is people have accepted the very first book that was written on the case by Jack Olson, The Man with the Candy. They've accepted that as the truth about the case. However, my co-author and I have discovered a lot more stuff about the case than Olson ever had. His book was published in 1974, like 6 months after Henley was arrested, even before the trials. So and it was based largely on police reports. I have all those police reports. They're full of holes, full of errors. So unfortunately, what has come to be understood about that case is based on a book that had numerous flaws, including chronological flaws and identification of victim flaws. So that's been one problem. Wayne has tried giving interviews where he wanted to be clear and set the record straight, and often those interviews turned into something awful. Like, I'll tell you, one was Montel Williams. He had a talk show, and he managed to get the prison to let him interview Henley. And so what he did then was told his audience that he talked to him for an hour, and it was just so awful that he couldn't air any of it. It was all a lie for sensation. So that's often what happened to Henley, and that's all documented in the book, the various ways he has tried to talk with reporters and how that's, in fact, I'll tell you, I said many times to him, I can't believe you're doing this with me, because so many people have betrayed you when you've tried to talk with them and they've twisted it into something else. And again, that twist comes from a bias that starts with Jack Olson's book. And I've even been the recipient of it. People tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I've got all this documented facts, but they have that old story in their head, and they don't want to budge and consider that there is new information that changes that story. I mean, this is happening with crime cases all over the place. all these old narratives are shifting as we develop new ideas about some of these killers, but it takes a lot to change people's minds. So then another part of your question was about kids being vulnerable to coercion, I think. Kids are, we know a lot now about the juvenile brain. This is also part of what I talk about in the book. The juvenile brain is often impulsive, doesn't think long-term, emotional, subject to peer pressure. When Wayne was first involved in a murder with Coral, he didn't know what to do. He was 15 years old. He thought the police would never listen to him because he was 15 and Coral was an adult. And he just didn't know what to do. And when he did not do anything, when he didn't go to the police, and by the way, they wouldn't have believed him, that he had no choice but to do what Coral wanted. And when he did finally tell them, when he killed Coral and did tell them that he knew about bodies buried in a boat shed, they didn't believe him. They did not believe him until he named the names of kids who were on a missing persons list. And finally, they started thinking, well, maybe we better check this out. So he wasn't wrong. And this is a problem. Kids try to tell adults things and they're not listened to. And Wayne has an appeal at the end of the book. Listen. They might not be able to articulate it well, but don't dismiss them. Don't push them away. Don't tell them they're crazy. He tried to tell 3 different adults the trouble he was in. They thought he was high or crazy, or, he even wrote out a confession and gave it to his mother, and she threw it away. So why wouldn't he think there's nowhere to turn? These are all things nobody knows about him because nobody has ever interviewed him in depth like this. And these are the things that our kids are facing. They try to tell an adult what's happening to them or what they're worried about or somebody's bugging them, and they're turned away or they're not believed or they're called liars. And then they don't have any place to turn. They have limited resources, limited vision in terms of life experience. And if their attempts to get some help fail, what are they to do? So they're highly vulnerable. The coercion takes the form of gradual grooming, reinforcing, where the predator will make themselves the most important person in that kid's life. And even when the predator now encroaches and starts to do things like sexual assault, the kid doesn't want to lose that important influence. Maybe he's giving them gifts. Maybe like with David Brooks, he gave Brooks a car, gave him money, gave him a place to stay. Brooks had nothing else. His own family had rejected him. So, okay, if I have to bury a few bodies in order to have stability and security and a guy who respects me when nobody else has. So kids are vulnerable to this kind of very subtle psychological coercion that understands their insecurities, their needs, what they're looking for, how to supply those things, and how to get them addicted to this relationship, to the point where they can overlook things because there's something they're getting that they want, so they can put up with the less pleasant things in order to get those gifts, the attention, the status.
It's interesting that you made that comment that he gave the letter to his mother, because I remember reading that one of the techniques used against Wayne Henley by his predator was that he didn't feel like he could ever get away because he would threaten that he would go to his little brother if he left town. And it goes back to what you're saying. Nobody would have believed him, not even his own mother, when he tried to. It's, yeah, I think those are. And the other thing,
he did leave town, and David Brooks called him and said, you know, Coral's looking at your younger brother. So he came back.
I heard something else in the original book by Jack Olson. I believe it was said that that Wayne Henley was never actually interviewed for that.
Right,
Is that
he
right?
never was.
That's
No one who knew Wayne was interviewed. Nobody. He mostly interviewed the families of the victims and the cops, because I can show you word for word what came out of the police reports.
Yeah. Well, it's really interesting. And I just, if anyone hearing this is interested in this case, please, my mods will link all of Dr. Ramsland's books on Amazon so that you can go check this out for yourself. And she also has a blog on it on Psychology Today, which was wonderful, and I really found informative.
Thank you.
I wanted to go. We have a little bit of time. I just wanted to add this question, if you don't mind, Dr. Ramsland. You are an accomplished nonfiction writer, which is a specific and special skill. So you have personally researched and written about very profile cases, as we've been talking about. So we do a lot of scripting here on YouTube for our videos, and a lot of us write as well. What advice would you give others when writing and scripting nonfiction crime stories?
Well, I think the first thing you have to do is research. When I got involved with this co-author on the Henley piece, she was a prodigious researcher. She had been on production crews, and that's how I met her. She was on the production crew for the 4-part documentary we did on the Raider book, and she could get things. We'd figure out what we needed. We always wanted to ground it in documents, in facts. It's very easy to speculate, and unfortunately, the true crime arena is rife with speculative ideas about who did what, accusations, unfounded. People have lost sight of the need for evidence, and it's not just the amateur web sleuths. I see it in law enforcement too, a lot. I'll tell you a story right now of a case that I recently wrote up that I was involved with, because Dennis Rader was being accused of yet another murder. Now, he confessed to the 10, and he was being accused of another one that took place in Missouri in 1990. It was a young woman who had been assaulted, bound with 6 different ropes and whatnot, and dumped on an abandoned farm property. And it wasn't far from where he grew up, on his grandparents' farms. So there were a lot of similarities. He bound his victims. He was familiar with the area. At the time, he was working for the census, so he was in Missouri and Oklahoma, and traveling on the road. There were a number of things that would make sense to at least consider him to be a suspect. But there was a sheriff in Oklahoma who decided he's absolutely the guy. He is the guy. And had this sense of certainty, even though he had no evidence whatsoever. But he told there was an investigative team, 2 female detectives, and he urged them to go question Rader. Just go see for yourself. He's the guy. He's the best suspect for this case. So they went, and they weren't convinced. And then very, very soon, the guy who was their suspect was killed in a motorcycle accident, and suddenly witnesses to the murder came forward. They saw her being killed by this guy, not by Dennis Rader. But so what I'm trying to say here is, when you hear how easy it is to make a case because you have a few of the facts that sound good, and you move forward and you think because it sounds good, it's right or it's true or it's accurate, and you lose the need for evidence. You think speculation somehow replaces evidence, and it doesn't. And yet we're seeing that over and over and over again in some of these cases, because everybody wants to jump in and solve the crime, or stake their claim on some given crime, and they know what happened, they know with certainty what happened, and they don't know. But it's become a problem. And so my advice is, whatever you think you know, make sure you understand that you may not have all the facts you need to make the case you're trying to make. There's a cognitive error, which has a terrible name, Wisiati, but it's what you see is all there is. In other words, you may have a collection of facts, like the Garber case that I just talked about. You get the notion that these are all the facts there are, and then you spin your case off of that, and then we find out there's all this other stuff that you didn't put into your case that's also part of the picture, and it changes the picture. So thinking that you have all the facts is probably the number one mistake that I see among the writers in true crime. They think they have all the facts and everything they need to make the case, and they don't. So always be cautious and always make sure there's evidence backing what you have to say, not just speculation that sounds good. Because a case that you think is good enough isn't the same thing as really actually a good case. And so I would say be careful. Research, run down leads, talk to people involved as much as they'll talk to you, and get a solid sense of what it is you're writing about. Don't be hasty. I think part of it is people want to rush to judgment. They want to get their podcast or their book or their article or whatever out there as fast as possible, and they make mistakes along the way.
Thank you so much. That's obviously something the bank and use on our YouTube channels, and I appreciate that advice so much. I just have one last question for you tonight. So this last question, I know it's kind of general, but I'm hoping I can't wait to hear your answer. So based on your experiences studying and analyzing extreme offenders and hearing their stories, in your opinion, is there any way we can protect ourselves from becoming a target?
There are, I sort of, that's a question I just saw being addressed to Ann Burgess. Hulu has a new show on her as the first female that was in the FBI profiling program. She was sort of depicted in Mindhunter, that Netflix series. Not really, because she wasn't a lesbian. She didn't have a cat. She didn't have an office at the FBI, nothing like that. But she has a book out, and so they made a documentary, and they asked her that question, and she said, "Get a German Shepherd." And I thought, that's not actually practical for most people, and not everybody likes dogs. That's not really a way to protect yourself. But I think being vigilant, learning that there are people who, the way they may try to deceive you, like Dean Corll, being the affable adult who like to hang out only with teenage boys, and that's a red flag right there. Pay attention to the red flags. Pay attention to something's not quite right. If you have any sense that something is out of place, or maybe you shouldn't go with somebody somewhere, check it out. Thoroughly check it out. Don't second guess yourself on something like that, because that's where people go wrong. They second guess, or they comply because they feel like, I'm going to look stupid if I don't go. or I don't do what this person wants me to do, they'll often leverage you in some way. They'll give you a gift, or they'll do you a favor, or they'll put themselves in your world in some way that will make you feel obligated to them, so that they then can get you into a position where you make yourself vulnerable. I do have one in my blog. I have one called 5 Things Predators Know About You. And I would say read that, because they know how to look for people who are uncertain. They know how to use a sense of authority. They know how to get people to trust them when you shouldn't. So I would say learn as much as you can about how predators operate, and then develop your sense of safety, get your sense of your skills. Don't do things like, go off with somebody you don't know, to a place you don't know. That's mostly kids who do that, but I think a lot of people can use that advice.
Thank you so much for that. But I like your first.
Let me just add something, because this has happened to me. So because I am in this field and I'm constantly reading about all these things, it has given me a set of skills. For example, if somebody drives up to me, rolls down their window to ask directions, or to ask, I will not step close to the car. If they can't make themselves heard, that's their tough luck, or I'll direct them to a gas station or something like that. Too many predators have done that, where they bring someone close, in part by being, asking questions in a way that are hard to hear. So they'll bring someone close, knowing that people like to help, and then bam, you're pulled into the van or the car. So knowing that, there will never be a time I would step close to someone's car. I don't care if it's a couple or a young mother, or I would never do it, because they will use those things as guises to get you to do something. If I'm walking somewhere and I'm alone and I meet up with a male of any age, except maybe 4, I will always look back to see where they're going, that they're not going to come back and follow me, because I know things. I know what predators do. So that's why I say learn what they do, and make sure your skill set includes the wisdom that you pick up from that.
I never occurred to me that would be a trick before, that somebody would speak quietly to get you to come closer to their window.
Yep.
That's really insightful. Thank you for sharing that. So that's all the questions that I had for Dr. Ramsland tonight. Thank you for being so warm and welcoming in the live chat, and we've been watching all of your comments. Thank you so much. There are a couple places I just want to mention while I have Dr. Ramsland up, where you can find her. So Dr. Ramsland writes for Substack, and that is linked both below, and my mods are also putting it in the live chat if you want to go there. She also has a Facebook page, which is also linked below and in the live chat. And of course, Dr. Ramsland has the blog that we've been speaking about tonight in Psychology Today. Also, her books are all for sale on Amazon, and there is a link below in both the description and in the live chat if you want to go check out any of the books or the writings that we've talked about tonight. And with that, I just want to say we're honored to have you here, and thank you so much for coming onto YouTube and talking to our true crime community.
Yeah. Were there any questions that people in the audience sent you that you want me to answer?
Well, I didn't even know if you would take questions from the live chat. All right, well, let's go down.
Is Kiki still in here? I wonder if, when this trial is over, if she will talk about what she thinks about Brian. I mean, she may not, because he's been a student, but I wonder if she will. I'm just gonna play it. I was saying though.
Ladies over 180 pounds, start your 7-minute.
Well, Kim Young says, always watch your surroundings. I was getting out of my car alone at night, and I had a guy with a knife to my throat as soon as I opened the door. Yeah, just
That's called situational awareness. Be vigilant. Look around you. Even if you're very, very familiar with the place, always be, because somebody might be watching you. Rader was always watching people's routines. He'd follow them. He'd look through their windows. He knew their routines because he wanted to figure out when they were most vulnerable.
And Rader, you were just talking about how people didn't suspect him, but he was such an upstanding person in his community, right? Like nobody suspected him at all of anything.
Even when he was arrested, they went to the courthouse where he was being held and told, you have the wrong guy. There's no way. But he was confessing. So.
I had a good question right here from Love Tina 2010. Question: give us some of your background on how you decided to become Dr. Ramsland.
Completely circuitous. I was going to be an artist and an athlete. Then I broke my arm and leg. So that was the end of that. I was never going to college, and now I have 5 graduate degrees. So you never know. Never say never. I hitchhiked around the country when I was 18 and 19, rode a motorcycle across the country, wanting to just be a free spirit. But eventually I got educated, was a philosophy professor. I'll try to make this short because it is very circuitous. Was a philosophy professor for 15 years, decided I didn't want to do that. And I went back to school, got a degree in forensic psychology, and multiple opportunities came my way to write, to get to know forensics professionals, to become a consultant, and it evolved into that. And as I was doing that, I got other degrees, a clinical psychology degree in criminology, MFA, a Master of Fine Arts degree for the writing. Part of it is the writing. It got me into many places just because I was a writer. And I had detectives call and say, hey, you want to do a ride along tonight? We'll probably have a murder. That was New York City. We had 2 murders that night. Just because I was a writer. I was on an exhumation team. I spent a week at the body farm in Tennessee. These are all things that came my way because I was credentialed as a writer and as a professor. So I think I didn't aim to do this. I didn't aim to be an expert on serial killers, but the more opportunities that came my way, I jumped at them, always ready, and always tried to do a good job so that the next opportunity that came my way, I would get. And I think that's the way I've always lived my life, is on the edge of my seat, ready for the next thing.
Thank you for that. That's good advice for all of us. So I don't know, Angel D has a question for you, and I think this is really interesting. You can answer however you want. Have you ever met a psychopath who was attractive to you? Many are so charming, because that's what I always think too. The stereotypical psychopath is a charmer.
Yes, I certainly have. I would say, I mean, all of us who are in the field and are experts on psychopaths know that we can be deceived. If you ever come to believe that you are so knowledgeable that you can't be manipulated or lied to, you're vulnerable. We're always vigilant. I'm more concerned about some of the other people I've run into that I think are attractive, but are like psychological vampires who just trespass on your boundaries and take and take and take, and they're not necessarily psychopaths. So in my life, they've been much more damaging.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Ramsland. And then Just Amber says, I like this one. I always check my back seat before I get in the car. And I'm going back down. There are a few more questions. Oh, Heather also says, wow, the psychology on that hitchhiking across country into the doctor you are today. Wild. Did you experience things during that time you spent hitchhiking? And
Yes, I hitchhiked. I was 18 and 5 days out of graduation from high school, just said, I'm heading west. I was in Michigan. I got all the way to Wyoming and had some potentially dangerous experiences that fortunately didn't turn out to be bad. I didn't know, obviously I was a kid, I didn't know what I was doing. I felt invulnerable. I think the motorcycle trip was actually a lot more fun because I didn't know how to ride and I was on my own on a Honda 350 that I wanted to get all the way across the country to Oregon. I just set my mind to it and had some amazing experiences, like riding all night through South Dakota in the middle of a huge electrical storm was the most magical, amazing experience. I met people who were very helpful to me, in part because I was female and unexpected. Once I was on a ranch in Wyoming. I just asked if I could put my tent down for the night. And the rancher got me up before dawn. He had 2 horses saddled and said, come on, you want to see this? And it was sunrise at Devil's Tower. I mean, it's astonishing. Yeah, he could have done all kinds of things to me, but somebody with horses, they're gonna get me no matter what. I had an amazing experience. So, but that being said, I would still say you have to be careful. I was a kid. I wasn't thinking about these kinds of things. I was thinking only about what I wanted to do and accomplish. And that made me highly vulnerable, frankly. It did.
3 signs your car accident is worth major compensation. If you've been in a car accident
so another one of my mods, Mikey, says, studying the darkest minds to ever exist. How has it ever consumed you in a way where you needed to step back, and how do you deal with it after so many years?
Yeah, so I've been doing this for about 27, 28 years, very, very much immersed in it. I have friends that I hang out with who, they get it. They get what I'm doing. They read my stuff. It helps to lighten the load. I ride. I walk a lot. I think because it's clinical for me, I don't get that caught up in, I spent 5 years working on Dennis Rader's book, but I don't get that caught up. I now have been talking to him for 14 years. I'm not that engaged with him, but the work was important. So I think because it's clinical, it helps to keep it balanced. It doesn't haunt me. It doesn't keep me awake. I don't have nightmares.
Sounds like you're very balanced doing that, because not the average person can do it. So,
well, the writing helps too. I mean, you're always, and you guys are writers, so you're always expressing yourself. It's a way to make sense of what this is all about.
It's very true. Just when you're talking about Dennis Rader, I don't think we touched base on this, but I just wanted to mention, I was reading about the process that you went through to actually visit him in prison, and you went through all these lengths of things, and I don't want to try to remember all of them, but I know there was like an approval through the family, and they were getting him to sign things saying he would profit from it. Could you speak on that just for a moment, the loops that you went through to just be able to start this?
Yeah, I mean, there had been a woman who befriended him when he was first arrested in 2005, and she wanted to write this book, and it didn't come out. So I saw her on Facebook 5 years later in 2010 and asked her what happened, and she knew who I was, asked me if I would take it over because she didn't want to do it. But that was the easy part. Then I had to tell the families what I wanted to do, and I did not want to write a book where a serial killer was just going to blah, blah, blah. I wanted to write a book where whatever he had to say was going to benefit psychology, criminology, and law enforcement. We need him to pay attention to the stuff we need to know that will help us in other ways. And so he was on board for that. But the victims' families were also involved. They had a sort of a consortium, and he had signed his life rights over to them. So I had to agree that they would get the majority of the proceeds, which was fine with me, because for me, the reward was really in doing the work. And so they do get a financial benefit from this. But it took a while. It took several years before we got all the legalities and whatnot into place.
And I just have one more question in the chat, and then I think, I won't take any more of your time tonight, Dr. Ramsland. This one came through from Texas Ranger. Has Dr. Ramsland had a chance to interview Joseph D'Angelo?
No, he doesn't talk to anybody. He doesn't talk to. And I think, he didn't even really go through a proceeding, because he just said, whatever you think I've done, I plead. So there was no courtroom thing. I mean, there was a hearing where they did a sentencing for him, but we really never got a chance to process that case in terms of the Visalia ransacker, the rapist, the murderer, all the different areas that he allegedly was in. He basically just said, I plead guilty to, blanket everything. So he has, to my knowledge, he has not talked to anybody. And the kind of book that I write is with people who do want to talk. I'm not in there to try to extract things from unwilling participants. I want to talk to people who are, in fact, interested in processing this through psychological channels. And so my work is pretty specialized. If he doesn't want to talk, I'm not going to necessarily get him to do that.
Well, you've been so gracious to take some questions from the live chat. Thank you so much for
You're welcome
tonight. And thank you for being here. I hope you
Y'all, that was such a good interview. Kiki, that was a very good interview. But yeah, and when I say talk about Brian Koberger, I don't mean on just like, because she did teach him, and I would like to know her opinion on what, because if y'all heard what she said when she was talking earlier about people just assuming people do things, or assuming people are psychopath or whatever, and nobody had mentioned Brian Koberger, but I honestly believe that she was telling us that there's a lot of untruths and stuff. I think she wasn't just talking about just Brian, but I don't think she believes Brian did this. And I've just wondered, because as soon as they found out that this woman taught him, oh my God, that's how he did the murder. And in fact, they're stupid talking about his thing that he did. His thing is not about the fucking murder. It is not how to commit a murder. It is how to process a crime scene. That's what Steve and Daniel were talking about, and I was like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Because that is not what Brian Koberger was talking about in his study. He didn't just do that shit to do it. He had to do it for his doctorate or whatever. It was during the summer, I think, before he started school, and it was about how to process a crime scene and not contaminate it. Not how to commit the fucking crime. That's why I get so mad, because like they're lying. That's not even what the fuck that's not what that thing was about. They kept on making it about him committing a murder, and that is not, oh my God, that is not what that's not what it was about at all. So that just makes me ill. And then Daniel saying that he don't think the trial's going to last that long because the defense don't have nothing. The defense is not the reason the fucking trial would last that long. It's all these exhibits the damn prosecution has that probably don't have shit and things to do with Brian Koberger. I thought I was going to die. I was like, you dumbass. I don't think it's the defense the reason the case would, the trial would ever take that long. Yeah, and he didn't get paid. See, that's what I'm saying. Steve was saying that B2K like profited off of that book, and no, he did not. The families got paid. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Yes, and that he was talking about that, like, yeah, and he said basically we know Brian did this murder because Dr. Ramsland was his teacher, and look what she does basically. And I was getting real ill because that is like, see, this is what I get so aggravated about, because what this woman does is important. I just look, and like I said, you know what I mean? Ann Taylor would not be sitting doing what the fuck she was doing if they had him dead to right. And if they're sitting on evidence that proves he did this, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life too. And they can't be, because the shit already had to be turned over. So if they had his ass dead to right and all this fucking, I don't know what the fuck these people are talking about. I don't know. The trial hadn't come yet, so I can't definitely say he's wrong, but I have no idea what they're talking about. He keeps on talking about there's proof that he went to this house 23 times, talking about pictures and stuff, and I don't fucking think there is, because ain't nobody gave no pictures over with his car going anywhere fucking near there. The 23 times was pings, and they don't even have those because they don't have any shit from his car. They don't his phone. So all that pings was bullshit too, because they don't even have the data from his fucking phone. So I don't know what Steve was talking about when he's saying that they've got pictures of Brian scoping the house out or any of this, because they can't even come up with a fucking decent picture from the night of the crime. For fuck's sake, if they had one in the broad daylight that fucking identified them, we would know that by now. I don't understand. I think they have him convinced that they're just going to pop this out. I don't think he understands how this works, because I really think he thinks that they're just going to pop this out. And even if they did have it, if they did that and didn't give it to the defense first, that's a problem. You can't do that. So, I don't know what he's talking about. And that's what I get frustrated with. Because, yeah. I don't even know. Listen to me. And the other thing is, they killed me talking about Brian Koberger's background. Oh, he probably had one. They just didn't know it. Let me fucking tell you something. Again, I went to school for healthcare. They checked my background. I went to school online during COVID. If Brian Koberger had a background, and he would not have been in the program he was in. He wouldn't have been able to. They were saying that's why he didn't get that job with the police. That's a fucking lie, because he couldn't be in the program he was in if he had fucking background issues. You can't. And they did check his background, because, my God, I'm in healthcare. I was in healthcare. They checked mine, because if I would have had narcotics charges, any kind of violent charges, and something else, manufacturing, I guess making drugs or some shit, whatever, them kind of charges, I couldn't even do healthcare. I don't even know that I could have gotten college at all. So you're not going to tell me this fucker's in college for criminal justice and they don't have his background? Man, get the fuck on. That is crazy. And the shit that happened when he was younger about his sister's cell phone is probably not something on his record that would cause Jesus Christ. He don't have no record. Now, they talking about that, but Steve G is talking about how his mama had to basically dig up papers about him having autism, or dig up papers because they can't find them because they didn't have a fucking electronic medical system. What the fuck are you talking about? Because what you need to know is whenever they change to that electronic medical system, they put all the old shit on there. They have to keep those files. Like, what the actual fuck? I swear to God. How about you stick to your career and let me do mine, Steve G? Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, I had to do that before I went to college. I wasn't even in criminal justice. His ass was a PhD student for criminal justice. He didn't have a background. He wouldn't have been in the fucking program. I mean, what? Ugh. A lot of things they do background checks for in college. Like, most of the time, you can't get in college. And then they're talking about his sister thought shit was weird. I don't know who told them this, but they didn't listen to Massoff when she basically said that they've been in contact with his sisters and his mother and his father. And none of them want to testify for the prosecution. They're not going to get up there and say he was doing something weird. Whatever Steve G is talking about, which has been said forever, that come from Bloom. And he's a blooming idiot. Yeah, so if you were done like that for nursing, imagine what Brian went through. Yeah, well, ask Heather. They don't even have his fucking cell phone data. They don't even have the pings. They don't have 23 pings. He keeps on saying that he went back the next day. The state has said that was not true from the beginning. That they don't think he come back that day, that morning when it got daytime. And they're still saying the same fucking thing, just like they're saying that he was connected to one of their social medias. That was a fake social media that was made. He was not following any of them. The state has already told them that. No, I mean, he believes, he's got experts telling him this shit, Amy, for real. He told everybody on the Drunk Tucker show, he has experts in law telling him about this evidence, about all this shit. And whoever's telling him this, he believes. And they're lying to him. Like, I don't know why they're lying to him unless they just want him to put out their narrative. And that's the only thing I can think. I mean, now he could be worried about his other kids being threatened or something. That is true, maybe. I don't know. But I don't know. Well, I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. They may be in law enforcement or they may be whatever, but they're not. That's just like his lawyer that should be advising him not to be saying that the people that answered Brian Koberger's Reddit thing, that survey, has been in contact with him. Because now, guess what? They're using that in court. So now what they need to do is question Steve G and anybody that contacted him that answered that thing with Brian, if that's the case for real. They need to be talking to them, because now he's done said that the people that that damn survey thing about cleaning up crime scene shit that Brian did, Steve said on the Drunk Turkey show that there's been people that contacted him talking about Brian. It don't even make no sense, because the shit that he's talking about, Brian's talking about, is not even why Brian did the fucking survey thing. But the thing is, he said that now. And now, like, if they're using that, because as far as I know, they're using that shit in court. So now, there's a problem because Steve G has said that he's actually talked to people that answered that shit. So now they need to find out who the fuck Steve G has talked to that answered the shit. Because if they're using this shit in court, then that shit can't be happening. And then he said some girl that filled out a police report wanted him to find out about the police report. What the fuck? If she filled out a police report on Brian Koberger, why don't she fucking call and find out about it? I don't think that's true either. I think they literally tried to get people to fucking start filling shit out on him. Like, and making shit up, because that's weird to me. Why the fuck would she contact Steve to find out about a police report she filed? More than likely, they're not going to tell him. She would have to call. Why would she file a police report? Like, that don't make any sense. So you're going to wait till after he's arrested for all this shit and then decide, oh yeah, let's fucking, what the fuck? Anyway, again, he probably ran from them. I don't think they had to run from him. He don't act like one to just hang out. You know, just fucking let me go hang out with all these girls over here. That just don't seem like it is. But the shit that he was saying is the same shit that's been being said since the beginning that cannot be confirmed. None of it's been confirmed. None of it's in the court documents. He's acting like this is shit they're going to use against Brian Koberger. And no, it's not, because this shit would be in court documents. We would know this. And I don't know how he knows what the fuck anybody asked in the grand jury. How would he know that they asked about hunting license or whatever? Because that is a secret. Like, Ann Taylor can't even know half that shit. So how the fuck does he know? I don't know what's going on with that either. Go, Sissy. And how does he know that Brian Koberger don't still have that K-bar? Like, he's acting like he knows all this shit, and Ann Taylor has not told them nothing about that. Just like he said that Ann Taylor has begged him for the alibi, but he won't give it to her. How the fuck would he ever know that? Because Ann Taylor sure as fuck is not telling him that. What the fuck she didn't beg him for shit, because why would she beg him? He's done told her where he was. Cyray's done told her where he was. She don't have to be begged. That's so stupid. That was stupid as fuck for him to say, because who the fuck is telling him that? Ann Taylor is not talking to them, telling them anything like that. What the fuck? It's ridiculous. I mean, like, it's fine to think he's guilty. It's fine to be mad. It's fine to pitch your fit. But this shit right here is just going above and beyond. I think he got tongue twisted. What he was saying was he would take Kaylee's case, like they would just take Kaylee's case and make it federal. There's four victims, and he doesn't have a right. the feds did not leave it up to Steve G whether they fucking took this case federal or not. That's what he was trying to say. What he was trying to say was he would have took Kaylee's case out of legal court, out of state court, and put it in federal court, but they told him it was okay to leave it. The fuck you say? That is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Since when in the fuck do we pick whether it goes federal or not? We don't pick that. The victim's parents, they don't get to say whether the shit is federal or not. And there's four victims. They wouldn't just take Kaylee's case and make it federal. All of it would be federal. And that's what he was saying. I got what he was saying. He just didn't say it right. And the reason he didn't say it right is because he knows that shit. Didn't nobody tell him that shit. And the thing is, for Daniel to sit there and just let him say that, if I was interviewing him, I would be like, hang on, wait a minute. Not rude about it, but I'd be like, so the feds said it was up to you and you can just take Kaylee's case out of state court and take it federal? Like, what the fuck? That nobody asked him about that. Nobody said nothing. That is stupid. I'm going to say something because that makes absolutely no fucking sense. I mean, shit. Well, I mean, that's what he was saying though, because that's what he was trying to get at. He was saying that they could have took it federal because he was asking them if there was a mistake made and Brian got off on a technicality, could he take it federal? Yada, yada, yada. And he said that the FBI told them that whatever the fuck he said they said, which I don't think they said. I don't think Kaylee had court cases like that. No, I think he was talking about taking the shit federal, but that, and he kept on talking, and he talked about it more than once, but like literally he kept on saying it would be more expensive, but like you're not paying for it. And I've never heard of anybody deciding whether their fucking case is federal or not because they don't get to. Like, you just don't get to do that. I don't know, like, in my opinion, he thinks he's got more power than what he's got. Well, it come from old girl, what the fuck ever her name is. What the hell is her name? I don't forgot the girl's name, but anyways, that grand jury stuff come from her. Steve didn't ever talk to him. He said the FBI stopped him, or that girl did, whatever her name is. Yeah, I have no idea, Tonga. I would think if they had court case, like, we would know that because that would be out because they're grown, and that would be, it would be something that would be out. And if it had any relevance, the defense would have brought it up already, I'm sure. I don't know. I mean, oh, I don't think none of the victims had a federal case. No. I don't think none of the victims. I don't think that. He was talking about this case being federal, like Brian Koberger being tried federal. I don't think none of them had federal stuff like that. One, they were in college still. They wouldn't have been, if they had federal cases like that, they wouldn't be in college. If they would have got arrested for anything like that, they would not be in college because literally you can't go to college anymore with any of that kind of shit. So I know, that's what I'm saying, Amy, but that's what he was saying, that he, ask Heather, literally that's what he was saying, that he, that they told him that it was okay to just leave it in the state court because they had enough evidence. The shit that they ain't said, because and I just don't know why Daniel would like let anybody even say that. Like, that makes no sense whatsoever. You don't get to pick, and nobody said anything to him, and that's what I'm saying. Everybody wants to talk shit about everybody else, and all them people just kiss his ass and let him say the stupidest shit, knowing that it's not even true. Like, I really want to say to all them people, now every one of y'all tell me who the fuck thinks he gets to pick whether this fucking case, or he can just take Kaylee's part out and take it federal. What fucking sense does that make? I mean, and they know exactly what he was saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, people talking about people not being true, they're not being true to themselves. That's a difference in me and them, and that's what I tell them too. If I think something, I'm going to say it. I'm going to question what I question, because you can do it without disrespecting or being rude. I don't have to go with somebody's narrative. And threatening everybody because they don't go with your narrative is ridiculous. Now, I understand people that's saying wild shit about your child that really ain't true, that's just off the fucking wall all the time. But, like, I don't do that, and the people I watch don't do that, because I don't watch people that do that. Well, I know, Tonka. I'm just saying that I knew what he was talking. I knew what he was talking about just because he was talking about Brian. You know what I mean? Like, he was talking about if the state messed up and Brian got off on a technicality, or they messed up and they lied about something, which is funny that he's saying all that shit. It's like, what do you know they messed up about? You know what I mean? Like, what do you know they've lied about? Because why would you be asking that anyway? And that would not be the answer the feds gave him. Anyway, I don't know who the fuck he talked to, but whoever he talked to lied to him. But I know that Steve G has to know that he does not have any say-so over no fucking federal cases, okay? Like, just like he thinks he's going to get a legislative to say that the prisoners cannot have money. You are not, that will never happen. I don't give a fuck if you live in Idaho or Iowa or fucking anywhere. They're never going to pass that. I don't give a fuck who you are. They're not going to. But the thing is the issue is, shit, move, dogs. Anybody, like, listen to me. All those grown folks sitting in that damn chat didn't say one thing to him. Like, that is the stupidest thing. Why? I mean, supporting somebody is one thing. You don't have to agree with everything they say. That's kissing somebody's ass. That is like fucking begging them to like you and shit. And I'll be gosh damn, I wish the fuck I would ever. And that's to anybody. I'm not begging a motherfucker to like me. I did that my whole life growing up. My family, trying to get my family just to fucking love. Man, I wish the fuck I would ever, because I'm not fixing to do that. I am not fixing to kiss your ass so you like me. I just refuse to do it. In fact, I will do the fucking opposite before I do that. That right there drives me nuts. And all them people are sick. Like, really? You're just gonna, because you don't want to say nothing to him? I understand he's a grieving father, but like, this is ridiculous. And the shit he's saying is not fact. I mean, I understand there's things he wants to get past because his daughter got killed. Like, I get it. Like, that's not what I'm talking about him saying, but like, it just went overboard. There's too much. It's too much. Just like him trying to say, because he's mad because people send BK money. It doesn't matter. People are sending you money. It's none of his business. I understand his daughter got killed, but it's none of his business. The only thing that's his business is making sure he gets justice for his daughter. Justice for his daughter is not depriving somebody of whatever. Like, that's not for you to decide. And you can't tell somebody they can't send somebody money, just like I can't tell nobody they can't send you money. And that's why I wanted to tell them. And I don't even get involved in that. I never say nothing about his GoFundMe's or nothing, because that's none of my business. And he's not making nobody send him money. If these people want to give him money, then that's their damn problem. Let them do it. Whatever. But, like, saying that shit about Brian, about people sending him money, though, and that he wouldn't get it and yada yada, like, he acts like Brian is just living it fucking up in jail or something. Like, he acts like Brian wanted to do this so bad that he likes being in jail because he likes all this attention from girls and everything else. I'm like, you dumb motherfucker. He has autism. He doesn't like it. He don't like none of that. He he's okay by himself, because that people with autism, they hermit a lot. So he'd rather be by himself, I'm sure. It's just ridiculous, okay? And the reason the jury needs to be told, and somebody's going to have to grow some balls somewhere, and the judge will have to get over it, but literally it needs to be said, because Steve G getting on places and talking about Brian being a psychopath and not having emotion, then it needs to be able to be said. It's not a defense for Brian. Their defense is not Brian has autism, he couldn't have done this. Their defense is Brian didn't do this at all. Okay? The reason that people need to know what's wrong with him is because people like Steve G are saying that he's weird. People were scared of him. He's harassed people. He chased people around school and did this and did that. And he has fucking autism. Well, alphas don't lie. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. There are things I think he's mistaken about, but he damn sure knows that he has no control over a fucking federal court. He damn sure knows that he can't take Kaylee's case out of fucking state court and the other three stay in state court and him take hers to federal court. Who the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. A 10-year-old knows that. I cannot. And the fact that Daniel let him sit there and say that shit, like, that is not showing respect or caring about somebody. That is letting somebody just fucking spread misinformation. You know, the shit like they're talking about that's happening, all these pro burgers that are spreading this information. Well, I don't think I've heard one of us talk about how we could get something in fucking federal court. Like, we got it like that. I mean, well, honey, he is a crisis. That's a whole fucking crisis in itself. When you can't even man up and take control over your own fucking podcast, like, that's a crisis in itself. You look like a wuss. I mean, you just look like somebody that's just going to let somebody just do what they want to do. Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry you don't know yourself good enough to stand up for yourself. I know myself. I like myself, motherfucker. I don't want nobody to be on my show sounding that stupid and me not saying nothing, because I hope one of y'all gonna say something. Hey, Trisha, what the fuck? I mean, please say something, because if I miss something like that, good Lord, what in the fuck? I don't know if he's a cop or not. I don't care what he used to do. All I'm saying is, I cannot. If the feds wanted this case, the state wouldn't have it. The feds don't ask the state, can we take this case? That's not how that works. And I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. Maybe because of a computer, but the reason it could be federal is because he crossed state lines. Not even to Pennsylvania. He went from Washington to fucking Idaho. Okay? So that can be a conspiracy right there. That can, crossing state lines can make it federal. Apparently, the feds didn't find enough to fuck with it. I mean, I just cannot. Like, this shit is, look, y'all, I mean, I'm beginning, and I've been thinking this, like, Sloan Bell is saying that Brian Koberger knows this is going on, and he knows that, like, he agreed to be, I mean, I almost want to say it has got to be some shit like that. People's got to know what's going on, because this shit's turning so stupid that, like, it almost has to be, it has to be some kind of fucking setup shit, something, because this is ridiculous. I mean, this takes it beyond Karen Reed even. Like, this is shit is just absolutely, there's no words. I don't know. There's something not quack-a-lacking with this shit. I don't know what it is, but there's something not, there's something just not right. I fucking shit. I don't know. I could not be in that courtroom. There's no way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you should be able to text. Yeah. And I don't know where he was a cop at. Like, I don't know if he was in Texas when he was a cop or anything. I don't even know how old he is. Oh, okay. Got you, Heather. He may be a little bit older than me. I don't know. I don't know how old he is. I know that he's got a teenage daughter. That's almost grown, I think. I don't know, y'all. I mean, I just, like... And what made me mad, it wouldn't have made me that mad about Steve G even saying that shit if it wouldn't have been him trying to say that all these other people lie and him sly threatening people. Like, the shit you said was just stupid. And I understand people, like, there are people that go too far with some of these things that went on and put too much detail into it. And if they don't know, they shouldn't, because there's no sense in putting that much detail into something you don't know if that happened or not, like that. Because it can upset people. It upsets me, and I don't even know, like, I don't want to hear about all that. So that's one thing, but to do that shit and be saying the shit you're saying, oh, it makes my whole fucking body hurt. It makes me want to fight. Like, I literally get so irritated. I just want to fucking fight somebody, and I don't even fight, but it's like, I just get so irritated. Like, it makes no fucking sense. I feel like it just don't make no sense. Like, if I could make sense of it, the reason it was happening like that would be one thing, but fuck. Jesus Christ. I'm telling y'all, I just cannot. Well, I was born in 83, so... Well, and the thing is like, I can't even tell you whether the fucking documents are fact or not, because there's been shit put in documents that they can't be. This is what I'm saying. Like, this shit is ridiculous, and I have never. I mean, nothing. Oh my God, it irritates the fuck out of me. I'm sorry, I cannot help it. Like, going away from this case for a while and coming back is not going to fix it, because I'm going to be more fucking irritated, because I'm confused now. If I fucking step away from it, shit, I'm going to be all the way confused. I mean, you can't. You got to fucking keep up with it. I don't know. we got a judge putting shit in documents that's gonna, I mean, I don't fucking know what's going on. I wish somebody could tell me, because, oh my God. Literally, I mean, I'm so fucking irritated with it. Like, I just want to scream. It's not that hard. I mean, I fucking shit. I don't know. I can't, I could be in that courtroom. There's no fucking way. I couldn't even work at the courthouse and be in that courtroom. I monitor nothing, because I be done had, look here. Mm-mm. I wish to God I could clone myself and be a fucking juror. I'm telling y'all. No, I just cannot. Anyway, okay, I'm fixing to get off from here because I've been streaming for I don't know how long, and I know everybody's tired of hearing me bitch. Sometimes I just have to do this because I can't sit here and let my toes curl by themselves because I'm going to punch something or myself or something. So, and it's better than me sitting here crying, because what happens is I get so mad that I just start crying because that's all that I can do. I don't know why that happens, but like literally that's it. It's ridiculous, and I hate crying. So, usually I get on here. I mean, I think they're trying to make us all think we're stupid, but they're not finna make me think I'm stupid. I mean, I know that whatever, but look here. I don't know. They got another thing coming, because they ain't finna fuck with my head. So when I think people are trying to play mental game with me, it's on. So I'm just telling them now. Anyway, okay. I'm fixing to get off from here. I love y'all, and thank you for listening to me and all my rants and all my pitching a fit and everything else that I do, because I do it. And y'all don't have to sit here and listen to it, so I love y'all. Oh my God, Heather. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy. Good God Almighty. I don't even know what to say. Heather, you do it because you get bored. I mean, you have nothing else to do because, Jesus Christ. Lord have mercy. That's why people get mad at you, Heather, because they just don't understand you at all. They can't comprehend the shit you comprehend. And I just already know that I can't comprehend it. That's why you have to break it down to me. I mean, right now you don't have to break it down to me. Right now, I think that these folks are fucking off their rocker. Oh my God, Heather. I thought you meant, I don't know. Oh, God knows. I don't know, Heather. I don't know, Heather. Oh, shit. Well, if you wake up playing with yourself, then we'll know. I don't know. Oh, shit. Oh, God. I don't know. Chelsea's goat. Oh, hell. Does she really have a goat, or is this some kind of, She done found another cult somewhere. She needs to stay off the internet. Shit. Lord have mercy. Yeah, I have to laugh. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, when I laugh, it's not about, I don't think anything that happened to the four is funny whatsoever. I think it's disgusting. But if I don't laugh, I'm going to lose my mind because nobody seems to have respect for them except for us. You know, because nobody wants justice for them. Apparently, they just want whoever and whatever. I mean, that's why pro burger. No, I think I'm pro Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan because I mean, Jesus Christ. This shit, I mean, I don't even know what the fuck to say. I do know what to say. If Steve G thinks that if this man gets convicted and it's over, he's wrong. One, the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to take the death penalty away because it's going straight to appeals. The second thing that's going to happen is if the only thing they have is that fucking transfer DNA, what the fuck ever you want to call it, their portable DNA shit, then the whole case will probably get dropped. So, you know. And who the fuck is Steve G talking about 6 girls in the house? Did I count girls wrong? Kaylee, Maddie, Xana. Oh, wait, there is 5. Shit. Maybe there is 6. I done forgot about the damn other. Lord have mercy. Let me do this again. Kaylee, Maddie, Xana. No, there ain't but 5. There were 6 people in the house because Ethan was in the house, but I don't know what 6 girls he's talking about because there's 5. Shit. And then all of a sudden tonight, which I don't think Kaylee told them exactly what she was doing. I think she was kind of back and forth. And I think because she was getting done with school early. And a lot of times, if you don't have finals the last 2 weeks of school, like, you don't really have to go. If you don't have, but like, she only had 1 final. So she probably didn't really have to go the last 2 weeks of school. And that's probably why she was at her parents or whatever too. But like, you know, what did Heather say? Oh, fucking shit. I'm not going there. I understand that Dylan has guy features. Okay. I don't think she's transgendered. I just think she's built like a boy. That's all. There's a lot of girls that are built like a boy. Now, her family may be Luciferian and maybe they're in with the Illuminati and they, what is that shit called? Whenever her mom was pregnant with her, Heather, what the hell, you know, the shit Sloan Bell and everybody tells you about the Hollywood people do. I knew what it was called, so I wouldn't think of it. Invert. Isn't that the word? Or whatever. Maybe that happened, but I don't think she's a boy. I think she's girl. She runs. She was on track and stuff. So, you know, you can tell she's a girl. She does have, but it's because she runs. And she probably, like my niece, like, Dylan probably was little bitty when she was a teenager and probably didn't like even get boobs till she was 16 or 17, like all the way. That's what she reminds me of, my niece. And my niece was real little like that and petite and all that. And I don't think she would be that ugly. Like, the reason I think she's ugly is because the way I feel that she's done, and she's really not ugly. Now, we just got to have common sense about us. If you put her against Bethany and Kaylee and Maddie and Xana, she's going to feel intimidated. Fuck, I would. I mean, hello. I would feel intimidated, and I don't usually get intimidated. But if you put me around all of them, yeah, I'm going to be a little intimidated. But I'm not being mean. It just is what it is. Facts are facts. She's just not as pretty as them. It shouldn't matter. It should not matter. Oh yeah, I don't think Ashland Couch had anything to do with. She was in Washington or something that when that happened too. Like people's tried to put her in it. I don't think she had any like. She might have had no, maybe something was gonna happen, but I don't think she had any plot or anything to do with it. I mean, I don't think her and Kaylee got along the way her and Maddie did or whatever, and but that don't mean she did anything. But like it should not matter that Dylan. I don't think Kaylee and them were mean to her because they didn't think she was as pretty as her. Like I don't think that was the case. But like just common sense. I'm sorry. If you threw me in the middle of them, it's going to be the same thing because I'm nowhere near as pretty as any of them. They're very naturally pretty. Dylan kind of has to try, and I'm not being mean. The truth is just the truth. Like it is what it is. Shit. It should matter, but that will make people feel some type of way. It just is what it is. Well, I'm saying she may know, and that maybe she's part of the university part, but I don't think that she had. I don't think. Oh, she was involved in like what happened. I don't think. I don't know whether her and Kaylee didn't get along before or just then or whatever, but I don't really think they was exactly friends. But like I'm saying, like all of that shit, like people, if she ain't gonna come out and say that because if she was to, that's where she did it. And just because you don't like somebody or you're mad at somebody don't mean that you fucking the one that went in there and did all that. Like that just is what it is. I think she's got to present them on before. I don't know. Girl, Amy, I ain't even gonna say because I don't know. I thought it was before the pre-trial thing or when I don't know. I don't understand how Steve G. and I do not think Jack is going to be one of Ann's alternate suspects. Daniel was saying that, and I do not fucking think she's studying Jack because I don't think Jack. I don't think she's studying Jack. That's not who she's studying. I think she is studying. I think one of them is Dylan's daddy. I don't know whether one of them is Dylan's daddy. I don't know if that's going to be her alternate suspect, as in the one she presents, but there's questions because of the shit that's deleted between him and her. So, there's something with it. I don't know what, but there's something with that. Oh yeah, she may have made that. Maybe I think he was saying 6 people. Really, I just think he said 6 girls and he meant 6 people because Ethan being in the house made 6. You know, he can get tongue twisted. I kind of, after you watch him for a little bit, you can figure out what the hell he's saying. But yeah, I mean, I think that. I don't think Jack had anything to do with it. I don't think Jack is as hung up on Kaylee as people think he is. I think she was more back hung up on him. I think he was with somebody else. I think he was fucking somebody else. And I thought that before I got in the cards, and I got that in the cards, and that's what I think. And I'm not saying he didn't care about her. I'm just saying that I don't think it was what people want to make it out to be with Jack. I don't think he was as sad as people think he was about it. I do not think he did that. I do not think at all he did that. Period. I've never thought he did it. I just don't. I think it was they all 4 were targets for different reasons. I think it has to do with trafficking. I think it has to do with sports, the fraternities, the fraternities basically, sports and steroids and money on sports and money from DRUGS. Not that they were on the street selling it, but I'm just saying moving people, all of that. I think it has a mix to do with all of that. I don't fucking know what that person suffers with, but I cannot handle it. Like, I can't deal with all that drama shit. Like, that's one thing I just am not gonna do. Like, I cannot. I do not like all that shit. I know what it's like to feel insecure, but like when you have to be the center of every fucking thing and start making up the two least people in the whole fucking YouTube world land that would be fucking harassing you or stalking you or fucking bullying you, then I mean, that's just absolutely fucking absurd and I don't have time for it. Make up somebody that would actually do it. Like, say I'm doing it. Say, I mean, anybody, but the people that she said, that was ridiculous. So I cannot. Meg P and Kiki are the two most likely fucking bullies in the whole YouTube world. Shit. I mean, come on. I don't think Jack S did it either. I think Jack S knew they were talking about something at the bar and knew they needed to be quiet and tried to get them to be quiet. One of them, both of them, whatever. And I think Jack S was concerned. And the look on his face told me he was concerned. Y'all, and he might have went to his parents or wherever the fuck he went because he knew, he might not have knew exactly what was going to happen, but he was scared. He knew something bad was going to happen. You know what I mean? And he may be threatened. He might not be able to say, I don't think he did anything. I think that he knew whoever they were fucking with or whoever they were talking about at that bar. And I think Adam was texting somebody, whoever the fuck, whatever the fuck. And I don't think they realized Adam's not their friend. And that's what I think. I mean, that might have been the case, but he looked concerned. When they left, he didn't look mad. It looked like it scared the shit out of him. Like, oh, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, he just looked concerned. There was a football game. They were at a football game, and I guess they decided to go out about 10 or whatever. The last football game was that day. So they were at a football game. Or at a friend's watching the guy. I would think they was at the damn thing since they was at the school, but, you know. Yeah, I mean, I do think Jack S knows that there was dangerous people involved. I don't think he had anything to do with planning it. I don't think he could stop it. I don't think there's nothing he could do. You know what I mean? I think that he tried to get them to not say whatever the fuck it was they were saying. Because somebody said something, and I don't know. But I do think he knows more than what he's telling, but I don't think that he can. I don't think anything he did or didn't do was not going to help the situation. Yeah, I don't know what they did. I mean, I don't know if they were at the house. I guess supposedly they were at the house because the whoever driver picked them up from the house at like about 10. I mean, I'm sure they may have got something to eat or whatever. You know, they could have all hung out. I have no idea, you know. I don't know that any of that, like whatever they did after the game, I don't even know that any of that would, you know. And y'all, so who was it? Oh, Maya, this other girl that I watch, she does tarot. She's real good and sweet. She said there was a fight, like a professional fight and it was somebody's name that sounded like Xana's. And she's right. They could have been watching like that professional fight. I'll have to find the post. She said that the other day and I forgot to tell everybody because the name sounds like Xana, but it was like a professional UFC fight, box fight, something. Anyways, why did they throw him out? Why why did they throw you out? Yeah, UFC. Thank you, Twiz. You know what I'm talking about, Twiz? Because she said, and she did when she put that name up there. It does sound like Xana. So I wonder if that was, you know. I need to find that thing. Y'all said I was going a while ago, but I was still talking, and there was something else I was going to say too, and I didn't forget. Girl, let me tell you this. You do what you want to, but if I'm at your house or I'm there, I want you to call 911. I want you to come see if I'm alive, bitch. I want you to come see am I alive, okay? I want you to help me. I don't want you to just look at me on the floor and walk or run wherever. I want you to do something, okay? So let me just tell everybody that now. All right, so we don't have no question about it. If I'm laid out on the fucking floor, I don't sleep on the floor. I'm too fucking old. I don't care if I have a blanket, a pillow, and it looks like the Beverly Hills Hotel. If I'm on the fucking floor, there's something wrong. Do something. Don't assume. I'm just saying. Like, does Anna usually lay on the fucking floor with a blanket? That makes no sense to me. That still does not make it, I cannot with that shit. So it's normal for Xana to be laid out on the floor with a fucking blanket? That makes it, what the fuck? I don't give a shit whether it's nosy about whether her and Ethan got into it or not. Why the fuck are you on the floor? Like, what is going on? I mean, well, Quinn, the first thing Quinn said is he's never been to Moscow. I said, that's a motherfucking lie. Like, I don't know if he had anything to do with it, but as soon as he said he ain't never been there, you a damn liar. Your girlfriend lives there. What the fuck you mean you ain't been there? Lie. That's a lie. And the issue is this too. They know about hazing. They know about alcohol poisoning. Even if Dylan thought she was passed out drunk, you don't leave somebody like that, because if she's drank enough to pass out, she could have alcohol poisoning and quit breathing. Like, why the fuck? It doesn't matter. People, if they're passing out on the fucking floor drunk, they didn't make it to the bed. There's something wrong. Y'all, I don't buy the fact that she did. I'm sorry. People get mad if they want to. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize to the girl. I done said I would. Okay. She knew what she knew, what she knew, what she knew. I think she knew who was in the house that night. I'm not saying she could have stopped it. I'm not saying she's not been threatened. I'm not saying that she should do anything different because she's not scared for her life. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that. And did y'all hear Steve G talking about the fucking description? There's only this many percent of tall and thin, so it has to be Brian Koberger? The fuck are they talking about? This is the shit I'm talking about. What the fuck did he just say? What the fuck did he just say? She don't even know what she saw. What Did y'all hear that part? Because I think I let that part go because I was already fuming about something else, but I don't understand what he meant by any of that. She don't even know if I had a fucking face. What percent, Steve G, don't have faces? Floating fucking eyebrows. One of them. One. What percent of people do not have a fucking face with a floating fucking eyebrow? Tell me. I want to know. And she knew he was white. She don't know how she knew he was white, so that tells me he wasn't white. I'm just saying. You got to stress that bad about him being white, and you don't even know how the fuck he's white? He ain't white then. Or you really don't think he's white. He don't look too white. Because why the fuck would you ever say that? That's stupid. Listen to me. And I mean this with every bit of disrespect, every bit of fuck you in me. I don't give a fuck what the frat or sorority rules are. Their ass ain't in the position I'm in. They ass ain't got some man coming through their goddamn house with a mask on. I don't give a fuck. Because I don't think they coming to save me. But I wouldn't be a part of that shit no way. So there's that. Well, Heather, I'm sorry. I'm not just going to leave you there. And there's no way I could sit somewhere and not call 911. Like, okay, it cannot be all these. Y'all, this is fucking stupid too. This shit right here, I cannot. Like, I want to rip my clothes off and scream and beat somebody up. Dylan cannot be in frozen, she cannot be asleep. She cannot be fucking texting. She cannot be in frozen shock phase. She cannot be fucking scared texting Bethany. She cannot be fucking doing all this shit and not know nothing's going. Which one are we going with? Which fucking one are we going with? Tell me, because it can't be all that. It cannot be all of that. What the fuck? It cannot be all of that. There's no way. Now, could she have walked out of her room, saw a person in a mask, saw Xana, froze for a minute, it scared the shit out of her, and her run to Bethany's room? Yes, and that would have been just fine. If she would have even called her mama or anybody, if she didn't want to call 911, maybe the police were involved. She didn't want to call police. Fucking call somebody. I mean, anybody. Why the fuck didn't you call people over at whatever time that was? Why wait till the next morning? What are we doing? What is going on? But I wouldn't leave your dog, Heather, but I'm not calling. Yeah. I don't want you laid out on the damn floor neither, okay? I'm not fit to be responsible. I'm not fit to be looking like Dylan trying to figure out what the fuck, if somebody had some eyebrows or whatever. I'm calling somebody for some help. Fuck the fraternity. I'll call them on three-way with the motherfuckers I'm calling for help, because what the fuck are they doing? Motherfucker, they're dead. What are y'all gonna do? What are you doing, motherfucker? Because you ain't coming to give me some shit. That's what. That's the fucking stupid shit. And these parents should know what the fuck their kids are signing up for. Because who the fuck, I don't give a fuck whether you think you're grown when you leave for college or not. Most likely your parents are going to pay. Why are you paying for your kid to have an agreement to not call 911 when somebody's dead or something? Because you're paying for them to hang out with fucking high-class fucking Illuminati, fucking what, Luciferian, what the fuck ever they are, to break the law. So you're paying for them to be in a club so they can fucking break the law. Well, that's just great. That's stupid as fuck, okay? I mean, what the fuck? I just cannot. Well, that's what I'm saying. If there was cops involved, and that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, then I'm not mad at Dylan. I do think their parents should come out. I mean, I don't know, maybe they can't, because that, like, I wouldn't either. No, you're right, because you don't know who's coming where, because if they did that to four, you know what I mean? That's just a horrific thing. And to know that they did that to four people, if she's being threatened, I would be scared. I wouldn't be saying nothing. I would probably be doing what she's doing, okay? Because, hello, that's a scary, and that's horrible. If they're having to live like that, that's awful, okay? That's bullshit. And whoever's threatening them all need to be in jail. But how do you know if they're all ever in jail? You never know if they're all going to be in jail, so you can never say anything. I mean, that's just stupid. I'm not going to live my life. I cannot. And I mean, I really do think they were threatened or something for them not to call, because I do think she was scared that night. I mean, I really do think that, I don't think that they were just not whatever. Even if they knew the motherfuckers, they just stabbed 4 people to death. I don't give a fuck if they knew them or not. They just stabbed 4 people to death. You're going to be scared of them. Fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're going to be scared of them. I would be. I don't give a fuck if it was my sister, my brother. Motherfucker, if they just did that shit, I'm scared of them. Okay, period. It doesn't matter. But if cops were involved, then who were they? You know what I mean? Like, you're put in an impossible situation, and that's what I'm trying to keep an open mind about with Dylan. Because if that's the case, then I can't be mad at her, because you never know. Them 2 might be in jail, but there might be 2 more, and you got to live your life in fear, and that's fucked up. You were in the house when 4 people were stabbed to death. You're not going to forget that. And motherfucker, you're going to be scared forever. And I would be. And that could be the case. Okay. That could very well be the case. And that is not okay. So, I mean, who do you tell? You don't have anybody. And that people that put people in those situations piss me off. And that could be the whole angle to this. That could be to keep them from saying anything. They did that to the 4 with them 2 in there, and then threatened them. Anytime you do this, even if it's 20 years from now, we can get to you. Do you know that's a haunting in your mind? Can you imagine? Like, could you fucking imagine? Like, fuck that. And then you've been in the house when they just, it's not like you just know about it. You're there while that's happened. Man, fuck that. Yeah, I would probably, I don't know. That's fucked up, is what that is. And 2, what makes me think that about Dylan is, y'all, she literally did say, and I'm going to say this a million times, if the one thing she did do is she did not just say, yep, Brian Koberger, that's it. No, she told them she did not think that was him. That makes me think that she does, like, that's what makes me think they were threatened, and she's not trying to, like, she knows it's not him, but there's nothing she can do. She can't say, hey, I know who the fuck it was. So she I mean, did what she could to say, I think I would know him. And Ann did say that. Ann Ermasoff said she thinks she would know him if she saw him. And she don't, that picture did not, like, she tried, I think, to say, hey, this ain't him. And that's what makes me think that she can't, you know what I mean? Okay, I will. Because if it was just something she was just trying to be a bitch about or something, she would have just said, yeah, that's him. Y'all, she didn't. And I have to give her that. Like, it's kind of, and the thing about the eyebrows, y'all, she didn't come up with that shit. That fucking, that ball, the police did that. And Anderson told us that. The police did that shit. Like, they lied on Dylan. They literally lied on her, and that's not her fault in that PCA. That is not her fault. She told them basically that she was drunk, or she didn't know She couldn't remember. She told them that. They said what they wanted to say, and that ain't her fault. So, you know, that's why I can't just go all in and be against Dylan, because I'm not going to lie on her. They lied on her. What is she going to do? Fucking stand up and say, well, they lied on... I mean, what the fuck do you do? What the fuck do you do? You don't do nothing. What are you going to do? And that's not fair for them to do that to her. It's not fair for them to try to get her to say it was Brian Koberger either. And she could have given in and just said, yeah, that's him, and she didn't. So that's the hope that I have, that there's some kind of, you know, I don't hope she's being threatened, but I would rather her be threatened than be involved, like, if that makes sense. Like, I want it to be that she can't for her safety, you know, not that she just didn't give a fuck. I want it to be that she does care. I really wish she wasn't in the situation at all, but you know what I'm saying. But, and whoever's doing that to them should be in jail for the rest of their life too, because that's not fair. That's not right to have her in fear. Like, that fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. Horrible. Oh my God, your kid's watching this and I've been cussing. Hey, Jackson, Bria, why didn't you tell me? You do this to me all the time. I'm just sitting here cussing, just cussing, just cussing. Just cussing. Just cussing. Good Lord. Oh my God. Twist, quit sucking up to people. Yeah, Dylan didn't say nothing about no clad in black. That was all them. And I've always thought that. That girl did not say that. She cannot be held responsible for that. I've had to cuss people out for saying something. She lied. No, she didn't fucking lie. She didn't say that fucking shit. The cops did. She did not tell them what to put in the PCA. They put what they wanted to in there. She didn't have no control over that, and that's bullshit. That ain't right. That's not what she told them. So I'm not going to say she lied to the cops. The cops lied. And that's what I feel. And come out and told us that she told them she didn't know 2, 3, 20 times. She didn't really change her story when she talked to those cops, y'all. Like, she told them the same thing every time. So, you know, I'm not saying that she wasn't coerced into saying she didn't know, but what I'm saying is they said what they wanted to say. She didn't say that shit. And there could have been somebody in there dressed like that, and she may not have known all of them. You know what I mean? I'm sure that there's one of she probably didn't know. And like I said, even if you know the motherfuckers, know it. If you know what they just did, you're scared of them. I don't give a fuck who they are. Like, you know. And what if we find out that on these Snapchats, Dylan was asking the sorority or fraternity for help, telling them they had a problem, and nobody would come there? You know what I mean? Like, what? We don't know that yet. What if that's what they were doing? What if she was trying to get help because she couldn't call the police because whatever? You know what I mean? Like, what if she was trying to get help? They could have been. I don't know. What if they told them to wait, and that may be why she was editing pictures to get her mind off of fucking having to wait on these motherfuckers, you know? Or what if they come over and did the cleanup and they're still not doing nothing? Well, Dylan can't go tell them, y'all gotta fucking quit. She's just in the room. You know what I mean? They're just doing whatever. So that could be what it is too. Like, you know, if somebody's in charge of it, you know what they're capable of doing. You're just going to a room and locking the fucking door and hoping that you're just waiting on somebody to tell you what to do next, okay? And that could be very well what went on. And so that is why I'm just like, I can't just all the way be like, this is a total bit, because there's nothing inside of me that thinks they were not threatened. Like, there's just nothing inside of me that thinks she wasn't. Yeah, and even if it was a firefighter, even if it was somebody in authority, like high up ranking, if they're threatening you and you know they can do something, like that's a bad at 19 too. Like, what the fuck are you telling somebody, to go fuck yourself? I don't think you're telling them that. For friends, just like, you're not doing that. Like, I get ill about the Xana thing, but what if she couldn't do anything? But you know what I mean? Like, what if that's her plea, telling everybody, look, I don't even have to tell y'all I saw her, but I did see her. And that's what I got to thinking about. She really didn't have to say she even saw her that night, but she did. So this is what's making me think that they're threatened or something. Like, it's not, there's a lot that's being said that makes me think Dylan's not as guilty as is just being irresponsible or doing it or not caring. It's more like, and then her saying, can I just tell y'all what happened? Like, with the 911, if you think about it, like, it's kind of like she just wanted to go ahead and tell him, like she was told she had to tell him that. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of, it, there is, and I don't know, Bria, there may be, like, they may have tried. You know what I mean? They may have tried, and they may have had their phone tapped. You know what I mean? And somebody, like, come in and threat. Like, we don't know. That's what I'm saying. We don't know that when they were Snapchat, they weren't telling the fraternity mom that whatever, fuck ever, or whoever they're supposed to call, say, hey, we need help. Something happened. There was somebody in the house. I don't want to go see. I'm scared to. We don't know what was going on. They could have been told to wait. They could have had people say, we know we coming over to do whatever, and they couldn't do nothing because they were told not to. Like, we don't know. It's just, you know, there's just things we don't know. Well, you can say it. Just say, let's do like we do. I mean, fuck, at least we're not lying in court documents. All we can do is speculate. As long as you're not trying to tell me Ethan's eyes hanging and doing all that shit and showing me somebody peeing on, I'm good, because I can't handle all that now. I'll lose my shit. I can't do all that, but everything else, you know. And as long as you don't try to make me think that they literally carried Ethan's body from all the way across from Linda Lane, one person or something carrying dead weight, nobody saw nothing, like, I can't do that either, but otherwise, I'm good with it. And y'all, what if they were all in their room, and when somebody come in the house and told Dylan and Bethany to get downstairs to their room or something? You know what I mean? Like, what if that happened and they can't say anything? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it could be anything. Or Dylan could have been told something was going to happen and there was nothing she could do, so she just fucking did some kind of hallucinative because fuck it, what else are you going to do? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck else do you do? I mean, she's not going to tell the police she did that. She's going to tell them she was drunk. But to me, it's more like she took some Molly or did some shrooms or something. And if she did, she might have thought she was tripping. Hell, she probably was hoping she was tripping, honestly. You know, there's so much that could have went on. And because if you look at the stuff that's being said, it just doesn't, to me, and I've been hard on Dylan, but I'm saying it just doesn't all the way to me seem like somebody that's just fucking trying to just lie about everything, because she would have just went along with the poli and said, yeah. But she did counter that, and it was told us that she did by the defense that she did. So, you know, it's not her fault that they arrested Brian Koberger. She didn't describe Brian Koberger to them, and that's basically what the fuck she told them. That's not who the fuck I described to y'all. So, like, I can't, like, what are you talking about? So, that says a lot. Is your dad calling Cyree a psyop? Where is Cyree's fucking shit? Where is the fucking shit look, me and Cyree is gonna have a talk, because we ain't neither, because he's gonna tell me to sit the fuck down and don't tell him how to do his motherfucking job, because he's been doing it for a long time. But I'm gonna be selfish and I need to feel better, and Ashley Jennings still has a job. So, Cyree, what the fuck? I'm gonna email his ass. If I email him, Ashley Jennings still has a job, they ain't no telling what oh Lord, I ain't gonna say that to him. He'd get mad. I wonder if I write him and say, hey, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist. I'm just playing. I would not do that. I would not. But he would probably get fucking mad. I would. He probably wouldn't like it. Oh, shit. I don't know. Well, I'm so glad you write him. Tell him, when this shit's over, he better be ready to sit down, because he told us he's going to with Delphi and he still ain't sat down, and I'm hunting his ass down. I will hunt his ass down. I ain't worried about no other case. He better make a free day. He might as well make 12 hours to do a live. Somebody gonna tell me something. Damn it. Y'all remember he said he was gonna talk to us about Delphi, and his ass ain't been no, I ain't seen him hide nor hair except in the damn affidavit. And tell him we don't think he's a conspiracy theorist. So we sit over here being pissed off for him, taking up for him, done pitched a fucking fit. I done broke my computer and everything. All of it. He ain't even probably get mad. I done got mad as fuck. Ask me what? Don't ask me why Twiz is sucking on nothing. She's married. He better not be doing none of all that. Don't be putting Trisha in it. Shitting me. Lord, what does Cyree look like? Oh, Lord. You don't know what Cyree looks like? I'm sorry. Anyway, him and his hat. Anyway, he's married too, by the way. But anyway, I did not say that. Twins, who said that? I did not say that. Oh, I can show you what he looks like. How old are you? You don't have to tell me, but if you're under 30, then you're not going to think the same thing we think, probably. Okay, I'll find him. Wait a minute. Uno momento. Twiz, I did not say that. I did not say that shit now. Look here. Y'all gonna quit blaming me. Well, I don't know which one. Okay, we'll do this one. Oh, I probably need to save it. I already got one saved to him, I'm sure. Not for that reason, for thumbnails. Oh, shit. That's a good enough one with him in his hat. Okay. Hang on. One second. Image. This is not my fault, and quit calling me echoes. Ah! I thought someone was calling me. Twiz, you know better. You already know oh my God. That's what he looks like. Twiz, don't make me, anyway. I know what you did. Just know I know what you did. I don't know how many weeks ago it was, but I know what you did, so. No, because the last time I told y'all about a Siree dream, that's when all this shit from Utah come up and started happening. So I don't talk about that anymore because that made all kind of other shit happen that, oh shit, that I'm still having to fucking deal with. He knows what he did. And he knows, I don't know why, and I don't care where you're at, Twiz. I know what you do all the time. So. I didn't say nothing about all that. Twiz already knows that I know all kind of stuff. No, I'm not saying it. Who'd you spend the night with, Twiz? Whose room did you stay in, Twiz? Okay. No, we do not talk about sex ever. That's no. No. Who? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Never mind. Yes, that's where I'm talking about. Yes, Twiz, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, I didn't say anything happened. I just asked where you stayed. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just messing with him. I don't know what he did for real, but I was just fucking with him just because I like to tell him things that he don't know that I know that. Yeah. Now I got all I can see. That's why I didn't want. Oh, oh, oh my God. Gross whiz. Ew. Twiz, you better not be abusing no animals like that. Ever. Oh my God. Mormon, I swear to God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think that's what's wrong with y'all's friend, Heather. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. God knows. Oh, Lord. Twiz, I hope you don't think Brian is going to hang out with anybody. He's going to run. I'm just telling you now. So don't get your feelings hurt. Because if that motherfucker's smart, he's going to be like, what the fuck? Thank y'all for taking up for me, but peace. And run. That's what I would do. That's exactly what I would do if I was him. Give me the fuck away from this shit. Oh, Jesus, God. He don't even know he's your best friend. Twiz, Brian don't like people. You know that, right? Like, he's not. Oh, Lord. Poor Brian. Oh, my God. I feel so bad for him for real. Because can you imagine the anxiety he's got by getting all them letters from girls and shit? Like, and you have that, like, have all to, like, he's got, like, that's not fun. Oh my God. He's probably freaking out. He's probably fucking flipping out. Especially that one girl that's in love with him that was going to marry. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's probably scared to death. Oh shit. They killed me. I wanted to say something to Daniel so bad. No, motherfucker. It's not the girls that's scared of him. He's scared of the fucking girls, you fucking dumbass fucker. Dumbass motherfucker. He's scared of them. Shit. You got some girl, that crazy girl, saying she wants to love. Oh my God. Poor thing. He's probably flipping out. I can only imagine. He's what the fuck? And y'all, can you imagine what he's thinking? These motherfuckers think I killed 4 people, so these fuckers are writing me because they're in love with me because they think I done murdered 4 people? That's probably what he's thinking. What the fuck is wrong with these people? So I'm not sure Brian's got a problem. I mean, I think it might be everybody else. I'm just saying. Like, I'm sure that's what he's thinking. Like, what the fuck? um, oh my God. I don't even want to know what the fuck we're talking about. I don't want to know. I hope that girl don't show up at his court or something, because that's probably scared for real. I just thought about that. Oh my God. Because that girl was crazy. Talking about she was going to marry him. Oh my God. He probably is freaking out. I would be. Oh, there's only one. Well, there might be more Rays, but there's only one of our Rays. What happened next, Wiz? Oh my God. Heather, do you talk to Twiz about sex? Uh-huh. Oh my God. You don't talk to him about you and him having sex, though. Oh my God. What do you mean? Well, I'm not talking to you about sex. So if that's what you need to talk about, then yeah, I'm not the one. Who's lying? If he don't get laid, then that's probably his own problem. Because he's, like I said, he's got fucking 20-year-olds that I swear want to have his baby and shit. Be tripping balls. Literally. It's ridiculous. It's like, what the fuck is really going on right here? Well, what the fuck do you call us? That's all you talk to, Twiz, is girls. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck are we? I mean, we probably aren't the ones because we don't talk to you about, what the fuck ever you want that, but Twiz, I mean, me not having sex with you or not talking about sex with you does not mean I won't come where you're at and fucking spend the night where you're at and give you all my cooties. There's a difference. Well, since how this is where I roam, I can and will talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. But, you know, um, we're not going in detail or nothing. We were just playing, however. Oh God, Twiz. But to be honest with you, the whole big deal behind Idaho 4 has to do with all that, actually. People moving and all that shit. Bye, girl. Take a nap. Feel better. Yes, she's still recovering, so, you know. I wish I could sleep at all. She is not old. I was probably just mean, but I just don't like. Well, I mean, we've been talking about it. I'm just saying, like, I probably shouldn't have said it like that. I probably should explain it to you like this. These people that I talk to on YouTube, like that you see in my chat, most of them are not just like my YouTube friend. Like they're my friend. We talk on a daily basis. Like we have a more in-depth relationship than just sitting on YouTube. I talk to these people, so we just talk about whatever. But I have to stop talking about Idaho 4 for a minute because if not, then I'm going to lose my fucking brains because we just went through a bunch of bullshit with it. Oh, Lord, girl. Yeah, she probably did pass the test because I was probably mean. I'm just used to people coming here trying to tell me what the hell to do. But we talk about Idaho 4. I mean, we talk about other stuff too, other crimes. We talk about life. We talk about. I mean, with me, there ain't no fucking telling what we're gonna talk about. It could be God only knows. What he was talking about was he basically what he was saying was he could have had her case taken out and put in federal court, which is not true because the feds don't let you pick whether you want federal court or not. Plus, they're not gonna. There's 4 people gone. They're not fixing to do all that. It's just I respect all the parents. There's some stuff just went too far that was said because it's not true and it's not true. Bye, Amy. Love you too. I'm really fixing to get off from here. I just got to talking about what the hell everyone else was talking about. It's 6:23. I've been on here for hours. I don't even know how long. I've been on here since this morning. I gotta get the hell off here. I'm on here. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. I love y'all. I'm getting the hell off of here. I literally have been on here since 10:30 this morning. Anyway, okay, I love y'all. What is today? Saturday? Ain't none of y'all gonna go live tomorrow, so I'll probably have to do something tomorrow because I'll be bored. So, if nobody does something tomorrow, then I will. But I will talk to y'all later. Love you. Bye.